Chapter 151 Mother and daughter have a heart-to-heart talk. At this point, Bibi Dong's face showed both shame and anger. If Qian Runshui hadn't slept with Di Long, she would have recognized Qian Runshui long ago. But since Qian Runshui went to bring warmth to Di Long, she felt too embarrassed to acknowledge him. Otherwise, what would that become? However, if Qian Runshui hadn't made such a huge sacrifice, even if she possessed the memories of her future godhood, she might not necessarily accept Qian Runshui. It was Qian Runshui's willingness to sacrifice herself to protect her that made Bibi Dong completely accept Qian Runshui. Quote. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui's pretty face immediately flushed red. Because she understood what Bibi Dong meant. She had felt ashamed when she thought Bibi Dong didn't know her identity and was bullied by Di Long. Now that she discovered that Bibi Dong had known her identity all along, she immediately recalled those scenes from back then, and her pretty face blushed even more. Alright, let's not bring up the past anymore. That bastard Long Quan, I will definitely kill him. How dare he humiliate my daughter and me like this? When Bibi Dong saw Qian Runshui's expression, her own face didn't look much better. Qian Runshui felt ashamed, but Bibi Dong felt a mixture of shame and anger, with anger being the dominant emotion. Yes, Mom and I will go together to get revenge on him. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui nodded quickly. Then the two of them tacitly moved on from the topic. That kind of thing is really not something I should say too much about. However, the thought of Bibi Dong's insistence on killing Di Long made Qian Runshui feel a little reluctant. If she hadn't been pregnant, she would definitely have felt the same way as Bibi Dong, wishing Dylan dead. But things are different now. She doesn't want to follow the same path as Bibi Dong, so now she just wants to get revenge on Di Long, not kill him. No matter what, she couldn't let her child go through what she had gone through. Her own father was murdered by her own mother. Well, I'll skip the slaughter city for now, since Tang San and Yu Shaogang are both there. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, then told Qian Runshui that she would not be going to the city of slaughter for the time being. What? Tang San really traveled back in time too? Qian Runshui's eyes widened immediately upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. When she saw Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing at the Soul Master competition, she suspected that Tang San had also traveled back in time, but she had not been able to confirm it. Yes, I actually knew about Tang San a year ago, back in the city of slaughter. Speaking of Tang San, Bibi Dong's face was also filled with hatred. Don't worry about Tang San. I've already told the Pope that Tang San has twin martial souls and his talent and potential. When he comes out of the city of slaughter, it will be his death day. That's good. Tang San really can't be allowed to live. Qian Runshui felt relieved after hearing Bibi Dong's words. Having learned her lesson once, she will never talk about fairness again. After she became a god, she did not use her divine power to kill Tang San immediately. Instead, she suppressed her divine power and fought Tang San fairly. However, Tang San did not follow the rules of martial ethics and used hidden weapons on her, weapons that could even injure a god's body. Moreover, the Asura god and the sea god behind Tang San also lacked martial ethics. They resurrected Tang San even after he died. She didn't believe that Ning Rongrong and Oscar, two titled douluo, could resurrect a god. Therefore, this time, Qian Runshui will no longer talk about fairness with Tang San. Killing Tang San beforehand would naturally be the best outcome. What about Yu Shaogang? Does Mom still want to be with him? Qian Runshui hesitated for a moment, then finally looked at Bibi Dong and asked. She originally thought Yu Shaogang was dead, but she didn't expect him to still be alive and even enter the city of slaughter. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I won't go looking for that man again. He's no longer worth my love. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Qian Runshui before saying this. Mom, are you serious? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui's eyes immediately filled with surprise and delight. Of course it's true. After that guy entered the city of slaughter, he became a complete degenerate and is no longer worthy of my liking. Bibi Dong felt a wave of disgust whenever she thought about Yu Shaogang's current state. How could this be? What has he done? Qian Runshui immediately became curious. He's using the unique properties of his martial soul inside to devour large amounts of soul master blood, and now he's even devouring entire soul masters. Bibi Dong frowned, not really wanting to say anything, but in the end she chose to satisfy Qian Runshui's curiosity. Of course, she definitely wouldn't tell Qian Runshui about Yu Xiaoging's past experience of selling his buttocks. That would only make her look incredibly bad, that the man she chose was so cowardly that he actually went and sold his body. His martial spirit can actually evolve like this. Qian Runshui was stunned, then said coldly, "Such an evil person deserves to die. Don't kill him, just cripple him. Spare his life." Bibi Dong certainly disagreed. She didn't like Yu Xiaoging anymore, but she still didn't want to see him die. "Fine, can we spare that bastard Dragon Fist's life too?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui agreed and immediately mentioned Dilong. "You don't want to kill him?" Bibi Dong looked at Qian Runshui with a look of disappointment and frustration. "I don't want my child to be born without a father, and I don't want the child's father to die at our hands." Qian Runshui was initially hesitant to look at Bibi Dong, but in the end she made up her mind and looked directly at Bibi Dong as she spoke. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Because she knew very well why Qian Runshui thought that way. This is from the strange future memories where she killed her father. While angry, Bibi Dong also felt a pang of sympathy for Qian Runshui. The original Qian Runshui's father was killed, and she was not loved by her from a young age, so it can be said that she did not enjoy much parental love. There was fatherly love at first, but it disappeared later, and motherly love was practically non-existent. Fine, that old bastard gets off easy. After thinking it over, Bibi Dong agreed to Qian Runshui's request, but still said viciously, "However, I will make him wish he were dead." "Thank you, Mom. Even if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have let him off so easily." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's agreement, Qian Runshui was immediately moved. Dylan was unaware of Bibi Dong and her daughter Qian Runshui's plans. At this time, after leaving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had already arrived in Hanhai City. Chapter 152 The Cat That Shocked Us. In the city of Hanhai, Di Long, accompanied by Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, strolled around the bustling city of Hanhai. Since arriving in this world, Dylan hasn't had a chance to properly appreciate it yet, so he suddenly became interested. Walking down the street, Dylan realized even more that this was not the world of his previous life. The architectural style, the items and food sold on the street were all full of exotic flavor. For some reason, Dylan suddenly began to miss his past life. Although Earth in my previous life lacked extraordinary powers and cultivation was impossible, it was far more interesting than this place. There are all sorts of games and short dramas that you won't find here. It will probably take many more years for those things to appear in this world, right? Dylan had no interest in helping Douluo continent reform. It would be too much trouble for him. Although this place doesn't have as many fun things as the one in my previous life, there are plenty of beautiful women here, so Dylan can play around with them. For example, right now, he keeps Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing with him so he can play with them anytime. "Take a look and see if there's anything you want, I'll buy it for you today." As Dylan strolled along, he spoke to the 2 women behind him. "Yes, master, then I won't stand on ceremony." Xiaowu became excited upon hearing this. She had gained memories of her future self, but she had never shopped or bought anything in the human world before, so everything was new and exciting to her. Zhu Zuqing was much calmer, even somewhat disdainful. However, she didn't spoil the fun. Instead, she stayed with Xiaowu. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, 2 stunning beauties, were strolling down the street, inevitably attracting a lot of attention. Such exceptional beauties are rare, and it's normal for people to be drawn to them when 2 of them appear at once. So beautiful. Who exactly are these 2 women? She must be a soul master, right? If she's not a soul master, why would she dare to flaunt her beauty like that? Aren't she afraid of danger? They seem to be following behind that man, right? Yeah, that guy doesn't look like a simple person at all. While Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were attracted, Dilong was also drawn to the scene. With two stunning beauties, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, following right behind him, how could he not be eye-catching? In addition, Tilong's charisma made him someone that those around him dared not underestimate. However, there are some people who are blinded by lust, and after seeing the beauty of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, they immediately set their sights on them. Hey ladies, how about playing with me? I'm a powerful soul master, you know. A man with an evil look on his face stopped Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, staring at the two women with gleaming eyes. Absolutely superb, absolutely superb. Roll. Zhu Zuqing looked at the other person coldly. Trash, get out of here. Xiao Wu also scolded. What did you say? Court death. The man was instantly enraged. Kill them. At this moment, Dylan spoke up, giving a calm command to Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Yes, master. Xiao Wu immediately responded, and then, ignoring the man's drastically changed expression, she appeared in front of him in a flash. PFF. Xiao Wu then used the dagger in her hand to sever the man's neck. Boom. Before long, the man's body fell heavily to the ground. What a disappointment. Let's go. Dylan glanced at it and lost interest in continuing his stroll. Yes, master. Xiao Wu immediately agreed and then followed Dilong. Zhu Zuqing followed silently behind. It left a stunned crowd of passers-by. So strong. That was a soul master, and that woman killed him instantly. She even calls that man master, but who exactly is that man? This looks kind of familiar. It's One Punch douluo. No wonder it felt so familiar and so powerful. It's One Punch douluo. While the passers-by were still in shock, some of them quickly recognized Tilong. For a moment, the passers-by were all excited, never expecting that they would be able to see such a legendary figure as Tilong up close. However, when they tried to chase after Tilong, they discovered that he had already disappeared. After bringing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing to the coastline and finding a deserted beach, Dilong took out the special conch shell that Xiaobai had given him and blew on it. A deep and drawn-out voice rang out, so soft that it might be inaudible if one did not listen carefully. This sound is clearly not meant for human ears. After blowing the conch shell, all Dylan had to do was wait for Little White to appear. I wonder how that woman Poseidon is doing now. While waiting for Xiaobai, Dylan inevitably thought of Poseidon, that amazing woman. Swish. As he spoke, Dylan took out his treasured photos, found the ones of Poseidon, and admired them. Enjoy the view and savor the memories. Poseidon was truly an exceptional woman, leaving a lasting impression. Unfortunately, Dylan's photo threat failed to truly intimidate Poseidon. Otherwise, Dylan would certainly have taken the opportunity to rekindle their past passion with Poseidon. For now, Dylan wouldn't dare to do it. If he were to go to Poseidon Island, it's hard to say whether he could defeat Poseidon in his current form. On the high seas, she can draw upon the power of the ocean without limit, while Dylan will be worn down by her and may eventually be defeated by Poseidon. I can only reminisce about this woman later. Dylan looked at the photo in his hand and smiled faintly. Zhu Zuqing, who was behind Tilong, had a change of expression when she saw him take out a stack of photos to admire. Of course she knew what those photos were, because she was also photographed by Tilong quite a few times. She never imagined that Tilong would be so shameless as to take so many indecent photos. After asking Xiao Wu, she discovered that it was Dilong's fetish. He had taken photos of many women. In particular, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were manipulated by Tilong using Bibi Dong's photos, which allowed him to make those two women suffer a great deal of bullying from him. After learning about Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's situation from Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing was utterly shocked. She knew Tilong was bad, a real villain, but she never imagined he could be so despicable. Zhu Zuqing glanced at it discreetly, and when she saw that the woman in the photo she was holding was actually Poseidon, she was immediately shocked. That bastard Dylan actually didn't expect that, did you? Master is very powerful, so what if he's the high priest of Sea God Island? He's nothing but a bully in front of Master. Xiao Wu's voice rang in Zhu Zuqing's ears. When was the high priest of Poseidon Island bullied? Zhu Zuqing became curious. Chapter 153 Xiaobai, Xiaowu, Zhu Zuqing. The incident involving the 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast in the waters off Hanhai City last time. That was something Poseidon had Little White do, to lure the master over so she could kill him and avenge Tang Chen. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Xiaobai was also the master's woman, so in the end, she was tricked by the master, forced to venture far inland from the sea, where she was defeated and ultimately fell into his hands. Xiaowu whispered to Zhu Zuqing about what happened back then. Quote. Zhu Zuqing was utterly speechless upon hearing this. She never expected that even with Poseidon's current cultivation level, he would still be destroyed by Delong. That's Poseidon. As a peerless douluo possessing the sea god martial soul, theoretically no one below the god level should be her match. Unfortunately, she was outmaneuvered by Dylan and Xiaobai, and forced to leave her main battlefield. As for why Poseidon wanted to avenge Tang Chen, she certainly knew. If Tang Chen knew that Poseidon was bullied by Dylan because she wanted to help him get revenge, he would definitely die with regrets. After learning about Poseidon's situation, Zhu Zuqing suddenly realized that it wasn't so hard for her to accept the reality of being possessed by Dylan. Because it wasn't just her. There was also Ning Dingaling, the current sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, Xiaobai and Poseidon, and so on. They've all been taken by Dylan, so adding her along doesn't seem so hard to accept. Puff tilde. After an unknown amount of time, a huge figure leapt up from the sea and quickly transformed into a long-legged girl in the air. Clearly, the only creature capable of transforming into human form is a sea spirit beast with 100,000 years of cultivation. The only one who will appear at this time and place is Little White, the king of the demon soul Great White Shark. Lord Dragon Fist. Little White quickly landed in front of Dylan. As for Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, she definitely doesn't recognize them now. She didn't even recognize that Xiaowu was also a soul beast, because the soul beast aura on Xiaowu's body had long been concealed by the immortal herb, the Heartbreak Red. Little White, in the past few days, has your demon soul Great White Shark clan found any other 100,000-year-old sea spirit beasts in the ocean besides the deep sea demon whale king? Dylan nodded, then asked Xiaobai a question. Lord Dragon Fist, no. With the deep sea demon whale king around, even the remaining 100,000-year-old soul beasts have all gone into hiding. Xiaobai said somewhat embarrassedly. If we can't find it, then forget it. Dylan was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but it was also within expectations. The 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the ocean had all been wiped out by the deep-sea demon whale king. Little White, I've come here to take you away. I hope you can stay by my side and help me. How? Dylan then told Xiaobai the purpose of his visit and how he planned to take her away. Is Lord Dragon Fist in trouble? Xiaobai immediately became worried. She was the last person who wanted anything to happen to Delong. Fortunately, it's just that I'm no longer a retainer of the Spirit Hall, and I'm wanted by the Spirit Hall. Dylan said with a smile. Ah, how could this happen? Xiaobai became worried upon hearing this. Xiaobai originally wanted to invite Dylan to Poseidon Island, but she immediately remembered that Poseidon also had a lot of opinions about Dylan and had even tried to scheme against him before. Okay, Lord Dragon Fist, then I'll follow you from now on. Then Xiaobai quickly said that he accepted Dylan's invitation. Having left the Spirit Hall, Dylan was now wanted by them and definitely needed help. If something happens to T-Lung, her brother will never be able to come back to life, so she has to ensure T-Lung's safety. Alright, from now on you'll stay by my side. Having successfully fooled him, Dylan laughed and then introduced Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing to Xiaobai. This is Xiaowu. She is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, just like you, but she has now chosen to transform into human form. Dylan introduced Xiaowu first. You're actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai looked at Xiaowu in surprise. You've broken through level 60 and entered the mature stage, right? This was also the first time she had ever seen a 100,000-year-old soul beast choose to transform into human form. They don't count as sea spirit beasts, they only temporarily transformed. No, but it'll be soon. I'm already level 59. You can't sense the aura of a soul beast on me because I'm wearing this immortal herb, Acacia Heartbreak Red. Xiao Wu naturally felt a strong connection with Xiao Bai, so she smiled and said. As she spoke, Xiao Wu summoned the love sickness Heartbreak Red that was parasitizing her. Buzz. Xiao Wu quickly summoned the Acacia Heartbreak Red. Although she didn't make the love sickness Heartbreak Red recognize her as its master, since the love sickness Heartbreak Red was parasitizing her, she could still use it. Such a powerful aura, and there's such a powerful treasure inside. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai's eyes widened immediately. Zhu Zuqing, who was standing to the side, also had a slight change in expression after seeing the immortal herb, the Heartbreak Red, that Xiao Wu took out. It's a magical herb. It's actually a magical herb. Since losing her talent from the immortal herb after traveling back in time, she, like the other members of the Shrek Seven Devils, misses the talent she had when she possessed the immortal herb. They even went to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, but couldn't find a single immortal herb. They missed the magic herb so much. Now things are much better. Not only has Ning Rongrong obtained the immortal herb Martial Soul and evolved into the original 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but Xiao Wu also has an immortal herb. Of the 3 beauties from Shrek Academy, she's the only one who doesn't have the magic herb anymore. For some reason, Zhu Zuqing suddenly felt that it was unfair, as if she was being treated differently. However, she also knew that Ning Rongrong regained the immortal herb because she gave birth to a daughter for Dilong. Xiao Wu only got this because she completely regarded Dilong as her master. And what about her? How could she obtain a magical herb from Dylan? Zhu Zuqing inevitably became interested. She wanted what Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both had. Hello Xiao Bai, I'm Zhu Zuqing. Then Zhu Zuqing took the initiative to introduce herself to Xiao Bai. She was quite familiar with Xiao Bai, so she wasn't aloof. Are you also a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Is your true form a cat? Xiao Bai turned to look at Zhu Zuqing, thinking that Zhu Zuqing was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and then made guesses based on Zhu Zuqing's appearance. No, I am human. Zhu Zuqing shook her head. Oh. Xiao Bai was clearly less enthusiastic. Alright, you can go back inside now. Once Dylan saw that they had met, he waved his hand and put Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing into the 7 treasures glazed brocade space. Having not seen Xiao Bai for so long, he was naturally going to pamper him properly. After having their fill, they would return to the far north to search for a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 154 Another Daughter, Qian Ziyu. Dylan first took Xiao Bai to a hotel in Hanhai City for a good time, where he relived Xiao Bai's long legs. Of all the women Dylan currently has, Xiao Bai has the longest legs. Anyway, Dylan had a great time. Xiao Bai was very cooperative with Dilong, and she also enjoyed doing this kind of thing with him. Moreover, she had no sense of shame whatsoever. She would do whatever Dylan told her to do, and do whatever made her comfortable. Lord Dragon Fist, the High Priest, was very angry after he returned last time. Did you do something to the High Priest? Afterwards, Xiao Bai, nestled in Dylan's arms, curiously inquired about Poseidon. Just look at these photos and you'll see. Dylan chuckled, then took out the photos he had taken of Poseidon again and handed them to Xiao Bai. Ah! Xiao Bai, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed what was in the photo and exclaimed in surprise. You actually gave the High Priest to. Xiao Bai snatched the photos from Dylan's hand and began to look at them one by one. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. She never imagined that Poseidon would have another side to her. Poseidon is usually aloof and cold, but she showed a completely different side in the photos. However, Xiao Bai also noticed that Poseidon's expression in many photos was one of humiliation and anger, indicating that many of the photos were taken against her will. While Xiao Bai was amused by the way Poseidon was being treated, he was also a little angry that Dylan was bullying Poseidon like this. Poseidon is the sea god's representative on Earth. However, considering that Poseidon plotted against Dylan first and wanted to kill him, Dylan's actions didn't seem too excessive. Forget it, never mind. How did she go back? Did she get pregnant? Dylan asked with a smile. I don't know, there probably isn't one. Xiao Bai said, indicating that she was unsure. After Poseidon returned, she never saw him again. Then forget it. Xiaobai, let me take some pictures of you too. Tilong waved his hand, saying that it was fine if he didn't know, but the more important thing now was to take a set of photos of Xiaobai. I don't know if he got addicted to taking pictures, but Tilong felt it was necessary to take pictures of every woman. Collecting all their artistic photos was a very rewarding thing for Tilong. Okay. Xiaobai wasn't shy at all. After hearing Dylan's words, she immediately and happily agreed. Because she thought those photos were actually quite beautiful. Some of them just don't look very good. However, she has no objection as long as Dylan is happy. She just couldn't imagine how Poseidon had agreed to take those photos for Dylan. Click tilde. Click tilde. The sound of camera shutters kept ringing out. After filming Xiaobai, Tilong was still not satisfied, so he also brought out Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing to film together. Actually, if I weren't called One Punch douluo, others might not know this. While filming, Tilong chuckled to himself. After picking up Xiaobai, Dylan headed to the far north again. This time, Dilong did not linger at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, since only a few days had passed. His priority now is to collect a few more 100,000-year soul rings. Beautiful women were merely a pastime for him when he was bored while searching for 100,000-year-old soul beasts. 3 months later, Spirit Hall. With a baby's cry, Dylan's second daughter was born. It's a daughter. I have a daughter now. Qian Runshui looked at her daughter in her arms, her eyes filled with joy. Good, good, good. I, Qian Zunji, have a granddaughter now. Pope Chihiro was also very pleased. Not bad, not bad. My great-granddaughter was born with soul power in her body, so her talent must be extraordinary. Qian Dalu was also very happy, especially after discovering that his great-granddaughter had soul power from birth. He was extremely excited. In this way, even if Qian Runshui fails to pass the inheritance test of the ancestral angel god, Qian Runshui's daughter is still a great hope. Only Bibi Dong looked at the baby girl in Qian Runshui's arms, or rather, her granddaughter, with a complex mix of emotions. She's never even been a real mother, yet she already has a granddaughter. And this granddaughter is actually that old man Tilung's daughter. The mere thought of that old bastard Dylan sent a surge of murderous intent through Bibi Dong's body. She wasn't targeting her granddaughter with murderous intent, but rather it was something she remembered Tilung had released. Holy Maiden. Qian Daoliu quickly woke Bibi Dong. What are you doing? If you want revenge, then work hard to cultivate and become stronger, and then go find Dragon Fist to take your revenge. You can't touch my great-granddaughter. Qian Daoliu warned Bibi Dong. Great Master, I understand. Bibi Dong quickly suppressed her killing intent and assured Qian Daoliu. Even without Qian Daoliu's warning, she wouldn't have attacked Qian Runshui's daughter. After all, she was her daughter's daughter, her granddaughter. That's good. Seeing that Bibi Dong spoke earnestly without any hint of dissatisfaction, Qian Daoliu nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoshui, from now on, my great-granddaughter will be named Qian Ziyu. From now on, she has nothing to do with that Dragon Fist anymore. She is now a member of the Qian family. Then Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Runshui and the baby girl in her arms, and said with a smile. Since Dylan had left the Spirit Hall and had not gained his approval, he naturally allowed his great-granddaughter to share the same surname as Dylan, so he named Dylan and Qian Runshui's daughter Qian Ziyu. Qian Ziyu. Okay, Grandpa, thank you for naming me Ziyu. I really like this name. Qian Runshui uttered Qian Ziyu's name and then looked happily at Qian Daoliu. Only Qian Zunji, standing to the side, seemed somewhat jealous. He also wanted the right to name his granddaughter. However, with Qian Daoliu here, he dared not resist and could only regretfully lose the right to name the child. Xiaoshui, remember to recover well. You promised Grandpa that you would continue to inherit the tradition after giving birth. Qian Daoliu nodded in satisfaction, then gave Qian Runshui some instructions. His great-granddaughter is still young, so for the time being he is placing more of his hopes on Qian Runshui. Yes, Grandpa, Qian Runshui reluctantly agreed. A while later, Qian Dalu and Qian Zunji left, leaving only Bibi Dong in the room. Xiaoshui, you don't seem to really want to inherit the angel god's legacy. Why is that? Seeing that they had left, Bibi Dong quickly followed up with more questions. Chapter 155 Zhu Zuqing. Master, I want to have your child too. Because starting the 9th test requires Grandpa to sacrifice himself, I don't want Grandpa to die because of me. Qian Runshui said in a low voice. Then Qian Runshui immediately looked at Bibi Dong and asked, Mom, do you know any way to prevent Grandpa from sacrificing himself? She suddenly remembered that her mother, Bibi Dong, already possessed memories of the future, so perhaps Bibi Dong would have a solution. After all, when Bibi Dong started the 9th trial, not a single peerless douluo sacrificed himself for her. I don't know. I only have memories of what it was like after I became a god. I don't even know how I passed the 9th test of the Rakshasa god. So the 9th test of the gods requires a sacrifice. How did I pass the 9th test of the Rakshasa god? Bibi Dong naturally didn't know. They just haven't been to the realm of gods, otherwise they would know that after they become gods, they can send the souls of the sacrifice to other worlds, or directly resurrect them in the realm of gods. Once you become a god, you can actually do many things. Mom, this is your 9th test. Qian Runshui was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. She hesitated for a moment regarding Bibi Dong's question, but still told Bibi Dong the truth. Bibi Dong then realized that she had collected and devoured a large number of corpses through an ancient formation before she could activate and complete the 9th trial of the Rakshasa god. This left Bibi Dong somewhat at a loss. The memories she had received told her that she would eventually become the embodiment of evil, hated by everyone, but she never expected that she would be so evil in the future. However, thinking about what she would encounter in the future, Bibi Dong felt that it was indeed something she was capable of doing. As long as I can become stronger and take revenge, nothing else matters. Just like her now, as long as she can become stronger and take revenge on Dylan, she doesn't care about any evil methods. Xiaoshui, if you still want to get revenge on that bastard Longchen and avenge your mother, then your only option is to inherit the angel god. Besides, that's also your grandfather's long-cherished wish. Think about it carefully. Bibi Dong didn't think about her 9th test for the time being. She hadn't even passed the divine test yet, so there was no point in thinking about it anymore. She would deal with it when the time came. What she cares about more now is persuading Qian Runshui to inherit the position of the angel god. Yes, Mom, I know. Qian Runshui verbally agreed, but in reality, she probably didn't even know herself. Dylan was unaware that he had gained another daughter. After descending upon the far north again with Xiaowu, Xiaobai, and Zhu Zuqing, he had been searching for the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Of course, there are other 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Dylan would definitely prioritize Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, only if he couldn't find any other 100,000-year-old soul beasts would he choose. In any case, he reserved the last spirit ring slot for the deep-sea demon whale king. Master, I've broken through to level 60. Before Dylan could find another 100,000-year-old soul beast, Xiaowu broke through level 60 and officially entered the mature stage. After breaking through level 60, Xiaowu's 6th spirit ring was also generated through her own condensation. However, once she reached her 7th spirit ring, Xiaowu is no longer able to form one through her own power. The energy contained in a 100,000-year-old soul beast is exhausted once it breaks through level 60 and enters its mature stage. Therefore, once a 100,000-year-old soul beast reaches maturity and transforms into human form, it is no longer afraid of its identity being exposed by a title douluo. Because they no longer possess the power of spirit beasts, it has all been transformed into the power of human spirit masters. However, this is only on the surface. Their power and bodies have become human. In essence, they are still soul beasts, and if killed by humans, they will still drop 100,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul bones. You can still offer it as a sacrifice to someone else. Not bad, you've finally broken through. Dylan was quite satisfied with Xiaowu's breakthrough. He is now certain that this Xiaowu is not the Xiaowu from the original story. Most importantly, the souls of Daming and Erming reside within him. Xiaowu, summon the acacia heartbreak red. Then Dylan had Xiaowu summon her fairy herb. Yes, master. When Xiaowu heard Dilong's words, she thought he wanted to take back the acacia heartbreak red, since she didn't need it anymore. Despite feeling a pang of reluctance, Xiaowu obediently summoned the heartbreak red acacia and handed it to Dilong. Love sickness breaking red, I know you have your own consciousness. Are you satisfied with Xiaowu? If you're satisfied, then acknowledge her as your master and let her absorb you. This way, your consciousness can still be stored, and she will definitely be able to enter the God realm with me in the future, and you will be able to be resurrected in the God realm. If you're unwilling, then there's no need for me to keep you alive. I'll just let her eat you and absorb as much energy as she can. Now it's your choice. Instead of reaching out to take the acacia heartbreak red, Dylan threatened it. Ever since the first time the acacia heartbreak red compromised out of fear of death and chose to parasitize Xiaowu, Dilong no longer believed the nonsense that the acacia heartbreak red needed someone it recognized to be willing to acknowledge as its master. Perhaps that really is one of the reasons why it chooses objects to recognize as its owners, but so what? What are the benefits of choosing an object that you find pleasing to the eye to be your owner? No, even after recognizing a master, they will still be eaten. On the contrary, if it obeys Dylan's orders, it can retain its soul and eventually be resurrected in the realm of the gods. Buzz tilde. Sure enough, upon hearing Dylan's words, the acacia heartbreak red emitted rays of red light without hesitation. Having followed Xiaowu for so long, it had naturally witnessed Dylan's power, so it knew very well that Dylan indeed had a high chance of breaking through to the god level. It has truly acknowledged me as its master. Xiaowu immediately sensed the love sickness red flower recognizing its master and exclaimed in surprise. But what surprised her even more was Dylan's behavior. She hadn't expected that Dylan didn't want to take back the love sickness heartbreak red, but rather to help her absorb it. Very well, then absorb it. Dylan nodded and said with satisfaction. Yes, thank you, master. I will absorb it now. Xiaowu said excitedly. She also knew the value of immortal herbs, especially the top-grade immortal herb in her hand, which was known as the King of Flowers. Glug tilde. Then Xiaowu sat cross-legged, put the acacia heartbreak red in her mouth, and swallowed it. Buzz. The power of the immortal herb acacia heartbreak red immediately erupted within her body and was then slowly absorbed by Xiaowu. Zhu Zuqing watched this scene from the side, and all she could feel was envy. Sure enough, following Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu has now also absorbed the immortal herb. She was the only one left without the magic herb. Zhu Zuqing felt really resentful. Looking at Dylan, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but ask, Master, if I were to give birth to your child, could you give me a magic herb? Chapter 156 Xiaowu drags her mother into the mess. As for the question of how to address Dylan, after learning how Xiaowu addressed Dilong, Xiaobai also started calling Dilong, Master. Because she felt that she would be following Tilong from now on, Tilong would be her master. After seeing that Xiaowu and Xiaobai both addressed Dilong as Master, Zhu Zuqing didn't dare to make an exception for herself, so she changed her address as well. Are you serious? Upon hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Dilong looked at her with some surprise. Zhu Zuqing has been behaving quite well lately, being obedient and well-behaved. However, Dylan was still quite surprised that the other party would take the initiative to say that she was willing to have his child. I'm serious, because I don't want to be the worst one. Xiaowu and Rongrong both have the magic herb, so I want one too. Zhu Zuqing looked at Dilong seriously and then frankly expressed her thoughts. She always knows how to actively pursue what she wants. You could also say she was unwilling to lag behind others. Okay, then I'll see how you perform. After hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Dilong immediately smiled and agreed. In fact, even if Zhu Zuqing were given a magical herb right now, it wouldn't be a problem for Dilong. However, things that are too easily obtained are often not valued or cherished by others. So Dilong decided to do as Zhu Zuqing suggested and see how she performed. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that Dilong had agreed, Zhu Zuqing immediately spoke excitedly. Finally, she was able to rediscover the talent she once possessed. Master, what about me? Did you get any immortal herbs? After hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Xiaobai also jumped out. She didn't know what the immortal herb was, but she had just sensed the power and preciousness of the acacia heartbreak red herb, and Zhu Zuqing valued it so much. That must be a wonderful treasure. Of course she wanted it too. Of course, even though you haven't taken human form, the immortal herbs can definitely enhance your potential and cultivation. Dylan said with a smile. Compared to Zhu Zuqing, he definitely trusts Xiaobai more. He can agree to anything with Zhu Zuqing, so there's no need to doubt Xiaobai's trust. Swish tilde. After Dylan finished speaking, he took out a magical herb and gave it to Xiaobai. Hee, thank you, master. Then I won't be polite. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai happily accepted the immortal herb and began to absorb it just like Xiaowu. Buzz. Soon, Xiaobai, like Xiaowu, entered an absorption state. Zhu Zuqing watched from the side, her eyes practically popping out of her head with envy. Little kitty, come here and give me a lap pillow. Seeing this, Dilong not only did not immediately give her a magical herb, but also asked Zhu Zuqing to come over and give him a lap pillow. Yes, master. Zhu Zuqing suppressed the envy in her eyes, sat down next to Dilong, and then rested her head on his lap. Then Zhu Zuqing obediently used her hands to massage Dilong's head. Dylan rested his head on Zhu Zuqing's lap, comfortably closed his eyes, and waited for Xiaowu and Xiaobai to finish absorbing the immortal herbs. It's unclear how much time passed before Dilong, sensing movement, finally got up from Zhu Zuqing's lap. Master, I have completed the absorption. My cultivation level has increased by a full 10 levels, and I am now level 70. Xiaowu excitedly said to Dilong. She was genuinely excited. She hadn't expected the love sickness heartbreak red to be so effective, instantly boosting her level by 10. She's only been in human form for a few years. It's been less than 3 years and I've already reached level 70, it's simply a miracle. However, this is all thanks to Tilong. Tilong's support allowed her to gain enough popularity in a different way, which enabled her to grow rapidly. Of course, only a powerful figure like Dylan could nurture her, ordinary soul masters simply cannot help her grow quickly. Level 10. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing felt even more envious. However, she wasn't too shocked. After all, it was the king of flowers, the acacia heartbreak red, so a level 10 increase was normal. That magical herb she had back then helped her level up by a full 7 levels. As Little White also absorbing the immortal herb. Then Xiaowu discovered that Xiaobai was also absorbing the immortal herb. Buzz. Right after Xiaowu finished speaking, Xiaobai opened her eyes. As expected of a divine herb, my potential and cultivation have greatly improved. And it seems I can maintain my human form for longer periods of time. When Xiaobai woke up, she was also filled with surprise. It can be said that Xiaowu and Xiaobai both experienced significant improvements after absorbing the immortal herbs. Then Dylan hunted a 50,000-year-old soul beast for Xiaowu, allowing her to absorb a 50,000-year-old 7th soul ring. Master, haven't you always wanted to find my mother? I'll take you to her. I can also persuade my mother to sacrifice herself to you, as long as you can help resurrect my mother after you become a god. If we still can't find any other 100,000-year-old soul beasts, I can also sacrifice myself to my master. After absorbing her 7th spirit ring, Xiaowu suddenly started talking to Dilong about her mother. She didn't want to drag her mother into this before, it was to protect her. But now, she is increasingly convinced that Dylan can break through and become a god. Therefore, she felt that at this time, she could bring her mother to join Dylan's team, so that her mother could ascend to the divine realm with her master in the future. Why would a 100,000-year-old soul beast choose to transform into human form? It wasn't that they lacked confidence in surviving the heavenly tribulation, they chose to take human form because they didn't want to die. If you can't survive the heavenly tribulation, you'll die directly. But if you choose to transform into human form, as long as you break through to the title douluo level, you can still live for several hundred years. Of course, there is another important reason. Since soul beasts cannot become gods, they have more opportunities to transform into human form. However, compared to following someone who can become a god, it is definitely easier to follow a powerful figure like Dylan. Following Dylan is a shortcut to the realm of gods. Master, I'm here too. I can do it too. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Bai made his own statement without saying a word. Her brother can only be resurrected after Tilung becomes a god and enters the realm of gods, so she definitely has to go up there too. Offering a sacrifice to Dylan would not only help him but also allow him to enter the realm of gods. Why not do it? We'll talk about that later. Xiaowu, can you contact your mother? Dailong was very satisfied with what Xiaowu and Xiaobai said, but he wouldn't do that unless he really couldn't find any other 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Yes, I can find my mother. Should we go find her now? Xiaowu said excitedly upon hearing this that she also missed her mother. Moreover, she knew very well that her mother must have been very anxious after discovering that she, Daming, and Erming were not in the Stardow Great Forest. She also wanted to find her mother as soon as possible to put her mind at ease. Chapter 157 Tangsan and Yu Xiaoging's desperate situation. It's been another year since the last time. Congratulations to the bloodthirsty dragon for achieving 100 consecutive victories, completing the trial of the Hell Slaughter Arena, and obtaining the title of God of Slaughter. After Tang San achieved a 100-game winning streak, Yu Xiaoging also achieved a 100-game winning streak. It's really finished. Too powerful. Yesterday, Thousand Hands Asura achieved a 100-game winning streak, and the bloodthirsty evil dragon will soon follow suit. These two people are truly terrifying. Yes, I didn't expect that two people in the Hell Slaughter Arena would achieve a 100-game winning streak and earn the title of God of Slaughter. They both rejected the King of Slaughter. Could it be that they're really going to brave the path of hell to leave Slaughter City? I think so. I really don't understand. What's wrong with the killing capital? Why leave? Yes, the killing city is practically a paradise for us fallen ones. Once we're outside, we have to be careful of the spirit hall. If we're lucky, we'll be sent back. If we're unlucky, we'll be killed. Are you stupid? They've already achieved a 100-game winning streak. Why are they still so afraid of the spirit hall? Yeah, I'm so envious of them. In the audience, after seeing Yu Xiaoging's victory, the audience members began to whisper among themselves. Although Yu Xiaoging couldn't hear what they were saying from up there, the feeling of being the center of attention still made him feel extremely pleased. Yu Xiaoging has finally gained recognition from others through his own abilities. This feeling is just amazing. Yu Xiaoging now feels that as long as he gains strength, suffering a little is really nothing. Moreover, the more suffering he endured, the closer he became to Luo Sanpao, and the more he was able to bring out Luo Sanpao's abilities. He is now eager to leave the killing city and explore more of Luo Sanpao's potential. Keep in mind that, up until now, he is only a level 30 Great Soul Master, and he is still a 2-ring Great Soul Master who has not yet absorbed his 3rd soul ring. Furthermore, he was unable to use his 1st and 2nd soul skills within the City of Slaughter. He doesn't even know if his soul skill has changed. After all, his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, has already evolved, so his soul skills should have evolved as well. Therefore, Yu Xiaoging was eager to leave the City of Slaughter to absorb a soul ring and see what level he had reached. Then we'll try to explore more possibilities for using Luo Sanpao. In the City of Slaughter, Luo Sanpao fights based on instinct and hasn't used any soul skills yet. Congratulations, bloodthirsty evil dragon. Are you interested in staying here to help me manage the City of Slaughter? The King of Slaughter, who had initially wanted to invite Dylan to stay, has reappeared and extended an invitation to Yu Xiaoging as well. After finishing speaking, the King of Slaughter glanced at Tang San. He had invited Tang San before, but Tang San had declined. Your Excellency, King of Slaughter, I appreciate your invitation, but I decline. Yu Xiaoging, who had long been eager to leave the City of Slaughter, naturally refused, just like Tang San. So, you're going to brave the road to hell together. The King of Slaughter looked rather grim, but he had no choice but to follow the rules. Yes, we choose the path to hell. Tang San then jumped onto the Hell Slaughter arena. Then I, the king, will open the path to hell for you. The king of slaughter continued to follow the rules, helping Tang San and Yu Shaogang embark on the path to hell. The audience members present were once again sacrificed to open the path to hell. Soon, Tang San and Yu Shaogang entered the road to hell together. With Tang San by their side, and Yu Shaogang's Luo Sanpao, the two of them, despite experiencing a difficult battle on the road to hell, finally succeeded in passing through it. That 10-headed fiery sun serpent is gone. Is it that dragon fist again? Although he successfully passed the test, Tang San was not too happy, because he had originally planned to hunt down the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent is a valuable item. He knew that Fatty Ma Hongjun was dead, so Ma Hongjun was no longer needed, but he could use it himself. It's gone now. Without any doubt, Tang San immediately blamed Dilong for the murder. Anyway, nowadays, whenever something changes, he blames it on Dylan. 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Is it a very powerful soul beast? Yu Shaogang became curious. It's nothing. Since he's gone, it's no longer important. Teacher, let's go outside. Tang San shook his head without offering any further explanation. Getting out of there was the most important thing right now. Good. Yu Shaogang nodded. Then he and Tang San rode on Luo Sanpao's back, and Luo Sanpao carried them away from the exit of the road to hell. As they passed through the exit, both of them received a brand on their bodies. That was the mark of the God of Slaughter domain, signifying that the two had successfully obtained the God of Slaughter domain after traversing the path of hell. Swish tilde. Tang San and Yu Shaogang quickly disappeared from the exit of the hell road and were then teleported to the outside world. Ha ha ha. Remnants of the Haoshan sect, we've finally waited for you. Just as Tang San and Yu Shao came out, a burst of laughter came from outside. Tang San's expression immediately changed. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a group of Spirit Hall personnel were already waiting for him and Yu Shaogang outside. Moreover, all the people who came were powerful, one of whom was even the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji. The Pope himself actually went to such lengths. Chihiro, it's you. When Yu Shaogang saw Qian Zunji, his face was filled with anger. If Qian Zunji hadn't sent him to the city of slaughter, he wouldn't have continued to suffer the pain of being sodomized. Yu Shaogang, I never imagined that a piece of trash like you would actually have a day when you could turn things around. Unfortunately, your luck ends today. Qian Zunji looked at Yu Shaogang, who had changed completely, and gave a faint, cold laugh. He was genuinely surprised by Yu Shaogang's rise to power, which intensified his murderous intent. Not only Tang San, but Yu Shaogang can't be allowed to live either. Then Qian Zunji looked at Tang San. This genius, as mentioned by Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, is like Bibi Dong, possessing innate full soul power and twin martial souls. Most importantly, he is a remnant of the Haoshan sect. Such a genius should definitely not be allowed to live. So Chihiro came in person. Besides himself, he also brought two elders, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, plus a team of soul saints. He believed that with this setup, Tang San and Yu Shaogang were already being given a lot of credit, and it was impossible for them to fail. No matter how talented Tang San is, he hasn't fully matured yet. Chapter 158 Tang San's Unwillingness. Tang San, you remnant of the Clear Sky sect, you must die here today. The Spirit Hall cannot keep you here. Thinking of this, Qian Zunji coldly pronounced his judgment on Tang San. Are all people from the Spirit Hall this shameless? The Pope, a man of great stature, actually brought so many people to kill a mere soul king. Upon hearing Qian Zunji's words, Tang San retorted with a grim expression. At this moment, Tang San's face was indeed very unpleasant. He really did not expect that the Spirit Hall would be so shameless as to ambush him here. We, the Spirit Hall, will definitely take care of fallen individuals like you. Although your cultivation levels are not high, you are all people who have come out of the city of slaughter, so it is not too much to take you seriously. Chihiro said shamelessly. He then decided not to argue any further, as there was no point in saying more. His behavior was indeed a case of the strong bullying the weak and the many bullying the few. But so what? Just as he said, neither Tang San nor Yu Shaogang can be kept alive. Elders, let's begin. Then Qian Zunji gave instructions to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Yes, Your Holiness. Leave it to us. Upon hearing Qian Zunji's words, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo immediately stepped forward. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, the two summoned their martial souls, and powerful soul pressure instantly erupted from their bodies, shocking Tang San and Yu Shaogang. Snort. Yu Shaogang immediately let out a muffled groan, his face turning deathly pale. The soul pressure from two tidal douluos was something a mere great soul master like him couldn't withstand. Even though he dominated the killing city and achieved a 100-game winning streak, he was still a nobody for the time being after he left. Hateful. Tang San was also suffering. However, he still managed to summon his martial soul in time and withstand the soul pressure from Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Teacher, we need to fight this hard. At the same time, Tang San said to Yu Shaogang with a grim expression. I understand, but, Yu Shaogang nodded. Of course he knew they had to fight to the death, but no matter how hard they fought, judging from the current situation, they didn't have much chance of escaping, right? Yu Shaogang felt bitter. He really didn't expect that he would be blocked by the Spirit Hall people as soon as he left the City of Slaughter, before he could carefully study Luo Sanpao's abilities or absorb more spirit rings. Moreover, it was Pope Qinzunji himself who led the blockade. Even if his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, becomes powerful after its evolution, it still wouldn't be a match for a titled douluo. Not to mention that there are now 3 titled douluos from the Spirit Hall standing in front of him. In addition to them, the other people brought by the Spirit Hall are all powerful figures. Yu Shaogang is not confident that he can defeat any one of them. Ring detonation. Thud. Tang San ignored Yu Shaogang and immediately summoned all of his spirit rings to explode after he finished speaking. Without any hesitation, he chose to blow them all up. Because with his current cultivation level, destroying 1 or 2 spirit rings would be useless, and even destroying them all might not be effective. Boom. After all 5 spirit rings on Tang San's body exploded, they quickly condensed into a golden spirit ring that appeared behind Tang San. Tang San's aura surged dramatically, actually repelling the soul pressure from Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. You can even detonate rings. Then you're even more untouchable. After seeing Tang San use the exploding ring, Qian Zunji's killing intent intensified. Luo Sanpao. When Yu Shaogang saw Tang San unleash his power, even though he wasn't strong enough, he still summoned Luo Sanpao. Roar tilde. A bloodthirsty evil dragon, several meters long, was summoned. It really is a martial soul true form. You piece of trash, you can't be allowed to live. Qian Zunji was filled with killing intent when he saw Luo Sanpao, who was summoned by Yu Shaogang. The 2 people in front of him gave him a strange sense of crisis. It's as if as long as these 2 people grow up, they will definitely pose a threat to the Spirit Hall. Tang San could accept it, but he didn't expect that Yu Shaogang could also bring him this sense of crisis. 9th soul skill. Chrysanthemums wither, wounds cover the ground, fallen flowers break the heart. Chrysanthemum Douluo was also shocked by the potential shown by Tang San and Yu Shaogang, and then he directly used his 9th soul skill to attack Tang San and Yu Shaogang at the same time. Others don't know. Upon hearing Chrysanthemum Douluo's soul skill, Yu Shaogang felt a strong killing intent welling up inside him, and he wanted to kill Chrysanthemum Douluo. He really disliked Chrysanthemum Douluo's 9th soul skill. It will remind him of many hurtful scenes. The Great Sumeru Hammer. Boom. Seeing this, Tang San quickly swung his clear sky hammer to meet Chrysanthemum Douluo's attack. Roar. Luo Sanpao, summoned by Yu Shaogang, was not idle either. He soared up and tried to attack the enemy with his own body. Puff 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 tilde tilde tilde. However, it performed very well in the City of Slaughter. But it was no match for Chrysanthemum Douluo's 9th soul skill. Its huge body was soon covered with sharp chrysanthemum petals. Thud. Then it was Tang San's turn. He was also sent flying by Ghost Douluo, who had attacked at some unknown time. The ring exploding technique is indeed a divine skill, very impressive. However, it also depends on who performs the action. Tang San is currently only a soul king, and the highest quality of the soul ring he can break is only a 10,000-year soul ring. What about the others? They're all 1,000-year-old soul rings. Even if they explode, how much energy can they unleash? Therefore, even if Tang San's rings exploded, he was still no match for a title douluo. Thud, thud. Soon, Tang San's figure fell to the ground. Luo Sanpao was quickly defeated by Zhu Douluo. Yu Xiaoging, suffering a backlash, also coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Hateful. Damn it. Tang San and Yu Xiaoging were both filled with resentment. You all deserve to die. Tang San struggled to his feet, his eyes flashing with golden light. He knew that if he didn't use his trump card, which he had been hiding, he would never have another chance to use it. Actually, after traveling back in time, compared to Dai Mubai and others, he actually had an extra trump card. That means he retained a trace of divine power, probably because he inherited the power of the Asura god, who was at the level of a god king. In short, he definitely had one more trump card than the other members of the Shrek Seven Devils, and he had always kept it well hidden. He wouldn't have used this trump card if things hadn't come to this point. Because after he used them all, he really had no more cards left to play. But now, he knows he has no choice but to use it. Because without waiting for a word, he and Yu Xiaoging were going to be killed together. Boom! After igniting that divine consciousness, golden flames burned on Tang San's body. Chapter 159 The Death of Qian Zunji. Boom! Instantly, an immense and unparalleled power erupted from Tang San's body. Bang! Bang! Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were instantly sent flying. Qian Zunji was forced to retreat several steps, while the Soul Saints retreated even further. How is this possible? Qian Zunji stared in disbelief at Tang San, whose body was engulfed in golden flames. He couldn't believe that Tang San, a mere soul king, could unleash such terrifying power. What is this, mistress? Yu Xiaoging was also stunned, but he was more surprised than surprised. If Tang San is this strong, then there is hope for him. Qian Zunji, it was you who threw my master into the city of slaughter, causing him endless torment. Die. After Tang San erupted, he suddenly looked at Qian Zunji. Blue-silver entanglement. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. Then Tang San stretched out his right hand towards Qian Zunji, and instantly a large number of blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground and swept towards Qian Zunji. At this moment, the blue-silver grass summoned by Tang San was also shimmering with golden light. Before Qian Zunji could react, he was entangled by the golden and blue-silver grass. This is impossible. Qian Zunji struggled with all his might, only to find that even with his cultivation level, he was unable to break free, leaving him utterly shocked. Pope. When Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo saw that Qian Zunji had been controlled, they both exclaimed in surprise. Soul Fusion Skill. Polar Stillness Domain. Then they immediately unleashed their martial soul fusion technique in an attempt to rescue Qian Zunji. Buzz. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo quickly unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, which was applied to Tang San, freezing the space around him. Thud. However, Tang San only glanced back at Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo before the static domain was broken. PFF tilde. PFF tilde. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo immediately suffered a backlash, vomiting blood and flying backward. The Great Sumeru Hammer. After severely injuring Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Tang San took out his clear sky hammer and smashed it hard at Qian Zunji. No, stop. Qinzun's pupils widened, and she exclaimed in surprise. He continued to struggle, but Tang San's control over the blue-silver grass was too strong, and he simply couldn't break free. Qian Zunji was terrified. He never expected that Tang San could unleash such terrifying power. Even if his father came, he wouldn't be able to control him so easily. Die. Tang San's expression was cold. His only remaining wisp of divine consciousness was his ultimate trump card, but now he was forced to use it by Qian Zunji. How could he let Qian Zunji go? This was a wisp of his divine consciousness at the God King level, and it was all consumed by Qian Zunji. Thud. Tang San's clear sky hammer struck Qian Zunji precisely. Qian Zunji's body was like a ball, instantly smashed away by Tang San. PFF tilde. As he was thrown back, Qian Zunji spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted before even hitting the ground. After igniting the divine consciousness of the God King, Tang San's strength was terrifying. Tang San never expected that his divine sense would be consumed here. If he had known earlier, he would have gone with his great-grandfather to the spirit hall and used it. In that case, his great-grandfather Tang Chen wouldn't have had to die. Unfortunately, it's too late for him to regret it now. He can only take advantage of this opportunity to use his divine sense to kill Qian Zunji and get back the interest from the spirit hall first. Thud. Qian Zunji, severely injured and unconscious, fell right in front of Yu Shaogang. Qian Zunji, you deserve to die. Luo Sanpao, swallow him whole. When Yu Shaogang saw Qian Zunji collapse in front of him, his eyes were filled with hatred, and he immediately summoned Luo Sanpao again. Luo Sanpao had just been defeated, and when it was summoned again, it was clearly listless and in very poor condition. But when it saw Chihiro, its eyes lit up immediately. Roar tilde. After roaring, Luo Sanpao stepped forward and swallowed the unconscious Qian Zunji. Click tilde. Click tilde. After being bitten and chewed a few times by Luo Sanpao, Qian Zunji was swallowed whole with a gulp. Pope. No. Chrysanthemum douluo, Ghost douluo, and the Soul Saints were all shocked to see their Pope being devoured by Luo Sanpao. They couldn't believe that their Pope had died like this. First, he was inexplicably controlled and knocked unconscious by Tang San, and then he was devoured by the martial soul summoned by Yu Shaogang. This death was too hasty and too pathetic. And you all, die too. Tang San quickly focused his attention on those people, and with a wave of his hand, he once again condensed a large amount of blue-silver grass and attacked them. Puff 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 tilde tilde tilde. Apart from Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo, the dozen or so soul saints in that group were all pierced and strangled by the blue-silver grass and killed on the spot. Old Ghost, I'm leaving now. Run. Upon seeing this, Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo were terrified. After exchanging a glance, they both retreated rapidly. Tang San glanced at it but did not give chase. This is a good opportunity for them to take back the news that Qian Zunji was killed by them, so that the Spirit Hall will know who killed their Pope. This also serves as a warning to the Spirit Hall that they too have trump cards up their sleeves. Of course, after he finished using it this time, he would no longer have any spiritual sense left to use. But the Spirit Hall doesn't know that. Teacher, let's go quickly. Tang San turned to look at Yu Shaogang and quickly said. He didn't know if anyone was still chasing him, so getting out of there was the most important thing. Okay, let's go, mistress. Yu Shaogang nodded repeatedly. Swish tilde. Tang San then quickly left the spot with Yu Shaogang. However, Yu Shaogang, who was taken away by Tang San, was in a strange state, and inexplicable changes occurred in his body. That's because after Luo Sanpao devoured Qian Zunji's corpse, he entered the evolution process once again. Yu Shaogang was also affected as a result. Teacher's martial spirit has actually evolved again. Tang San understood immediately and felt happy for Yu Shaogang. Soon, Tang San brought Yu Shaogang to a sufficiently secluded place before landing. Upon landing, Tang San staggered. He is currently in a very weak state, his divine sense is exhausted, and he is also experiencing the aftereffects of the exploding ring. Hateful. Tang San himself did not expect the aftereffects to be so severe. He suddenly blacked out and fainted. The mistress. Upon seeing this, Yu Shaogang was immediately alarmed and quickly checked on Tang San's condition. Yu Shaogang breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that Tang San had only fainted. Roar tilde. The next second, Luo Sanpao appeared with a burning gaze. Chapter 160 Tang San suffers a blow from Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao. When Yu Shaogang turned around and saw Luo Sanpao's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well what Luo Sanpao meant by that look in his eyes every time he took the initiative to appear. Yu Shaogang noticed that Luo Sanpao had grown even larger. Its scales were also brighter and shinier, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary creature. Yu Xiaogang should have been happy about these changes in Luo Sanpao. But while he was happy, he also felt a strange sense of fear. Because once Luo Sanpao becomes stronger, he will have to endure even more hardship and toil. Before Yu Xiaogang lost consciousness, he saw Luo Sanpao actually extend his claws towards Tang San next to him. Don't want. Yu Xiaogang only had time to cry out in alarm before he completely lost consciousness. In his final moments before losing consciousness, he desperately hoped that Luo Sanpao would heed his advice and not lay a hand on Tang San. Otherwise, he would really be letting Tang San down. He always remembered Tang San's kindness to him. If it weren't for Tang San, he would have died in the city of slaughter long ago, and there would have been no glory for him later. He was able to evolve his martial soul, break through the shackles to upgrade to Soul Master, and pass the trials of the city of slaughter to obtain the God of Slaughter domain. All of this was brought to him by Tang San. Even now, the reason he was able to escape from Qian Zunji's clutches was because Tang San saved him. So before he lost consciousness, he was genuinely afraid that Luo Sanpao had really done something excessive to Tang San. After Tang San was awakened, he thought he was dreaming, and it was an extremely terrible nightmare. But Tang San soon realized that he wasn't dreaming, everything was actually happening. Teacher, teacher, teacher. Tang San kept calling out to Yu Xiaogang, hoping that Yu Xiaogang could wake up and then take back his martial soul. But no matter how Tang San called out to Yu Xiaogang, he didn't wake up. Tang San's voice became hoarse, but Yu Xiaogang still didn't wake up. Finally, 2 lines of clear tears streamed down Tang San's face. He never imagined that such a cruel and inhumane thing would happen to him. I am Tang San, the God King. If he had known this would happen, he would never have told Tang San about Luo Sanpao's evolution method. If Luo Sanpao hadn't evolved, he wouldn't have turned out like this. He now finally understood why Yu Xiaogang often looked so dejected when he saw him. It turns out that Yu Xiaogang had suffered Luo Sanpao's torment even earlier than him. Tang San was filled with hatred. If he weren't currently in a weakened state, he would definitely have killed Luo Sanpao. But unfortunately, this happened during his period of weakness. Now, after burning his divine sense and using the exploding ring, he truly has no ability to fight and can only be forced to accept Luo Sanpao's closeness. I'm sorry, mistress. It's because the teacher failed to keep an eye on Luo Sanpao that you suffered. When Yu Xiaogang woke up, he saw Tang San looking disheveled and immediately apologized to him with a guilty expression. Teacher. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang, whose face was full of guilt, and his expression was extremely ugly. Tang San now truly regrets saving Yu Xiaogang in the city of slaughter. If he hadn't saved Yu Xiaogang, he wouldn't be in this predicament today. Teacher, I really regret saving you. I never thought you couldn't even control your own martial spirit. After Tang San's expression changed several times, he still couldn't help but criticize Yu Xiaogang. He didn't suspect that Yu Xiaogang did it on purpose, because he had seen what Yu Xiaogang looked like when he was unconscious. He just hated Yu Xiaogang for being so incompetent, unable to even control his own martial spirit. I'm so sorry, mistress. Yu Xiaogang could only apologize repeatedly with a face full of guilt. So, when did this happen, and why did Luo Sanpao do this? Tang San took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and then asked Yu Xiaogang a question. This happened a long time ago, after Luo Sanpao evolved. Perhaps it's so evil because it evolves by devouring. Yu Xiaogang sighed and explained. He didn't say that Luo Sanpao's change might be related to his previous experiences. Yu Xiaogang simply attributed it to Luo Sanpao's evolution. Damn it, if I had known. Tang San was filled with resentment. He regretted not giving Yu Xiaogang the direction for Luo Sanpao's evolution. Teacher, Luo Sanpao showed signs of devouring his master so early on, you should have told me sooner. Such a martial spirit can no longer be kept. Tang San said to Yu Xiaogang with a look of disappointment and frustration. I know that, but without Luo Sanpao, wouldn't I have been unable to leave the city of slaughter? So I have no choice but to rely on it. And since things have already come to this, I'm even less likely to give up on Luo Sanpao. If I lose Luo Sanpao, I'll become a useless piece of trash again. All my previous sacrifices have been in vain. Yu Xiaoging shook his head, answering with a bitter yet resolute tone. Teacher, but you've already left the killing city, haven't you? Teacher, listen to me. This kind of martial spirit that can devour its master really can't be kept. Hearing Yu Xiaoging's answer, Tang San continued to persuade him. Little San, you don't need to persuade me anymore, I will not give up on Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaoging naturally couldn't agree to Tang San's words, even though he knew Tang San was right. Teacher, you have disappointed me so much. I never imagined that you would be this kind of person. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Tang San was heartbroken and utterly disappointed in Yu Xiaoging. This is a despicable person who is willing to fall into depravity for the sake of power. Chapter 161 Xiao Wu's mother. He actually knew that Yu Xiaoging had been forced to sell his buttocks. However, he did not look down on Yu Xiaoging, because he believed that it was not shameful for Yu Xiaoging to sell himself in order to make a living. But now that they've left the city of slaughter, Yu Xiaoging still wants to protect Luo Sanpao. If he doesn't give up this master-devouring martial soul, Tang San won't be able to accept it. In particular, Luo Sanpao's attack on his master not only targeted Yu Xiaoging, but also implicated him. Tang San really wanted to kill Luo Sanpao right away. But Yu Xiaoging was still there, reluctant to part with it. Teacher, you were saved by your own disciple. Without disciples, you would have died long ago in the city of slaughter. They're actually defending a beast that insulted them. You mistress, why can't you understand me? What's wrong with wanting power? Without Luo Sanpao, I'd be back to being that good for nothing again, you know. A useless person looked down upon by everyone. Everyone can look down on me, can laugh at me. I don't want to turn back into that useless piece of trash. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Seeing the disappointment in Tang San's eyes, Yu Xiaoging, not wanting to be misunderstood, immediately stood up and excitedly defended himself. Quote. Tang San was stunned for a moment by Yu Xiaoging's hysterical outburst. After a moment of silence, Tang San spoke in a low voice. Teacher, I know you crave power, but there are many ways to obtain power. We can't have a martial soul like Luo Sanpao that devours its master. Then tell me, what other options do I have? Do you think I want to be humiliated by my own martial spirit? I just had no other choice. Aren't you a reborn God King? Then tell me, what other ways can I become stronger now? Yu Xiaoging didn't say anything else, he just asked Tang San if he could make him stronger. Quote. Tang San was silenced once again. If he were still the God King, he would have plenty of ways to make Yu Xiaoging stronger. But right now, he can't even become stronger quickly himself, let alone help Yu Xiaoging. However, he could not forgive Luo Sanpao for humiliating him in that way, and he was unwilling to continue associating with Yu Xiaoging. He feared that once he regained his strength, he would be unable to resist crippling Luo Sanpao and turning against Yu Xiaoging. You can leave now. From today onwards, you are no longer my teacher. Tang San didn't say anything more. Yu Xiaoging's expression changed several times, but in the end he didn't say anything more and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Yu Xiao paused for a moment. Xiao San, no matter what, I still want to thank you for taking care of me these past 2 years. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me anytime. After saying that, Yu Xiaoging left without lingering. Starry Sky Forest, Lake of Life. Xiao Wu's mother, Aru, returned to this place once again. Looking at the familiar surroundings, she saw that Daming, Ming, and Xiao Wu were not there as she had hoped. Daming, Ming, and Xiao Wu, where did you all go? Aru was filled with worry and unease. She had already returned once before, and at that time she discovered that Xiao Wu and the others were gone. Aru waited for many days before finally leaving because she had no other choice. She came back this time to see if Xiao Wu and the others had returned. The result terrified her even more. When she returned this time, Xiao Wu and the others were not there. Aru understood that something must have happened to Xiao Wu and the others. Otherwise, they would never have left the center of the Stardow Great Forest and never returned. Xiao Wu, you'll all be alright. All she can do now is pray that Xiao Wu and the others have simply had an accident and left, and that nothing else bad has happened. Aru, filled with worry, prepared to leave. That is. However, before leaving, Aru immediately noticed a mark left on a tree that looked very much like the one left by Xiao Wu. Thank goodness, Xiao Wu is alright. Not long after, based on the traces left by Xiao Wu, Aru finally found the information left by Xiao Wu and learned that Xiao Wu was still alive. In the far north. Xiao Wu, wait for mommy, mommy is coming to find you. Knowing where Xiao Wu was, Aru didn't linger for a moment and headed straight for the far north. Although she didn't know why Xiao Wu went there, or where Daming and Erming had gone. But all she needed to know was that Xiao Wu was there, and to tell her to go find her was enough. Aru had no idea that she had been betrayed by her own daughter. Although Xiao Wu meant well. And she didn't know that Xiao Wu had also transformed into a human, and had entered maturity in just a few years, and had now broken through to the Soul Saint level. His soul power level was higher than hers. If Aru knew, she would be absolutely shocked. A month later, Aru finally arrived at the far north and found something at the location marked by Xiao Wu. A conch shell that can be blown. This must be something from across the ocean, right? How did Xiao Wu get this? While surprised, Aru put the conch shell to her mouth and blew on it. Buzz. After blowing the conch shell, Aru heard a very deep voice in her ear. If you didn't listen carefully, you would think you had misheard. If I blow this, will Xiao Wu really be able to hear it? Aru couldn't help but start to have some doubts. However, she could only choose to trust her daughter, wait in place, and occasionally blow the conch shell in her hand. Roar. She didn't know how much time had passed when Aru heard a dragon's roar and immediately looked up at the sky. A huge golden dragon soared down from the sky and descended in her direction. It's that dragon fist douluo. Aru's expression changed the moment she saw the golden dragon soul. Tilong is so famous now that even Aru knows his name and his publicly available information. So she recognized him at a glance as Tilong. Has my identity been discovered? Aru's first thought was that her true form had been seen through, but that shouldn't be the case, since she had already entered maturity. Even a titled douluo shouldn't be able to see through her true form. Run. Although she didn't know why Tilong was there and heading towards her location, Aru immediately chose to run away. If the other person doesn't see through your true identity, then they won't pursue you. Conversely, if the other party chases after you, it means they've seen through your identity. Whoosh. Aru used her teleportation skill and her figure flashed away. Mother. It's me, Xiao Wu. But Aru had only teleported a few times when she heard a girl's voice coming from the air, which made her stop running in disbelief. Chapter 162 Xiao Wu and Aru. Xiao Wu. Aru turned around in shock and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, above the golden dragon soul, she saw the figure of a girl. Although she had never seen what Xiao Wu looked like in her human form, Aru instinctively felt a sense of familiarity with her as soon as she saw her. The way the other person addressed her, and the fact that they appeared when she blew on the conch shell, made Aru instantly understand. That's Xiao Wu. His own daughter has also transformed into a human. So Aru stopped running away and watched as Dailong landed in front of her with Xiao Wu. Mother. After landing, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Aru excitedly. Aru opened her arms and hugged Xiao Wu tightly. Are you really my daughter, Xiao Wu? Holding Xiao Wu in her arms, Aru could hardly believe it. It's me, Mom. It's me, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Buzz tilde. Then Xiao Wu summoned her martial soul. Upon seeing the martial spirit summoned by Xiao Wu, Aru immediately became 100% certain that the girl in front of her was indeed her daughter. Xiao Wu, what exactly happened? Aru immediately asked Xiao Wu curiously. She was really surprised. She never expected that Xiao Wu would also transform into a human, and that she would reach maturity in just a few years. Even she couldn't tell what Xiao Wu's soul power level was at this time. Mother. Xiao Wu opened her mouth. She had a lot to say, but after opening her mouth, she found that she didn't know where to start. Mom, this is Dragon Fist douluo. he's my master now. After a brief moment of silence, Xiaowu decided to first introduce Dilong to her mother. Owner. Aru paused for a moment upon hearing this, not entirely surprised. Xiaowu was with Dilong and hadn't been hunted down, so it was easy to guess that Xiaowu had been subdued by Dilong. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. I'm glad Xiaowu is alright, but she has come to recognize a human as her master. Even if this human is very strong, it doesn't change the fact that Xiaowu has been subdued. To put it bluntly, she is someone else's pet. Dragon Fist douluo, thank you for taking care of my daughter. Even so, Aru still spoke to Dilong, expressing her gratitude. It's not that she's grateful to Dylan for taking care of her, what she really wants is for Dylan not to kill Xiaowu. You're welcome, I still really like Xiaowu. Dylan said with a smile, you two haven't seen each other for so long, you two have a good chat, I won't disturb you. After Dylan finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared, leaving enough space for Aru and Xiaowu. Xiaowu, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Where are Daming and Erming? Seeing Dylan leave, Aru immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked Xiaowu for answers. Mom, Daming and Erming. When Daming and Erming were mentioned, Xiaowu's expression inevitably became somber. However, Xiaowu still told Aru everything. After hearing Xiaowu's words, Aru's expression changed repeatedly. She really didn't expect that after she transformed into human form and entered the human world, Xiaowu and the others would encounter such a serious thing. Daming and Erming were killed by Dilong. Then Xiaowu actually chose to follow Dilong, just so that Dilong could help Daming and Erming be resurrected in the future. He killed both the Ming emperors, can you still trust someone like that? Aru doesn't believe Dylan. Mom, I believe him. He can definitely do it. Mom, you have no idea how amazing he is. Xiaowu hurriedly spoke up, and then revealed that Dilong possessed twin martial souls, saying that Dilong truly had a good chance of breaking through to the god level. Aru then realized that Dylan, who held the title of One Punch douluo, actually possessed twin martial souls. No wonder Dilong, who had only recently become a title douluo, broke through to level 96 and even killed Tang Chen. Now that she knew that Dylan possessed twin martial souls, she felt that this made sense. Then Xiaowu talked about many things about Dylan. Aru then realized just how terrifying Dylan really was. Xiaowu, so you called your mother over so she could help him too. After understanding the situation, Aru looked at Xiaowu with a complicated expression and asked her a question. That's right, Mom. I believe he will definitely ascend to the god realm in the future, and I will go up with him. This is a really great opportunity, so I don't want Mom to miss it. The chance of encountering a human who can become a god is extremely low. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaowu excitedly said to her mother. If he is really as outstanding as you say, then this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aru spoke slowly, putting aside the fact that her daughter was taken in as a pet by Dilong, and that Daming and Erming were killed, just based on the strength and potential that Dilong has shown. Aru has to admit that Xiaowu is right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially for these 100,000-year-old soul beasts. If a 100,000-year-old soul beast is willing to sacrifice itself for such a human, then it will be a win-win situation for both the 100,000-year-old soul beast and the human. So, Mom, you're agreeing. Xiaowu cheered upon hearing her mother's words. As long as what you're saying is true, Mom has no reason to give up this opportunity. Aru sighed, implicitly admitting it. She didn't really care about the opportunity, she just wanted to stand with her daughter. And in this situation, is she really in control of her own destiny? She's already come all this way, and she's so weak in front of Dylan, so what other choice does she have? She suspected that if she dared to refuse, Dylan would turn around and kill her. If Xiaowu gets angry, he might turn around and kill Xiaowu as well. They've now collected 2 100,000-year soul rings. So whether she was forced or genuinely willing, Aru knew she couldn't leave. She had no choice but to agree to Xiaowu's request. Hee, I knew Mom would agree. Xiaowu didn't know what Aru was thinking, but compared to Aru, she was indeed more worried. Now, can you tell Mom why your level increased so quickly? What is your current cultivation level? Aru stopped talking about following Dylan and instead inquired about Xiaowu's situation. She still doesn't know how Xiaowu improved so quickly. Mom, it's like this. Xiaowu blushed slightly before telling her mother, Aru, the truth. Quote. Xiaowu's mother then realized that her daughter had been rapidly increasing her soul power level in this way. It's not just become someone's pet, it's also a bed warmer pet. Chapter 163 Aru's joining. However, Aru did not expect that there was such a shortcut for a 100,000-year-old soul beast to transform and rebuild its cultivation. However, this shortcut is simply not feasible under normal circumstances. Because this kind of dual cultivation requires finding a human with powerful cultivation, but a newly transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast is easily exposed in front of such a powerful being. Not to mention someone like Xiaowu, who encountered a title douluo, and a top-tier one at that. This is equivalent to Dylan training Xiaowu and actively letting her take this shortcut. Other 100,000-year-old soul beasts couldn't imitate them at all. So, would you rather your mother follow him like you, or choose to be sacrificed to him? After Aru had processed what Xiaowu had said, she finally asked a question. Well, it depends on which one you prefer, Mom. But even if it's a sacrifice, it'll only be needed when Master really can't find any other 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Until then, Mom and I can just stay by Master's side. With Master's help, Mom can improve even faster. Xiaowu answered immediately. She summoned her mother not so that she could immediately offer her as a sacrifice to Dylan. Even if a sacrifice is ultimately required, there is no rush. And so, Xiaowu's mother, Aru, successfully joined Dilong's team. However, the biggest benefit of becoming a member of Dylan's team for Dylan was to provide him with happiness. This will prevent Dylan from finding the 100,000-year-old soul beast too tedious and boring. Aru did not resist this. After all, she was still a spirit beast in her book, so she didn't mind providing pleasure to her master. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, since she, like Xiaowu, chose to acknowledge Dilong as her master, it is only right that she provides Dilong with pleasure. Let's go back a month. After successfully escaping, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo quickly returned to the spirit hall. They returned to the spirit hall in fear and anxiety, because they didn't know how to explain Qian Zunji's death to the Grand Elder. They never imagined that a task that should have been simple, helping the Pope deal with two nobodies, would lead to such serious consequences. Pope Qian Zunji was actually killed. That group of soul saints was also killed, leaving only the two of them to escape. Moreover, they couldn't even bring back Pope Qian Zunji's body, because Qian Zunji was directly devoured by Yu Xiaoging's martial spirit. Great Master, something's happened. His Holiness the Pope is dead. However, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo still managed to return to the spirit hall and report the news to Qian Dalu immediately. What did you say? My son is dead. Boom. A terrifying soul pressure erupted from Qian Dalu's body in an instant. Qian Dalu never expected that his son, Qian Zunji, would die so suddenly. What exactly happened? Suppressing his rage, Qian Dalu questioned Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Your Excellency, this is what happened. Chrysanthemum Douluo dared not be negligent and hurriedly recounted the whole story with trembling hands. Tang San, a remnant of the Clear Sky sect. And only a soul king at that. First, he used the exploding rings technique, then he used a soul skill that you can't even understand. His whole body was engulfed in golden flames, and then he easily defeated my son. In the end, my son was eaten by the martial spirit of that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaoging. The more Qian Dalu learned, the more shocked and angry he became. He truly hadn't expected that among the remnants of the Clear Sky sect, there would still be someone who could use the exploding ring technique, and that someone with only the cultivation of a soul king could unleash such powerful strength, not only shattering the martial soul fusion technique of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but also defeating Qian Zunji. What he found most unacceptable was the way Qian Zunji died. he was actually devoured by the martial spirit of that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang. He still knew Yu Shaogang. But it is precisely because I know this that I find it even more unacceptable that my son, Qian Zunji, died at the hands of such a useless person. Even if he's no longer a useless person, he's not much better. It is utterly shameful that Chihiro died at the hands of the other party. However, what shocked him the most was Tang San's outburst. In theory, no matter how much a Soul King unleashes his power, he should not be able to defeat a title douluo. Even the legendary skill, Ring Explosion, cannot achieve that. Indeed, Tang San used the exploding rings from the very beginning, but the effect was limited. Therefore, Qian Daoliu couldn't understand what Tang San's subsequent outburst was when even the exploding rings were ineffective. Golden flames. Gold represents godlike power. So, was the power Tang San ultimately used truly god-level power? The ring explosion technique is said to be a divine skill, but it is only comparable to a divine skill, it does not truly possess the power of a god. Therefore, Qian Daoliu suspected that what Tang San ultimately used must have been a divine technique. A remnant of the Haoshan sect. How could he possibly possess such power? Qian Daoliu was puzzled, he couldn't understand how Tang San had done it. He suddenly realized that the world had become somewhat unfamiliar to him. First, there was Dylan, a man with astonishing explosive power. He killed Tang Chen first, and then forced him to not dare to make a move. Now another Tang San has appeared, and he's even more outrageous. With the cultivation level of a Soul King, he defeated his son Qian Zunji, who has the cultivation level of a title douluo. Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo escaped in time, otherwise they would have certainly died at the hands of Tang San. Qian Daoliu was furious and wanted to seek revenge on Tang San. However, he also knew very well that whether or not he could find Tang San was one thing. But after finding Tang San, does he have the strength to kill Tang San? The ability the other party used was clearly at the level of a god. If the other party can still use it, then even if he finds Tang San, he may not be able to avenge his son. On the contrary, he himself might get stuck inside and never come back. Because of this, Qian Daoliu, despite his fury, did not dare to seek revenge on Tang San himself. Because he cannot die yet, he still needs to preside over Qian Runshui's test by the angel god. If Qian Runshui succeeds, he absolutely cannot die. The final 9th trial requires his sacrifice to begin. Even if Qian Runshui fails, there is still Qian Runshui's daughter, Qian Ziyu. In short, all these concerns caused Qian Daoliu great distress, yet he dared not seek revenge on Tang San himself. He could only issue a warrant and a bounty on Tang San through the Spirit Hall, hoping that the huge reward would incite others to deal with Tang San and weaken him. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong only then learned of Qian Zunji's death. Chapter 164 The Enraged Sendoryu. How is that possible? How could father have died? What exactly happened? Qian Runshui naturally couldn't believe it, and only after questioning Qian Daoliu did she learn what had happened. It's actually Tang San. How is this possible? How could Tang San possibly have this kind of strength at this time? Upon learning the truth, Qian Runshui was also stunned and couldn't believe that Tang San was the one who killed her father, Qian Zunji. That's simply impossible. Could it be that Tang San has already regained his divine status and obtained the power of a god in just a few short years since he returned? Xiaoshui, do you know this Tang San? Qian Daoliu, however, sensed something from Qian Runshui's reaction and immediately pressed her for details. Yes, Grandpa, this Tang San actually traveled back from the future. Realizing she had let something slip, Qian Runshui didn't choose to hide it any longer. She trusted her grandfather completely, so she went on to reveal Tang San's true identity. So that's how it is. So that Tang San is the future sea god and Asura god. No wonder he possesses such terrifying strength. Qian Daoliu then understood why Tang San had the ability to kill Qian Zunji. Xiaoshui, how did you know that Tang San traveled back in time? Immediately afterwards, Qian Daoliu followed up with Qian Runshui, asking, could it be that you were also? That's right, Grandpa, actually, like Tang San, I also traveled back from the future. Now that things had come to this point, Qian Runshui naturally wouldn't hide anything from Qian Dalu any longer, and then revealed her own identity. No wonder your father didn't know you existed at first. It turns out you traveled back from the future. Qian Dalu then realized what was happening. Xiaoshui, what exactly happened? Why were you able to travel back from the future? Besides you and Tang San, were there other people who traveled back with you? Qian Dalu then continued to press Qian Runshui for answers, trying to find out what had happened in the future that caused them to travel back in time. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Qian Runshui shook her head before beginning to talk about what she knew. She told everyone what was supposed to happen in the future, everything she knew. She even revealed that her mother was Bibi Dong. If her father, Qian Zunji, were still alive, she wouldn't have told him about this, but now that he's dead, she no longer wants to hide it. No wonder you liked that woman Bibi Dong so much, so she was your mother. Qian Daoliu suddenly realized why Qian Runshui was so close to Bibi Dong, and even willing to sacrifice herself to be bullied by Di Long in order to protect Bibi Dong. If Qian Runshui was trying to protect her mother, then that makes sense. Will you successfully inherit the position of angel god in the future? Qian Daoliu's biggest surprise was learning that Qian Runshui had passed the test of the angel god in the future. Yes, not only me, but my mother also obtained the divine position of the Rakshasa god. Qian Runshui nodded, and then told her about Bibi Dong's breakthrough to the god level. With her talent, it is indeed possible. Your mother's talent is truly remarkable. Qian Daoliu nodded, speaking lightly, but inwardly he was deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, in the following decades, besides her granddaughter Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong also became a deity. How many years has it been since there were any gods in the douluo continent? And then two appeared right away. More importantly, these two deities are a mother and daughter. No, besides Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, there's also Tang San. The future truly is one where, if it doesn't appear, it doesn't happen, but if it does, it's filled with so many gods. However, my mother was eventually killed by Tang San, and my divine status was shattered, resulting in my complete defeat. Although I don't know what happened to the spirit hall in the end, the result probably wasn't good. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I failed to protect the spirit hall. Qian Runshui continued. Qian Daoliu's extreme joy turned into fury in an instant. That Tang San deserves to die. Qian Daoliu was truly enraged. He never expected that Tang San would not only kill his son, but also kill his granddaughter's mother in the future, and even shatter Qian Runshui's divine status. This is equivalent to throwing away all their efforts over the years. And the spirit hall, which he values so much, will ultimately be lost as well. In any case, judging from the information provided by Qian Runshui, he did not believe that the spirit hall could continue to exist after its final defeat. Thinking about this made Qian Daoliu even more upset. He never imagined that after all the hard work he put into cultivating Qian Runshui, who was capable of receiving the angel god's inheritance, he would ultimately suffer a crushing defeat. Not only was Qian Runshui's divine status shattered, but the spirit hall was also destroyed. Besides me and Tang San, although my mother didn't travel back in time, she also gained her memories from after she became a god. So she knew I was her daughter. Then I also discovered that the other Shrek Academy students had traveled back in time. After letting Qian Daoliu digest the information for a while, Qian Runshui continued speaking. Hearing Qian Runshui say this, Qian Daoliu's expression grew even more somber. Qian Runshui had mentioned the Shrek 7 Devils before, but unexpectedly, in addition to Tang San, other members of the Shrek 7 Devils returned. Grandpa, I actually have a guess as to why we traveled back in time. Everything must be related to that bastard Long Quan. Finally, Qian Runshui also revealed her guess. Like Tang San and the others, Qian Runshui also guessed the same thing. When she talked about this with her mother, Bibi Dong, she came to the same conclusion. At this point in time, the only difference between the future they knew and what it was about was Dylan. There's even that bastard's business. Xiaoshui, tell me in detail. Qian Dalu was surprised, not expecting that the matter would involve Dilong. Yes, Grandpa. Qian Runshui didn't hide anything and then told them what she knew. From this perspective, everything seems to be inextricably linked to that dragon fist. Xiaoshui, do you think it's possible that this dragon fist actually traveled back from the future? And even further into the future, to yours? Because in your original memories, there was no such person as Long Quan, he appeared suddenly. And it was because of his appearance that history was changed, which led to the changes that happened to you in the future, forcing you to travel back in time. After listening, Qian Daoliu said, Yes, Grandpa, Mom, and I think so too. Chapter 165 Pope Bibidin. Qian Daoliu has really gotten himself into a mess. I never expected that Tilung would have such a powerful background. No wonder he was able to kill Tang Chen. Xiaoshui, since your father has unfortunately sacrificed himself, then you shall take the position of Pope. After the discussion, Qian Daoliu spoke to Qian Runshui. Grandpa, I don't want to be the Pope. Let Mom continue to be the Pope. Mom can do a great job. She will definitely be able to lead the spirit hall to power, just like in the future. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Qian Runshui quickly shook her head and said, You don't want to be the Pope. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu frowned immediately. Grandpa, Mom can do better than me. Qian Runshui naturally gave her mother the highest recommendation. If it is you, you are my granddaughter, Qian Daoliu's granddaughter, and your identity is convincing. But if the Holy Maiden were to become Pope, her current cultivation level wouldn't be sufficient. Qian Daoliu spoke slowly. Bibi Dong is currently only a sole emperor, and although Qian Runshui is also a sole emperor, the situation is different because Qian Runshui is his granddaughter. Bibi Dong was merely a saintess. As long as Grandpa stands up and agrees, that's enough. Qian Runshui clung to Qian Daoliu's arm and said coquettishly, All right then, let the Holy Maiden take the position of Pope. Qian Daoliu did not object further. After all, she was Qian Runshui's mother, a future goddess destined to become a god, and she was sure to do very well in the future. Losing to Tang San was simply a matter of bad luck. Who would have thought that the Spirit Hall, which possessed two deities, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, would ultimately lose to Tang San? Of course, the most important thing is that Qian Daoliu didn't know that in the original future, Qian Zunji would have died at the hands of Bibi Dong. Qian Runshui naturally wouldn't bring this up, there was no need. So, Xiaoshui, what about you? Are you ready to accept the test of the angel god's inheritance? After discussing the papacy, Qian Daoliu immediately brought up what he cared about most. Qian Runshui's daughter has already been born, and he had been wanting to urge Qian Runshui to have her. I understand, Grandpa. Qian Runshui knew she couldn't avoid it, so she had no choice but to agree. When Qian Daoliu saw Qian Runshui's expression, he knew that Qian Runshui was still unwilling. He had noticed this before, but he didn't understand why Qian Runshui was unwilling. But now, he understands. Since Qian Runshui traveled back from the future and only returned after inheriting the position of the angel god, it proves that Qian Runshui must have known the price of starting the 9th trial of the angel god before she resisted accepting the angel god's inheritance. Having understood this, Qian Daoliu felt both disappointed and gratified. What else could be Qian Runshui's resistance to besides not wanting to see him sacrifice himself? How could Sendo Ryu, who understood this, not be moved and gratified? Xiaoshui, Grandpa's greatest wish is for someone to receive the angel god's legacy and inherit the divine position. So, even if it's just for Grandpa's sake, you have to do your best to finish it. Besides, the current situation leaves you no room for complacency. You don't want to be defeated by that Tang San again, do you? And then there's that dragon fist guy. He might have traveled back from a future much further away than yours. Given his talent, do you think his chances of becoming a god are high? Qian Daoliu earnestly advised Qian Runshui. Grandpa, I understand. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Qian Runshui's expression changed instantly, and she immediately became serious. She had always been unwilling to sacrifice her grandfather, so she hadn't thought about these things. However, after being reminded by Dalu, Qian Runshui quickly realized that reality did not allow her to procrastinate any longer. If she doesn't finish the divine test soon, someone else will. If Dylan becomes a god, she's not actually that worried. At most, she'll just be unable to take revenge. After all, she had given birth to a daughter for him. However, if Tang San were to become a god first, that would be a different story. In the future, Tang San will not tolerate the spirit hall, so he killed her mother and shattered her divine status. If Tang San, who traveled back in time, were to become a god first, he would definitely not tolerate the spirit hall, that is absolutely certain. Since the spirit hall had already destroyed the Clear Sky sect, it was impossible for Tang San not to seek revenge. Good, Xiaoshui, it's good that you understand. Then let's go and receive the inheritance now. When Qian Daoliu saw that Qian Runshui had realized it, he was overjoyed and couldn't wait to take her to receive the inheritance. Grandpa, let Mom be the Pope first. Qian Runshui, however, spoke to Qian Daoliu. To receive the inheritance of the angel god is not something that can be done all at once. One must kneel before the angel god's statue for 108 days to undergo divine testing. Alright, then I'll let the holy maiden assume the position of Pope first. Qian Daoliu immediately agreed. When Bibi Dong received the news, she was initially incredulous, but after confirming the information, she bravely accepted Qian Daoliu's mission. The papacy is nothing to her. What is there that she wouldn't dare to accept? She can find it in the future, and she can find it now too. She just hadn't expected that Qian Zunji would die so hastily. To be more precise, Qian Zunji's death was caused by her. If she hadn't revealed Tang San's secrets, Qian Zunji wouldn't have surrounded Tang San, and wouldn't have been killed by him. What she didn't expect was that after Qian Zunji was defeated by Tang San, he was ultimately killed by Yu Xiaoging. Very good, this can be considered revenge. For you. Bibi Dong then let go of her hatred for Qian Zunji. Since Qian Zunji was dead, what was there left for her to hate? She used to want to help Yu Xiaoging get revenge, but now she doesn't need to anymore. Yu Xiaoging got revenge himself anyway. Bibi Dong was simply surprised that things had turned out this way. However, to be honest, she was happy to see it happen. Qian Zunji is dead, so be it. It saves her the trouble of taking action. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain to Qian Runshui if she had done something to him. Now that Qian Zunji has died at the hands of Yu Xiaoging, that would be perfect. Yu Xiaoging killed Qian Zunji, which can be considered as helping her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to assume the papacy now. Although many people would be dissatisfied with her taking over the papacy given her current level of cultivation. However, she was appointed by Qian Daoliu, so those who disagreed didn't dare to say anything. And so, Qian Runshui began to receive the inheritance of the angel god. Bibi Dong officially became the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The mainland was immediately shaken. No one expected that Qian Zunji would die young and be suddenly murdered. Then Bibidon succeeded to the position of Pope. Chapter 166 Tang San's Regret. Damn it, Bibi Dong has become Pope again. In a corner of the Heaven Do Empire, Tang San was displeased to learn that Bibi Dong had become Pope. Compared to Qian Zunji, he was even less willing to see Bibi Dong become Pope. Because he knew how powerful Bibi Dong was, making Bibi Dong the Pope would only make the Spirit Hall stronger. He now regretted killing Qian Zunji so easily. He should have spared Qian Zunji's life. Fine, if he's dead, he's dead. Qian Zunji deserved to die. The destruction of the Clear Sky sect is a crime deserving of death for everyone in the Spirit Hall. I'll kill Bibi Dong again sooner or later. If I can kill her once, I can kill her a second time. Tang San quickly put aside his displeasure. After all, the facts could not be changed. He couldn't possibly go back in time and let Qian Zunji off the hook, could he? He wanted to, but he didn't know how to time travel. If he really could, he would definitely travel back to the future where his Xiao Wu existed. And Qian Runshui. I never expected that woman would actually travel back in time too. Then Tang San thought of Qian Runshui, and his expression immediately turned ugly. While Bibi Dong worried him, Qian Runshui made him even more wary. Because he knew that Qian Runshui must have traveled back from the future with the Shrek 7 Devils. To be honest, Tang San really didn't expect that, besides the Shrek 7 Devils, there would actually be someone who traveled back from the future. Moreover, this person is Qian Runshui, the Qian Runshui who is outstanding in every aspect. In the future, he was almost killed by Qian Runshui. Although he ultimately defeated Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. But now the situation is different. He no longer has his previous talent, while Qian Runshui is able to obtain the inheritance of the angel god once again. Moreover, there is a high probability that Qian Runshui will still inherit the divine position and break through to the divine level before him. At that time, Qian Runshui will definitely not give him another chance. And Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, I wonder how they are doing now. What worried him even more were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. He only learned that two prodigies, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, had emerged in the previous Soul Master competition after he recovered and returned to the human world. Tang San only then realized that Qian Runshui had also traveled back in time. This caused Tang San, who had originally planned to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to find his companions, to immediately put his plans on hold. Since Qian Runshui has traveled back in time, he has also been exposed. Regardless of whether Qian Runshui was behind Qian Zunji's ambush and assassination attempt, he was exposed after killing Qian Zunji. Then he can't go back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San then carefully gathered information and discovered that, apart from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils did not participate in the Soul Master competition. Furthermore, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing joined the Star Luo Empire team to participate in the competition, rather than with other people. These unusual occurrences all prove that something has happened to the Shrek 7 Devils. Then what worried him the most were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, because the two of them appeared in the final round of the Soul Master competition along with Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui must have discovered them. Tang San wanted to know information about Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, but he found nothing. After the Soul Master competition, the two of them seemed to have disappeared, and no information came out. Therefore, Tang San seriously suspected that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had also gotten into trouble. There's no news from the fat man either. Then Tang San thought of Ma Hongjun. He had brought Ma Hongjun back to the Clear Sky sect before, but later, because of Tang Chen's attack on Dragon Fist Douluo, Tang Chen was killed, and the Clear Sky sect was destroyed due to the Spirit Hall's retaliation. At that time, Ma Hongjun was in the Haoshan sect. The entire Haoshan sect was destroyed, so Ma Hongjun basically had no chance of survival. Tang San was only clinging to a sliver of unrealistic hope that Ma Hongjun might not have been at the Clear Sky sect at the time, thus escaping the calamity. But Tang San also knew that it might just be wishful thinking. The most likely explanation is that Ma Hongjun is already dead. Now that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing have joined the group, Tang San suddenly realized that since returning from his time travel, the luck of the Shrek 7 Devils seems to have gotten worse. They are no longer the glorious Shrek 7 Devils. Therefore, Tang San dared not go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to find Ning Rongrong. Who knows what the situation is like at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School now? Did Qian Runshui already arrange for people to walk into her trap? Just like when he emerged from the City of Slaughter, if he hadn't still retained a wisp of divine consciousness, he would be dead by now. Hateful. The thought of not knowing whether the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils were alive or dead, and that he didn't dare to check on them, filled Tang San with immense frustration. And what worries him most is Xiao Wu. He had previously asked Tang Chen to take him to find Xiao Wu, but at that time neither Xiao Wu nor Daming and Erming were at the Lake of Life. Tang San already had a bad feeling at that time, but he didn't want to admit it and could only think positively that Xiao Wu and the others just happened to have something to do and left. But now that he knows Qian Runshui has also traveled back in time, Tang San has no choice but to think about the worst-case scenario. The reason he couldn't find Xiaowu back then was probably because Qian Runshui had kidnapped Xiaowu and the others beforehand. It's even possible that it has already been. No, it's impossible. Even if something happened to Xiaowu and the others, they couldn't have been killed, they should have been captured. That's right, that's exactly it. After all, Xiaowu and the others have 100,000-year soul rings, and both Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong need them. Tang San quickly shook his head, unwilling to admit that Xiaowu might have been killed. He'd already had enough of that kind of experience, having gone through it once. If I had known I would use up my divine sense, I should have used its power to find Xiaowu as soon as I returned from the journey. At that time, Xiaowu must still be alive. Tang San felt more and more regretful the more he thought about it. Now, all he feels is fear, regret, and hatred. The hatred towards the Spirit Hall stems from their destruction of the Clear Sky sect, and also from the fact that, under Qian Runshui's leadership, they may have already harmed Dai Mubai and the others. Of course, Tang San's killing intent towards Di Long was no less than that towards Qian Runshui. Because his great-grandfather was killed by Ti Lung, and the Haoshan sect was also destroyed by Ti Lung and his men. Strength. I need strength for everything I do now. I must become stronger quickly. If the conventional methods don't work, then I'll have no choice but to take the unorthodox approach. Chapter 167 Ice Emperor. That woman, Bibi Dong, has actually become the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaoging, who had parted ways with Tang San, was also shocked to learn that Bibi Dong had succeeded to the position of Pope. He couldn't understand how the Spirit Hall could allow Bibi Dong, with her cultivation as a soul emperor, to become the Pope. Bibi Dong's talent is indeed very strong, but she is only a soul emperor at the moment. With so many titled douluos in the Spirit Hall, when will it be the turn of a soul emperor to become Pope? It seems that by killing Qian Zunji, I've actually done Bibi Dong a favor. Yu Xiaoging was somewhat displeased. He would be very happy if Bibi Dong were his lover. That's not the problem now. Moreover, after he killed Qian Zunji and Bibi Dong took over the position of Pope, there was even less possibility for him and Bibi Dong to get back together. On the contrary, Bibidin, who ascended to the papacy, would choose to kill him to avenge the previous Pope. Therefore, not only is a relationship between him and Bibi Dong impossible, but they are also destined to be enemies in the future. No, they are enemies now. He is now an evil spirit master, while Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, representing justice. Since you want to be the Pope, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I will definitely destroy the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaoging's eyes flashed with coldness and determination. His current motivation to become stronger was to seek revenge against the Spirit Hall and the Spirit Force. As for Bibi Dong's liking, he admitted that he used to like Bibi Dong very much, but that was because winning her over would bring him an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and also bring him huge benefits. Now that he has found a way to become stronger, he naturally no longer needs to curry favor with Bibi Dong. I want to become stronger quickly, and then take revenge. With this in mind, Yu Xiaoging ignored the outside world and continued to increase his cultivation. After leaving the city of slaughter, he hunted for his third spirit ring. After absorbing the third soul ring, his soul power level directly broke through to level 40. Then Yu Xiaoging absorbed the fourth soul ring, and his soul power level immediately broke through to level 50. Right now, he's preparing to hunt for his fifth spirit ring. I wonder how much my soul power level will break through after absorbing the fifth soul ring. Yu Xiaoging was filled with excitement and anticipation for this. He himself did not expect that his soul power level would increase so quickly after leaving the city of slaughter. However, after thinking about all the soul masters he devoured in the city of slaughter, Yu Xiaoging wasn't surprised. He has devoured nearly 10,000 opponents in the Hell Slaughter arena alone. Among the fallen ones he devoured were soul emperors and soul saints, but he is only a soul king now. Therefore, Yu Xiaoging believes that his current rank does not truly reflect his actual rank. Only by continuing to absorb spirit rings can we truly understand how far his cultivation has progressed. Is he a soul emperor or a soul saint? Or perhaps my true soul power level has already reached the soul douluo level. Yu Shaogang became more and more excited as he thought about it. The far north. Thud. A giant, emerald green scorpion, after taking a punch from Dylan, slammed heavily onto the ice. After such a long search, Dylan finally found the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Damn humans. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion got up and glared angrily at the group of people in front of it. What angered her most was Dylan, the leader of this group. However, Xiaobai also infuriated her. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, why would you help a human against me? You traitor. She was really angry at Xiaobai. All I could sense was the aura of a soul beast emanating from Xiaobai. As for the aura of the soul beasts on Xiaowu and Eru, she couldn't sense it because they had both entered the mature stage. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, right. Not only is Little White a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but so are my mom and me. When Xiaowu saw the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's angry expression, she immediately chuckled and took Aru's arm to introduce her to him. That's right, Xiaowu and I are actually 100,000-year-old soul beasts as well. Aru nodded in agreement. What? You're also 100,000-year-old soul beasts? When Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion heard Xiaowu and Aru's words, he was stunned and looked incredulous. She truly hadn't expected that these two women were also 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The group that surrounded and captured her consisted of 5 people, 3 of whom were 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Why are you helping this human? Are you all seriously ill? The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was furious and questioned Xiaobai and the others again. Faced with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's questioning, Xiaobai and the other 2 were actually a little embarrassed. Their actions do indeed have a sense of betrayal towards their own kind. Zhu Zuqing looked at the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. This 100,000-year-old soul beast is truly pitiful. Why else could it be? Because they are all my women. Dylan smiled faintly and answered the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's question for Xiaobai and the others. How about this? I won't kill you, and I'll give you a chance to become my woman. Dylan then offered his advice to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Pooh, don't even think about it, I'll never be a human woman. You want me to take human form for a human? Don't even think about it. Upon hearing Dylan's words, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion angrily refused. She's not some lowly 100,000-year-old soul beast. Since that's the case, then you can wait to become my spirit ring. Xiaobai, Xiaowu, and Aru, I'm leaving this Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to you. Guys, help me beat her half to death. Dylan shrugged regretfully, then let Xiaobai and the others take action. Yes, Master. Don't worry, Master. Leave it to us. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and the others responded in unison. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. Then, Xiaobai and the other 2 continued their attack on the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. The main attacker was Xiaobai, with Xiaowu and Aru providing support. There's nothing we can do. One of them is a soul saint and the other is a soul emperor. Their cultivation levels are a bit lower, so it's good enough if they can only play a support role. Zhu Zuqing only had the cultivation level of Soul Master, so Dilong didn't even let her go up to help. Moreover, this was done even though the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was already injured. If the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion hadn't been injured, Dylan definitely wouldn't have dared to make this arrangement. If things go wrong, Xiaowu and Eru will be killed by the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. After all, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's cultivation level was far superior to theirs. Before they took human form, they were only 100,000-year-old soul beasts. And what about the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion? She's a 300,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 168 I am willing to submit. Hateful. You are all traitors to the soul beasts. Quote. The severely injured Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, while dealing with the attacks from Xiaobai and the other 2, started cursing at them. She truly felt incredibly frustrated. She wasn't this angry even when she was hunted by humans. So, how about it? Want to consider being my woman? I'll let you go if you agree. Dylan watched from the side, smiling as he tried to persuade the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Don't even think about it, you're dreaming. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion angrily rebuked. Fine, then I'll let Xiaobai and the others beat you until you submit. Dylan chuckled, then stopped trying to persuade them to surrender and instead watched with great interest. 3 beautiful women ganging up on a giant scorpion, that's quite a sight. Master, now that we've found a 100,000-year-old soul beast, why don't we hurry up and kill her to obtain her soul ring? Zhu Zuqing, standing beside Di Long, asked him a question with some confusion. She realized that Dylan didn't really intend to subdue the other party, he must have other motives. After all, that Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was just a big scorpion, not a beauty. No one could guarantee that it would become a great beauty after it transformed. Hee, just watch and enjoy. Dylan smiled but offered no explanation. He didn't kill the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion immediately, definitely because he wanted to lure out the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's good sister, the Snow Emperor. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and the Snow Emperor had a very good relationship, and Dylan wondered if the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion would be unable to resist asking the Snow Emperor for help. Or perhaps the Snow Emperor noticed the commotion and took the initiative to appear and rescue the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. In this way, he would be able to capture both Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts, at the same time. No, they are not just 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion has 300,000 years of cultivation, and the Snow Empress has 600,000 years of cultivation. The two of them far surpass the other 100,000-year-old soul beasts in terms of cultivation. Only the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation level is stronger than theirs. Seeing that Di Long wouldn't say anything, Zhu Zuqing didn't dare to ask any further. After learning that Dylan possessed the talent of twin martial souls, her level of submission increased considerably. She truly hadn't expected that Dylan also possessed twin martial souls, and that his second martial soul had already absorbed 5 100,000-year soul rings. At that time, she began to truly believe that Dylan had the potential to become a god. This talent is already much greater than what she had back then. She can no longer count on Dai Mubai and Tang San. Relying on Di Long, she might actually be able to return to the god realm. Even returning to the divine realm as a member of a deity's family is something to be happy about. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaobai, together with Xiaowu and Eru, continued their beating of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. The heavily injured Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion couldn't even unleash half of its strength. However, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion is still very strong, and its occasional counterattacks are incredibly sharp. Dylan intervened several times, helping Xiaowu and Eru block the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's attacks, otherwise, they might have been severely injured. Hateful, shameless humans. Faced with Dylan's interference, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion could only curse him as shameless. She was supposed to be dealing with Xiaobai and the other two, but she ended up doing it herself, showing no respect for the rules at all. Hateful. Should we ask Sister Shui for help? While dealing with the attacks from Xiaobai and the others, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion secretly hesitated in her heart. She has a very good relationship with Shui Di, and she has a way to summon Shui Di. She was just worried that if the Snow Emperor came, he might not be able to save her, and might even drag the Snow Emperor down with him. Therefore, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion kept hesitating. However, she also knew very well that if she didn't call Shui Di, she would really be doomed. She's already struggling to deal with just Xiaobai and the other two, and if Dailong joins the fight, her chances of survival are slim. Sister Shui, you're all I can rely on now. After hesitating for a long time, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion finally made a decision. She didn't want to die. If Shui Di arrives, it's possible she can be rescued. Even if she and Shui Di couldn't defeat the enemies in front of them, escaping shouldn't be a problem if they joined forces. Even if the Snow Emperor couldn't save her in the end, she believed that with the Snow Emperor's cultivation level, escaping on her own shouldn't be a problem. Bite. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, who had decided to summon the Snow Emperor, inadvertently touched the ice on the ground with her scorpion tail. Buzz. Although it was just a light touch, as insignificant as a dragonfly skimming the water. However, The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion used this method to transmit a message to the underground ice layer of the entire far north, a message that only the Snow Emperor could discover. Have they already called on the Snow Empress for help? Dylan, who had been keeping a close eye on the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, immediately noticed its stealthy movements. There was also that energy fluctuation, though it couldn't be detected through perception. However, Dylan could see it through the evolved eyes of the immortal herb, the autumn water dew. Great! Now we can capture both Hayote and Yukaitaru at the same time. Dylan burst into laughter. Since you are unwilling to submit, then there is no need for me to keep you alive. Boom. After that, Dylan stopped watching the battle and chose to join in. Taking down the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion before the Snow Emperor arrives would be more advantageous for him. Because he didn't know the Snow Empress's strength, and with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion involved, he might not be able to defeat these two 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The demonic Orca Axe. Dylan unleashed a soul bone and soul skill that was 10,000 years old right from the start. There was nothing he could do. After the rings exploded multiple times, Dylan's soul rings were still there, but his soul skills had all disappeared. The only soul skills he now possessed, besides one punch to the end, were the soul bone skills he had acquired. Sizzle sizzle, countless axe shadows attacked the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which could only fight back desperately. Hateful. Why did that bastard suddenly attack? Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion cursed inwardly. She had just notified the Snow Emperor, and even if the Snow Emperor received the message, she wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. No, I must hold on until Sister Shui arrives. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion thought to himself. So the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion stopped fighting back and focused on defense, hoping to hold out until the Snow Empress arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, after Dylan made his move, it was impossible for her to hold out until the Snow Emperor arrived. Wait, I am willing to submit. Finally, left with no other choice, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion rolled its eyes, stopped Dylan, and loudly declared its willingness to submit. Are you sure? Dylan stopped his attack and asked in a cold voice. That's right, I'm willing to submit. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion nodded and said. Then transform into human form now. Chapter 169 Refusal to offer sacrifice. Kill him directly. Then transform into human form now. Dylan spoke directly to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, trying to stall for time in front of him. It does not exist. Dylan saw right through the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's purpose. Buzz. As Dylan spoke, the golden light of the dragon fist gathering in his right hand was contained, yet it was rapidly accumulating a powerful destructive force. My cultivation has long exceeded 300,000 years, and I can no longer take human form. Only 100,000-year-old soul beasts can take human form. When the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion saw the dragon fist that Delong had condensed, a hint of fear flashed in its eyes, and then it quickly said. She didn't know what kind of monster the human in front of her was, and the power it contained, which, although not seemingly of extreme fire attribute, was extremely restraining towards her. If it weren't for Dylan, Xiaobai and the other two transformed 100,000-year-old soul beasts would have been killed by her long ago. Of all these people, only Tilung frightened her. What? 300,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's words, Xiaowu and the others were all shocked. They never expected that the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion before them was not just a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but a powerful soul beast with 300,000 years of cultivation. No wonder the opponent is so strong. Master, it's true. If a 100,000-year-old soul beast doesn't choose to transform before its first tribulation, it won't be able to transform again. It can only rely on its own abilities to overcome the tribulations one by one. Xiaobai said hurriedly, confirming that the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was not lying. Quote. This is awkward, because Dylan thought that all 100,000-year-old soul beasts could choose to transform into human form. Since that's the case, then you should offer yourself as a sacrifice. You can try to sacrifice yourself to become my soul spirit or martial soul. This way, your soul will be relatively free. When I become a god in the future, I will naturally be able to bring you to the realm of gods. The reason they acknowledge me as their master is because they believe I can lead them into the realm of gods in the future. Dylan immediately changed his tune. Soul, martial soul, I don't know what you're talking about. Sacrifice is impossible. I'm just willing to submit to you and stay by your side. Upon hearing Dylan's words, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion immediately refused. She was waiting for the Snow Emperor to come and save her. How could she possibly sacrifice herself? Moreover, she genuinely didn't know what Dylan meant by sacrificing oneself to become a spirit or martial soul. As for what Dylan said at the end, it surprised her a bit. To be recognized by so many 100,000-year-old soul beasts and to believe that the other party had the potential to become a god, it proved that the other party's talent was indeed very strong. However, it was right for her to refuse. In short, she can submit, but she can't take human form, and sacrifice is out of the question. In that case, you shall become my spirit ring. Upon hearing Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's words, Dylan didn't waste any more words and immediately took action. One punch to the end. Boom. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, Dylan's dragon fist slammed towards the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Dylan had kept the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in the first place so that it could inform the Snow Emperor. Now that he knew the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had sent a message to the Snow Emperor, and since the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was unwilling to sacrifice itself, Dylan naturally wouldn't keep it any longer. Otherwise, once the Snow Empress arrives, and the Ice Empress and Snow Empress join forces, he really isn't confident he can deal with both of these 100,000-year-old soul beasts at the same time. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion is already quite strong. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed both ice immunity and the ultimate fire attribute of the fiery apricot blossom, he wouldn't have been able to severely injure the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion before. The Snow Empress's strength will only grow stronger. Since the Snow Empress is also an extreme form of ice, and she lives in a place like the Ice Plains, her strength is only slightly weaker than that of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King is estimated to be of the ultimate water attribute, and with the blessing of the ocean and nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, its strength is definitely stronger than that of the Snow Empress. Ice Emperor's protection. Upon noticing Dylan's attack, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's expression changed, and she immediately unleashed her defensive soul skill. Boom. Unfortunately, although Dylan did not detonate his rings this time, he did release the full power of the 2 spirit rings on his body, all for the sake of killing him in one blow. Thud. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's Ice Emperor protective soul skill shattered under De Long's dragon fist. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon fist struck the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion directly. PFF tilde. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's figure was directly pierced by the dragon fist. How is this possible? The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion looked down in disbelief and discovered that its body had been pierced through. Feeling his life slipping away, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's eyes were filled with resentment. She hadn't expected that Dylan's strength would be so terrifying. She hasn't even seen the Snow Emperor arrive yet. She was so unwilling to die like that. If I had known, I would have agreed to offer him a sacrifice. PFF tilde. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion coughed up blood, and its body was cracking inch by inch. Thud. Finally, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's entire body exploded, turning into countless ice crystals and dissipating, leaving behind only an orange-red 100,000-year soul ring and a soul bone that also shone with an orange-red light. It's a success. It's a pity she wasn't willing to sacrifice herself, otherwise it would have been even easier for the master to absorb her. It's alright, it's just a little harder to absorb, but it's nothing to the master. Xiaobai and the others were overjoyed to see that Dailong had successfully killed the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Although they are both 100,000-year-old soul beasts, they would not side with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. At most, they would only feel sorry for it. Master, I'll protect you while you absorb this spirit ring. This spirit ring possesses 300,000 years of cultivation. It will certainly be of great help to its master. Xiaobai then immediately went to De Long's side and said to him. Good. Dylan nodded. Dylan didn't want to waste time. The Snow Empress could arrive at any moment, so his best course of action was to absorb the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul ring as quickly as possible. Only then can he regain his strength and hunt down the Snow Empress as well. If the Snow Emperor arrives ahead of time, then he will have no choice but to use the Soul Returns Home technique to teleport back to the yin-yang well of ice and fire. In fact, Dylan could have prevented the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion from sending a message and killed it first. But then he would have to search for the Snow Emperor again. Only by getting the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to deliver the message can he find the Snow Emperor more quickly. Anyway, he's taking a gamble. If he wins, he can quickly take down Shui Di as well. If you lose the bet, you can just be teleported back to the yin-yang well. In any case, he is not in any danger. Buzz. After saying that, Dylan sat cross-legged and then used his mental power to guide the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul ring into his body, and began to absorb it. Chapter 170 Successful Absorption. Boom. A violent energy roared within Dailong's body. The energy of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion far surpassed that of other 100,000-year-old soul rings. Dylan could only say that it truly lived up to its reputation as a soul ring with 300,000 years of cultivation. Compared to the 100,000-year soul rings he absorbed before, this one is far more violent. It's only because Dylan's current cultivation level is high enough and his physique is incredibly strong that he really couldn't withstand this 300,000-year-old soul ring. Buzz. As Dylan methodically absorbed the 300,000-year soul ring of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's image reappeared in Dylan's sea of consciousness. It's the soul shock that comes from absorbing a soul ring that's over 10,000 years old. You damned human. Don't even think about absorbing my spirit ring peacefully. Die. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion angrily berated Dylan, and in her soul form, she launched another attack on him. She unleashed her mastered soul skills one by one towards Dylan. Stop. Don't you want to be resurrected? Dylan gave a cold, indifferent snort. You can resurrect me. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion paused for a moment after being stopped by Dylan's words, and looked at Dylan in surprise. Of course, as long as your soul remains, I will be able to resurrect you after I become a god. Dylan said confidently. At this moment, he was still thinking about persuading the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which was actually to speed up the absorption of the soul ring. If he had the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to assist him, he would definitely be able to absorb it even faster. This way, it will be even more likely that the absorption of the soul ring will be completed before the Snow Emperor arrives. As for that soul bone, we can put it aside for now. Dylan hadn't even had a chance to see what kind of soul bone it was. Logically, it should be a torso bone that Dylan doesn't have, but it's also possible that an external soul bone was revealed. Because the external soul bone is something that Dylan doesn't have. Quote. Upon hearing Dylan's words, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's expression changed repeatedly. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have believed the words of the person who killed her. But Dylan's words gave her a glimmer of hope. If she chooses to believe Dylan, she will still have a sliver of hope. If she chooses not to believe, then she truly has no hope at all. You've seen the choices Xiaobai and the others made. They are all 100,000-year-old soul beasts, yet they are willing to believe in me. You can try believing in me too. Dylan smiled faintly. Do you believe in yourself, executioner? I've already said I'm willing to submit, but if you refuse to offer a sacrifice, just kill me right now. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion glared at Dylan. There's nothing I can do about that. You can't take human form, so even if you submit, I can't take you away. Since you are unwilling to offer yourself as a sacrifice, I will have no choice but to do it myself. Isn't it enough that I'm willing to keep your soul? Dylan shrugged and calmly explained. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Are you willing to believe me, or do you want to be completely destroyed by me? You choose. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Immediately afterwards, Dylan put pressure on the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. It wasn't just about putting pressure on the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. If she didn't compromise, Dylan also planned to destroy her soul. He didn't want to drag things out any longer. He was willing to absorb the spirit rings slowly. I agree. Upon seeing Dylan, without any hesitation, he immediately counted to 3 and then spoke. She eventually gave in. There was no other way. If she didn't compromise, her only option would be for her soul to dissipate and for her to perish completely. Of course, her willingness to believe in Dylan was also due to Xiaobai, Xiaowu, and Aru. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion felt that he could give Dylan a chance, which was also a chance for himself, since Dylan was a human trusted by several 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Alright, I'm absorbing your spirit ring now, so please help me speed up the absorption process. In that case, I can keep your soul in my sea of consciousness forever. Dylan nodded, then gave instructions to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. I understand. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion replied sullenly. Although she agreed to Dylan's request, she was still very upset. She was killed by Dylan, yet now he orders her around without any embarrassment, as if it were his right. Buzz. With the help of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul, Dylan absorbed her soul ring. Although the speed was not as fast as actively sacrificing, it was still much faster than the speed of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring normally. During this process, the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion also underwent some changes. Instead of using his soul-shaking attack on Dylan, he chose to help him. This situation allowed her soul to remain active in her body, preventing it from becoming dormant. For example, the souls of Daming and Erming are deeply dormant within their respective soul rings. However, they were all killed by Dylan, and they also used their souls to sway Dylan normally. In other words, Dylan promised Xiaowu that he would preserve a trace of their remnant souls. Otherwise, if they fail to use soul shock, Dylan can make their souls disappear completely at any time. You already have so many 100,000-year-old spirit rings. Then the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion discovered that Dylan already had 5 100,000-year soul rings, and her first reaction was naturally anger. Those were all her own clansmen. And of course, there's the sheer awe. A 100,000-year-old soul beast is not something you can find easily, yet Dylan has collected so many. Besides the 5 100,000-year soul rings on Dilong's body, there were also 3 100,000-year soul beasts following him outside. One was a sea spirit beast that used its shape-shifting ability to stay by Dylan's side, while the other 2 transformed into human form. However, whether it's the transformed Xiaobai or the transformed Xiaowu and Aru, they can be sacrificed to Dilong at any time, allowing Dilong's second martial soul to gather all the 100,000-year soul rings. Dylan ignored the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. With the help of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul, he was now only thinking about absorbing the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul ring as soon as possible. Boom! Before Dylan could even finish absorbing the spirit ring, he felt his spirit power level rise to level 98. Furthermore, all the soul power that Dylan had consumed by using one punch to the end was replenished. Buzz! And shortly after Dylan's soul power level increased, the 300,000-year soul ring of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was completely refined by Dylan. Swish swish. With a reddish orange hue, 6 100,000-year soul rings appeared simultaneously on Dilong's second martial soul, the Dragon Soul. At that moment, a sudden heavy snowfall swept across the entire ice field, and the temperature dropped several degrees Celsius in an instant. Chapter 171 Snow Empress, would you like to join us? Immediately afterwards, a girl who looks like a human appears. Her long, white hair hung down to her feet, and her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and clear, with a cool and intimidating quality. Her slender, delicate body was flawless, and her white dress, though without any extra embellishments, made her appear exceptionally pure and stunning. Along with the girl, snowflakes also appeared around her. The girl descended with the snowflakes, like a snow fairy. However, the girl's cold eyes were flashing with extreme killing intent. Upon receiving the distress call from the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, she rushed over immediately. But to my surprise, it was still too late. Although the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's corpse was not seen, its 300,000-year-old soul bone was right in front of Dilong. There were also the 6 spirit rings of Dylan's second spirit, and she was all too familiar with the aura emanating from that orange-red spirit ring. Therefore, Snow Empress knew that the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had been killed by these despicable humans. You all deserve to die. Shui Di coldly pronounced her verdict on Di Long and the others. This is she also a soul beast? But why is she in human form? And so strong? Xiao Bai was immediately surprised when he saw Shui Di's appearance. She could also transform, but as soon as she saw the Snow Empress's appearance, she knew that the Snow Empress did not come from transformation, because she could not see what the Snow Empress's true form was at all. Furthermore, the aura of soul power emanating from Shui Di also shocked her. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had already given her a very strong feeling before. The result was correct. The opponent had 300,000 years of cultivation and was indeed much stronger than her. But the girl in front of her gave her an even stronger feeling. She felt that she might be instantly killed in front of her. Owner, what do we do now? How about I offer myself as a sacrifice to you right now? Xiao Bai stepped back in front of Di Long and anxiously asked him questions. She knew that Dylan had used all his soul power to use one punch to the end, so she didn't know what state Dylan was in after absorbing the soul ring. If there is no status effect, sacrifice can temporarily evade all enemies and attacks from the outside world. Once she has completed her sacrifice, Dylan should have enough strength and condition to deal with the enemies that appear before him. Master, I can also be a sacrifice. Me too. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Aru quickly chimed in. Aru spoke up right after Xiao Wu did. No need, I've already recovered. Dylan was satisfied with the reactions of Xiao Bai and the other two, and stood up to wave his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Emperor Sword, unrivaled ice. As Dailong stood up, Shui Di's soul skill also materialized, forming a giant ice sword in the air, which then pierced straight down towards Dailong and the others. The enormous ice sword, 100 meters long, fell with unparalleled force, like a divine punishment. Little Scorpion, if you don't want this woman you summoned to be killed by me, you'd better show yourself right now. Faced with Shui Di's attack, Di Long first waved his hand, returning Xiao Wu and the others to their soul tools, and at the same time shouted to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in his mind. Nu! A muttered voice came from the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in Dylan's mind. Buzz tilde. Then a ripple appeared in front of Dylan, and a shrunken, human-sized Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion materialized in front of him. The figure of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion looked somewhat illusory, clearly not a physical entity, but rather a condensation formed by the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion through the power of its soul. Sister Shui, stop. After the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion emerged, it immediately called out to the Snow Emperor, Binger. When Shui Di saw the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, she was immediately stunned. Buzz. Immediately, the Snow Empress withdrew her soul skill, and the Emperor sword that had condensed in the air temporarily stopped in midair. It neither fell nor disappeared. Binger, what's going on? Swish tilde. Snow Empress appeared in front of Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in a flash, ignoring Dylan, and asked Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion a question. Sister Shui. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion first called out to the Snow Empress, her voice filled with grievance. Sister Snow, this is the man who killed me, and he's the one who absorbed my soul ring. Although he had agreed to Dylan's request, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion would not cover up the fact that Dylan had killed him. Damn humans. Upon hearing this, Shui Di looked at Di Long with icy eyes. However, she had already figured this out without the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion saying anything, so she didn't get angry and attack. Instead, she continued to ask the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, so what's wrong with you now? Yes, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion did not hide anything from Snow Empress, and then told her about Di Long's coercion and enticement of her. She compromised with Dylan. However, she did not want to lie to Shui Di, and if Shui Di could kill Di Long and avenge her, she would not be afraid even if her soul dissipated. She had already been killed by Dylan, so she wasn't afraid of dying again. Dylan stood by and let the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion talk, without stopping him. The outcome was already decided the moment he successfully absorbed the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's spirit ring. The Snow Emperor before him could not escape his grasp. The Snow Empress before them, though powerful, was no match for the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Dylan was confident that by detonating all his spirit rings and using the one punch to the end, he could kill Snow Empress. That's why Dylan allowed Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to tell the whole truth. Because he wasn't afraid of being found out by Shui Di. That's right, everything is just as Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion said. I killed her first, but I also promised her that if I become a god in the future, I will definitely resurrect her. Although I am not a good person, I do have one advantage, which is that I keep my word. After the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion finished speaking, Dylan also directly admitted to what he had done. You despicable human, Shui Di glared angrily at Di Long. The human before them, after killing the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, was going to coerce and entice the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's soul into submitting to him. That's absolutely outrageous. However, Shui Di also had to admit that Di Long had indeed let the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion off the hook. Otherwise, the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion should have completely dissipated by now. Alright, let's not talk about the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion anymore. Let's talk about you. My purpose in coming to the far north this time is to absorb enough spirit rings. Now the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion has become my spirit ring, and now it's your turn, Snow Empress. I've already told you about my situation, and the fact that she eventually compromised means she believes I have a great chance of becoming a god in the future. And you, would you like to join us? Chapter 172. The two Ice and Snow Emperors are stunned. If the Snow Empress were willing to sacrifice herself, Dylan would naturally not need to destroy the flowers. Compared to direct hunting, the energy from voluntary sacrifice is easier to absorb, which is only beneficial to Dylan. That's why Dylan didn't take action, but instead sent out the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to communicate with the Snow Emperor. You still want me to submit? Upon hearing Dilong's words, Shui Di immediately gave him a cold look. Am I not qualified? You can ask her if I'm qualified. Dylan chuckled and pointed to the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion beside him. Sister Shui, he possesses twin martial souls. You've seen his second martial soul as well, he already has 6 100,000-year soul rings. Moreover, he was accompanied by 3 100,000-year-old soul beasts, who also seem to trust this human very much. Sister Shui, although this human is despicable, if he can really break through to become a god, cooperating with him would indeed be a win-win situation. Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told Snow Emperor the truth. The main reason was that after learning about Dylan's situation, she discovered a terrifying fact. With Dylan's abilities, he might actually be able to kill the Snow Empress. In that case, it would be better to persuade Shui Di to cooperate directly with Di Long. If you can defeat me, I might consider it. Of course, if you lose, I will kill you to avenge Binger. After listening to the words of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Shui Di paused for a moment, then coldly addressed Di Long. In her view, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion's current state was no different from being dead. If Dylan can't even beat her, then he shouldn't talk about becoming a god. She felt that killing Dylan would also help Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion find peace. Haha, let's go. Upon hearing this, Dylan burst into laughter. He knew that in the end, the real test would be their actions, but he was already quite pleased to have received a reply from the Snow Empress. Ninth soul skill, one punch to the end. Boom. After speaking, Dylan immediately unleashed his strongest soul skill. Furthermore, this time, Dylan unleashed his full power, pouring all the power of both of his martial souls into this one punch without using the exploding rings. Roar. A dragon's roar that shook the entire ice plain resounded, and a golden dragon soul flew out from Di Long's right fist, directly attacking the Snow Emperor. Emperor's cold sky, snow dance shining in the sun. When Shui Di saw the soul skill that Di Long used and felt the terrifying destructive power contained in the golden dragon soul, her expression changed instantly. Buzz. Then Shui Di unleashed her domain soul skill, freezing the surrounding space. Click tilde click tilde. Although her domain was strong, it was still shattered into pieces by Dylan's final punch. Thud. Soon, the domain that Shui Di had created shattered completely. Boom. Then, Dylan's dragon fist continued its momentum, attacking Shui Di without slowing down. Emperor's palm, Great cold with no snow. Shui Di's expression changed, and she immediately countered with another soul skill. One punch to the end. Dylan threw the same punch as before. He also possesses a talent domain, specifically the God of Slaughter domain, which he obtained from the City of Slaughter, and it has evolved twice. At this moment, Dylan had poured all his power into this punch, and he no longer had the extra power to use the Killing God domain. Boom! After destroying Shui Di's domain skill, Dilong's dragon fist quickly collided with her emperor palm. The moment their fists and palms collided, an astonishing energy reaction was instantly generated. The entire ice field around the two of them was violently overturned to both sides. Golden and blue energies raged in the air, and the sky quickly changed color. Thud! In the end, both colors stopped at the same time, but Shui Di's figure was sent flying backward. Sister Shui. Upon witnessing this scene, the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion exclaimed in surprise. While exclaiming in surprise, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion was also very surprised. She did not expect that Dylan's dragon fist was really so powerful that it could even seriously injure her sister Shui. On the contrary, Dylan only took a few steps back and was not injured. After taking a few steps back, Dylan felt the weakness that came from using one punch to the end, and he had no strength left. Detonate all the spirit rings. Dylan wouldn't let this state continue, so he immediately summoned all the spirit rings contained within his twin martial souls and then crushed them all. Boom, boom, boom. The two martial souls combined had a total of 15 soul rings, which were simultaneously crushed by Dilong, unleashing terrifying power that filled Dilong's body. Suddenly, Dylan's weakness after using one punch and disappeared, and not only did his condition instantly return to full, but it also increased exponentially. How is this possible? Seeing the energy that Dylan unleashed exponentially, both Snow Empress and Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion were stunned. They thought that Dylan's outburst just now was already terrifying. Shui Di was almost beaten to death. Unexpectedly, Dylan was able to unleash an even stronger power. Should we continue now? A huge golden spirit ring was gathered behind Dylan, and his eyes also shimmered with golden light. At this moment, Dylan truly seemed like a god descending to earth. He was so dazzling that it was difficult to look directly at Dylan. Quote. A hint of fear flashed in Shui Di's eyes as she faced Dilong after the rings exploded. She hadn't felt any fear when Dylan used one punch to end the world before, but now Dylan had truly instilled fear in her. She realized that if she did not submit, Dylan could really destroy her. On the spot in the next second. How can you be so strong? Before Snow Empress could answer, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion turned to Dylan in shock and pressed him for an answer. She truly hadn't expected that Dylan could unleash such terrifying power. If she had known earlier that Dylan possessed such terrifying strength, she certainly wouldn't have notified the Snow Empress to come and save her. Now look what's happened. She's really screwed over Shui Di. If I weren't strong, how could I possibly claim to be confident of becoming a god? Dylan chuckled. Then, turning to Shui Di, he asked, So, do you want to continue fighting? No need, I lost. Hearing Dylan speak again, Shui Di finally came to her senses and replied unwillingly. Alright, can you make your choice now? Dylan said with a smile, as he formed a dragon fist in one hand. If the Snow Empress still doesn't submit, he will launch a direct punch. After absorbing the Snow Emperor, he could almost go and kill that deep-sea demon Whale King. Chapter 173 The Snow Empress's Contribution. The Snow Empress before them was also stunningly beautiful, like an ice and snow elf, with top-notch looks and figure, no less than Bibi Dong and Poseidon. Given Dylan's nature, he shouldn't have let this go. But this time Dylan held back. What he wants now is the soul ring and soul bone from Shui Di. He wants to quickly gain enough power to kill the deep-sea demon Whale King. If I successfully break through to the god level, everything will be fine. If you want to completely possess the Snow Empress, you'll have plenty of opportunities after becoming a god. Upon hearing Dilong's blunt words, Shui Di's expression changed again. I will sacrifice myself. However, in the end, Shui Di was also a soul beast, and she believed in the survival of the fittest. After realizing that Dilong could kill her, she quickly gave up the futile resistance. Of course, the most important thing was the talent that Tilong displayed, which showed her that Tilong truly had the potential to become a god. Otherwise, given the pride of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it would never choose to sacrifice itself to become a human soul master's soul ring. Most 100,000-year-old soul beasts would choose to self-destruct, let alone someone with 600,000 years of cultivation. She only reluctantly compromised because Dylan showed enough potential. I can offer myself to you, but not now. I possess 600,000 years of cultivation. Ideally, I would be the final soul ring for your second martial soul. Perhaps I could help you break through to the god level directly. Shui Di continued. Having made her choice, she naturally had to consider her future. So she offered her suggestion. You're right, but I'm saving the last soul ring for the deep-sea demon whale king, which has nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Upon hearing Shui Di's words, Dilong immediately smiled and replied. Deep-sea demon whale king. Shui Di was shocked to hear this. She did not expect that Dilong would actually set his sights on the deep-sea demon whale king. As a 600,000-year-old soul beast, and living in the far north which borders the sea, she happened to know of the existence of the deep-sea demon whale king. With your abilities, if I were to offer my sacrifice, you would indeed have the power to kill that deep-sea demon whale king. So, besides me, you're still missing one more spirit ring. I know where the Titan Snow Demon King is. Use this to fill the gap in your missing soul ring. That Titan Snow Demon King already has 200,000 years of cultivation, making it more suitable than the 100,000-year-old soul beasts around you. Shui Di quickly approved of Dilong's plan and then offered him her advice. The Titan Snow Demon King, 200,000 years old. Alright, that's it. Let's go over there now. Dylan's eyes lit up when he heard Shui Di's words. What a pleasant surprise. After finding Shui Di, he originally planned to have Xiaowu's mother, Aru, sacrifice herself to become his seventh spirit ring, and then he would absorb Shui Di's spirit ring. It's wonderful that the Snow Empress actually knows where Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three heavenly kings of the north, is. Even after 10,000 years, the Titan Snow Demon King still possessed a cultivation level of 200,000 years. So Dylan previously thought that the Titan Snow Demon King was just a 100,000-year-old soul beast at this time, but he didn't expect that it now has a cultivation of 200,000 years. That can only mean that Titan Snow Demon King's cultivation will be incredibly slow over the next 10,000 years. Or there's another possibility. The other party knows they won't survive the 300,000-year tribulation, so they simply give up on cultivation and let their cultivation level increase with age. In this way, it can ensure that it lives longer. This is probably the choice of most soul beasts who believe they cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation. Roar tilde. A golden dragon soul quickly materialized beneath Dilong's feet. Dilong stood on the dragon's head and gestured for Shui Di to lead the way. Swish tilde. Seeing that Dilong was in such a hurry, Shui Di flashed and flew off in a certain direction. Dylan, riding the golden dragon soul, followed closely behind. He dared not relax, even though the Snow Emperor had already compromised. But who knows if she'll change her mind and run away the next second. The Snow Emperor's compromise just now was merely due to the circumstances. Dylan had to ensure she was within his mental perception range so that if she tried to escape, he could immediately unleash his one-punch end, which automatically locks onto the enemy, without fear of Snow Empress escaping. ... That Snow Empress is so beautiful, I must make her my woman. In an ice cave in the far north, Titan Snowflakes once again thought of the Snow Emperor she had met last time. From the moment it first saw Shui Di, it fell in love with her at first sight. It often thought about her and increasingly wanted to win her over. In this way, it will not only win the woman it loves, but also become the true king of the far north. Of the three heavenly kings of the far north, it is the weakest, but if it wins over the Snow Empress, it will be the one with the most say. Snow Demon King, come out. Just as Titan Snow Demon King was fantasizing about when he would be able to win over Snow Empress's cold voice suddenly came from outside. Snow Emperor. Titan Snow Demon King was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. "It's me, come out." It wasn't until the Snow Empress's voice came again that the Titan Snow Demon King realized it really was the Snow Empress. "Wait, I'll be right out." Upon confirming that it was the Snow Empress, the Titan Snow Demon King's mood immediately soared. After carefully adjusting his appearance in front of the ice surface in the ice cave, the Titan Snow Demon King ran out as fast as he could. However, when Titan Snow Demon King came outside, he was stunned by what he saw. Humans. Titan Snow Demon King first saw Snow Empress, and should have been overjoyed, but Dylan's presence was too obstructive, and it could not ignore her. Because at this moment, Dylan was still in the state after the rings exploded, and his aura was too strong. The moment Titan Snow Demon King saw Dylan, he trembled and instinctively felt a great fear. The presence of the Snow Empress forced it to suppress its urge to turn and run away. "Snow Empress, why did you bring a human with you?" "Snow Emperor, it's all yours now." After glancing at Titan Snow Demon King, Dylan spoke to Snow Empress. Good. The Snow Empress was also very straightforward. She didn't like the Titan Snow Demon King in front of her because he looked at her with lewdness. Swish tilde. Emperor's cold sky, snow dance shining in the sun. After saying that, Shuidi immediately made her move, using her innate domain. "Wait a minute, Snow Empress, what are you doing?" Upon seeing that the Snow Empress not only refused to answer his questions but also attacked him without provocation, the Titan Snow Demon King immediately became anxious. Emperor Sword, unrivaled ice. The response it received was a double attack from the Snow Empress's innate domain and soul skills. Chapter 174 Snow Empress and Little White. It was used in front of Dylan before, but it did not unleash its full destructive power. Now, this is being manifested in the Titan Snow Demon King. Sizzle. The enormous ice sword, imbued with extreme cold, thrust directly towards the Titan Snow Demon King. Titan Snow Demon Shield. Upon seeing the Snow Empress's attack, the Titan Snow Demon King didn't even have time to confirm why she was targeting it, and quickly unleashed its defensive soul skill. Bite. Snow Empress's attack struck Titan Snow Demon King's protective shield, immediately producing a crisp sound. Click tilde click tilde. Thud. Immediately afterwards, the Titan Snow Demon King's protective shield cracked inch by inch, and finally exploded with a bang. No, Titan Snow Demon King only had time to let out a roar before his chest was pierced by Snow Empress's attack. With a single move, the Snow Empress annihilated the Titan Snow Demon King. No, he's not dead yet. The Titan Snow Demon King isn't completely extinct. Why? With only his last breath remaining, the Titan Snow Demon King looked up at the Snow Emperor, his eyes filled with anger and questions. Snort. Shui Di snorted coldly and offered no explanation. "Because I need your spirit ring, she came to find you for me. It's that simple." Seeing Titan Snow Demon King's aggrieved expression, Dylan kindly stepped forward and spoke up. That can be considered as clearing up the other party's doubts. Considering that the other party contributed a 200,000-year soul ring to him. Roar. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Titan Snow Demon King's eyes widened in fury. Its intense anger caused it, already on the verge of death, to unleash its last bit of soul power. Titan Sky Cannon. Boom. Titan Snow Demon King unleashed his final burst of power before his death, blasting towards Dylan. Titan Sky Cannon. That's exactly what I can do too. Dylan burst into laughter upon seeing Titan Snow Demon King's attack. Titan Sky Cannon. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Dylan unleashed Erming's Soul Bone skill, firing a Titan Sky Cannon at the Titan Snow Demon King's attack. Thud. The two Titan Sky Cannons collided in midair, instantly unleashing a terrifying explosion. PFF tilde. Then, Titan Snow Demon King's Titan Sky Cannon was no match for Dylan's Titan Sky Cannon, and was directly pierced by Dylan's soul skill. Dylan's Titan Sky Cannon has a soul bone quality of only 100,000 years, but Dylan is currently in the exploding ring state, so the power of the soul skill he uses is naturally multiplied. Puff. After defeating the Titan Snow Demon King's soul skill, Dylan's Titan Sky Cannon continued its momentum, directly striking the Titan Snow Demon King's head and piercing through it. Thud. The Titan Snow Demon King's corpse then fell heavily to the ground, losing all life. Buzz. Subsequently, a 200,000-year-old orange-red soul ring appeared on the corpse of the Titan Snow Demon King. The orange color it contains is slightly lighter than that of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Of course, a soul bone also fell down at the same time. Snow Empress, I'm afraid you'll have to make do for a little while. This is to prevent you from backing out and running away. After killing Titan Snow Demon King, Dylan did not immediately choose to absorb its soul ring, but instead turned to Snow Emperor and said. Immediately afterwards, Dylan placed a restriction on Shui Di, sealing her soul power. This method was developed by Dylan himself. However, if someone like Shui Di resists, Dilong will not be able to successfully seal her away. That's why Dylan spoke frankly to her. Shui Di was naturally a little angry because she didn't expect Dilong to distrust her so much. However, in the end, she gritted her teeth and accepted the situation, choosing not to resist. Although she was very angry, Dylan's caution made her think more highly of him. Buzz. Soon, Dilong completely sealed away Shui Di's soul power. Even with the Snow Emperor's cultivation level, it would take her several days to break through the seal. This period of time was sufficient for Dylan to complete the absorption of the Titan Snow Demon King's spirit ring. Swish tilde. Dylan then summoned Little White and instructed her, Little White, watch over her, I'm going to absorb a spirit ring. Yes, Master, Xiao Bai quickly replied. Then she took a clear look at her surroundings, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that Dylan had managed to subdue the Snow Empress on his own, and now even sealed her power. And what kind of place is this? There was also the corpse of a 100,000-year-old soul beast next to it. No, it shouldn't be 100,000 years, but 200,000 years. What exactly is going on? Seeing that Dylan was already absorbing the spirit ring, Xiao Bai could only curiously ask Shui Di about it. Because I lost. Shui Di glanced at Xiao Bai. Considering that Xiao Bai was also a soul beast, and since Shui Di was bored anyway, she briefly recounted what happened after Xiao Bai and the others were taken into the soul tool space by Dilong. Xiao Bai then realized what had happened. It turns out that the 200,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King was found by the Snow Emperor and Dilong. Hee, welcome to our team, Snow Empress. You definitely won't regret this choice. Believe me, Master will definitely be able to break through and become a god. After understanding the situation, Xiao Bai immediately welcomed Shui Di with a smile and then confidently assured Dilong. You really trust him that much? Seeing how much Xiao Bai trusted her, Shui Di asked her some questions out of curiosity. Of course, I used to be the sea god's pet. I serve the sea god. So I know that with Master's talent and potential, he can definitely do it too. Xiao Bai said confidently. Were you once the sea god's pet? This time, Shui Di was truly shocked. She looked at Xiao Bai in surprise. Never expecting that the other party had once followed the sea god. She also knew how the sea god rose to power and became a god. Then why didn't you ascend to the divine realm with the sea god back then? Shui Di then asked. She's acting so gossipy, it's nothing like her usual self. But she was genuinely curious. Because I still had a clan to take care of before, that's why I didn't ascend with the sea god. Xiao Bai explained. I see. Shui Di and Xiao Bai started chatting like this. Shui Di wanted to understand Dilong more deeply through Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai had the same goal, to make Shui Di believe in Dilong's talent and potential. Meanwhile, Dylan was already absorbing Titan Snow Demon King's 200,000-year-old soul ring. Roar. After Dylan absorbed the soul ring of the Titan Snow Demon King, his soul tremor soon followed. Damn human, I'll make you die with me. Roar. The moment the soul of the Titan Snow Demon King appeared, it launched a soul attack on Dylan. Chapter 175 Breaking Through Level 99. One punch to the end. Dylan had no intention of subduing Titan Snow Demon King, nor did he persuade the other party to give up resistance like Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion did. Dylan disliked the existence of a male being in his sea of consciousness. Duming and Erming only had some remnants of their souls remaining deep within their soul rings. So Tilung didn't waste any words. he just killed. Thud. As expected, the soul of Titan Snow Demon King was no match for Dylan's attack and was annihilated with a single punch. After destroying the soul tremor of the Titan Snow Demon King, Dylan began to absorb its soul rings without any scruples. Without the help of its original owner, Dylan absorbed the 200,000-year-old spirit ring much slower than when he absorbed the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. However, Dylan finally completed the absorption of it after a day. After absorbing the Titan Snow Demon King's 200,000-year-old soul ring, Dylan's soul power level did not break through from 98 to 99, but remained at level 98. The amount of soul power required to go from level 98 to level 99 is enormous. Dylan opened his eyes, but instead of immediately having the Snow Empress sacrifice herself, he first focused his gaze on the 200,000-year-old soul bone left behind by the Titan Snow Demon King. Buzz! Dylan waved his hand, and the soul bone that the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had dropped earlier was also summoned by him. Dylan hasn't had a chance to examine the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion since he got it, and now he finally has the opportunity to take it out for a look. Dylan planned to absorb the soul bone first, then push his soul power level to level 99 as much as possible before accepting the Snow Empress's sacrifice. It's actually an external soul bone. Dylan then realized that what the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had dropped was not the torso bone he had thought it would be, but an external soul bone. Emperor Scorpion Tail. It contains 2 soul skills, Eternal Freeze Domain and Ice Emperor's Wrath. These are all very practical and powerful soul skills. Although Dylan doesn't use them very often, it's always good to have more skills. He really likes these 2 soul skills because they look cool when used. Then Dylan looked at the 200,000-year-old soul bone that Titan Snow Demon King had dropped. This soul bone was no surprise. It was the torso bone that Dylan was missing. Bring it on. Then absorb them all. Dylan smiled slightly, then absorbed the 2 soul bones in front of him at the same time. Dylan had previously considered reserving a spot for the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's soul bone, but now he thinks it's unnecessary. He should focus on improving his own strength first. We'll see what kind of soul bone the Deep Sea Demon Whale King drops, and then he can just change it. Soul Masters below the Title Douluo level can hardly retrieve the soul bones they have absorbed, but Title Douluos can. Moreover, it doesn't require removing it through a severed limb like Tang Hao did. Tang Hao did that because he forced all the hidden injuries on his body into his hands and feet, causing them to become completely necrotic. That's why he chose to sever his hands and feet. Absorbing soul bones is much easier than absorbing soul rings. Not only was there no soul shock, but since Dylan already had the soul rings of their original owners, their soul power aura was naturally compatible, making absorption much easier. Just half a day later, Dylan successfully absorbed the external soul bone of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, the Emperor Scorpion Tail, and the torso bone of the Titan Snow Demon King. Boom! Dylan's soul power level finally broke through to level 99, officially becoming a peerless douluo. At this point, Dylan already possessed a lifespan of 1,000 years. In other words, if Dylan had not obtained the divine inheritance, he would have had a full 1,000 years to cultivate and break through level 100 to achieve godhood through his own power. Snow Empress, it's your turn. After absorbing the soul bone, Dylan stood up and spoke to the Snow Emperor. He couldn't wait to kill the Deep Sea Demon Whale King and see if he could use its nearly million-year-old soul ring and soul bone to help him reach level 100 and become a god. The main reason why Dylan was so eager to get started was because of the pressure. First, there's Tang San. He genuinely doesn't know if Tang San will obtain other opportunities and become a god again as early as in the original story. If you can't find the opponent to kill beforehand, becoming a god as soon as possible is naturally the best option. There's also Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Don't be fooled by how arrogant Ti Lung used to be, how he bullied Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong so badly. However, both of them also possess the talent to become gods. Dylan didn't want to become a god after them. Only by becoming a god first can he control Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. If he still fails to reach level 100 and become a god after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Dylan will then forcefully seize control of the Spirit Hall and put Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong under his control. If he hasn't become a god yet, he definitely won't give Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui the chance to become gods. If he can't become a god, then it's best if no one can become a god. I see. Shui Di witnessed Di Long break through to level 99. At this level of cultivation, he could easily crush her without even needing to use his cultivation technique. Boom! Without needing Dylan to remove the seal on her body, the Snow Empress immediately began her voluntary sacrifice. Terrifying energy erupted from her body. Dylan has now truly experienced what it's like to be sacrificed by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The sheer magnitude of the energy that Shui Didi possessed after sacrificing her 600,000 years of cultivation was something Dailong had never experienced before. Dylan felt as if his body was being surging into the ocean current, but it wasn't unbearable. This was the benefit of voluntary sacrifice. The energy from the Snow Empress's sacrifice did not reject his body at all. After entering Dylan's body, it actively and quickly merged into Dylan's body. Dylan could feel that his cultivation level was constantly improving. However, there is still a long way to go before reaching one's limit. Even after Shui Di completed her sacrifice, Dilong still hadn't felt his limit. Before reaching level 99, he hadn't reached the limit between level 99 and 100. They haven't even felt where the limit of level 99 is, nor have they touched the ceiling. Buzz! The golden dragon soul re-emerged from Dylan's body, and then a total of 8 soul rings wrapped around the dragon soul. All 8 spirit rings were red, each 100,000 years old. The last 3 were even more dazzling, with an orange-red hue. Another external soul bone. No, still 2 pieces. Dylan opened his eyes, and when he saw the soul bone that the Snow Emperor had left him, he was immediately stunned. What the Snow Emperor left him was actually the same as the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, an external soul bone. Moreover, there are 2 pieces, a pair of eyes attached to the soul bone. Haha, this is truly an unexpected delight. Dylan burst into laughter. He suddenly realized that after he had collected all 6 soul bones, killing a 100,000-year-old soul beast might increase the chance of obtaining an external soul bone. Chapter 176 The Shy Snow Empress. This is very likely. After all, a 100,000-year-old soul beast will generate soul bones based on the missing soul bones in the soul master who killed it. If all 6 soul bone positions are collected, then only an external soul bone can be generated, right? Of course, this was just speculation by Dylan. Whether it is or not, we will only know after verification. Now, Dylan's priority is to absorb the pair of external soul bones that Snow Empress revealed. It looks like 2 soul bones, but you could also say it's 1. After all, they are a pair of eyes. Sister Shui, I'm sorry, if I hadn't called you here, Sister Shui wouldn't have sacrificed herself. After Shui Didi successfully sacrificed herself, her soul also appeared in Didi's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, Shui Di's soul freedom is slightly higher than that of Bingbai Emperor Scorpion. This is probably an effect of her relatively high cultivation level. As long as there are no restrictions on Tilung, her soul can appear outside at any time and clearly perceive all aspects of Tilung's situation. Besides memories. Looking at the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion in front of her, Shui Di was indeed somewhat annoyed. If it weren't for the other person, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Forget it, this human's talent is indeed very strong, he has the potential to become a god. Working with him is quite an opportunity. In the end, Shui Di did not blame Bingdi. After all, this was not what Hayote wanted to see, and she was also late. If she had arrived earlier, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion would not have died. If she had arrived in time, the 2 of them might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Things are already like this, so she won't dwell on it anymore. Yes, Sister Shui, you're absolutely right. That wretched human is indeed very talented. Upon hearing Yuki Tei's words, Hayote burst into laughter. While the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were catching up, Dylan quickly completed the absorption of the external soul bone, the Snow Empress's eye. Buzz! The 2 soul bones eventually merged into Dylan's eyes. Snowflake-like blue light suddenly appeared in Dylan's eyes, making them look exceptionally dazzling. These eyes of the Snow Empress also granted Dylan 2 soul skills. These were the 2 soul skills that Shui Di had used before. Left eye, Emperor Hantian, snow dance shining in the sun. Right eye, Emperor Jian, ice extreme unparalleled. When both eyes are used simultaneously, it is a soul skill called open black lens bracket absolute 0, frozen for thousands of miles close black lens bracket. They are all very cool soul skills. Tilong was very satisfied. Having many skills is never a bad thing. Swish tilde. After settling everything, Dylan waved his hand and released Xiaowu, Aru, and Zhu Zuqing from the 7 treasures glazed brocade space. As for Xiaobai, it had been released by Dailong to keep an eye on Shui Di. Dylan had only one purpose in releasing them, to have a proper celebration. The frigid conditions of the far north had no effect on Dylan. He could even ensure that Xiaobai and the others wouldn't get cold. After using Shui Di's domain soul skill to cover the surroundings, Dilong pulled Xiaobai and the others to start a wild celebration. Xiaowu and the others were overjoyed to learn that Dilong had successfully broken through to level 99, and naturally they were willing to celebrate with him. The happiest of them all was Xiaobai, because she knew that after Dylan broke through to level 99, the last spirit ring of his second martial soul was reserved for the deep-sea demon whale king. In other words, Dylan's next target is the deep-sea demon whale king. This was certainly something to be happy about for her. Previously in the ocean, the only enemies of the demon soul great white shark clan besides the demon orca clan were the deep-sea demon whale clan. The deep-sea demon whale clan is very small, and only the deep-sea demon whale king makes the demon soul great white shark clan wary. The demon orca clan is now extinct, and even if some remain, they are too few to pose a threat to the demon soul great white shark clan. If Dylan were to eliminate the deep-sea demon whale king, then in the ocean, there would be no one left who could threaten their clan of demon soul great white sharks. The great white shark clan will be able to roam freely in the ocean, going anywhere. The ocean is so vast. There's no need to rely on Poseidon Island anymore. Of course, she didn't mean to betray Poseidon Island by thinking this way. Instead, their demon soul great white shark clan will gain greater freedom, able to roam freely in the ocean without needing to rely on Sea God Island. Therefore, Xiaobai is the most hardworking. Spurred on by Xiaobai, Xiaowu and the others also began to put on a great show. Ultimately, the biggest beneficiary was naturally Dylan. That despicable human, how could he? Shui Di watched the entire carnival from within Dilong's sea of consciousness, and thus learned that Dilong was indeed a man of deep emotions. She suddenly regretted sacrificing herself to Dylan, because she felt that, given Dylan's nature, if he really became a god and resurrected her, she would definitely not be able to escape Dylan's clutches. This human is truly despicable. Hayote had only just learned of Dylan's situation and agreed with Shui Di's words. Not only was Shui Di worried, but she also became worried. What will we do if he, in the future? After the two women exchanged a glance, Shui Di couldn't help but blush. It's alright, even if he wants to become a god, it won't be that easy. It will definitely take a long time. Let's talk about it later. In his mind, we will inevitably see things like this in the future. Maybe after seeing them so many times, we will even want them ourselves. Hayote boldly stated. As she spoke, she kept an eye on what was happening outside. Sister Shui, you know what? Xiaobai and the others are actually quite happy, aren't they? Yuki Te was speechless in the face of Hayote's words. She was a little embarrassed to look at what was happening outside, but to her surprise, Hayote continued to enjoy the view. You're right, there's still plenty of time. Let's talk about it later. Shui Di simply avoided the topic and didn't want to continue. You keep reading, I'm going to rest. She didn't want to continue watching the battle with Hayote, so she went deep into her sea of consciousness to rest. Upon hearing this, Hayote originally intended to give chase. However, she had never seen anything like what was happening outside. She knew about it, but she had never actually witnessed a human performance, so her strong curiosity led her to continue observing. Xiaobai and the others seem really happy. So that's one of the reasons they trust this guy so much, right? Hayote admired the scene while muttering to themselves. At this time, like Shui Di, although she had submitted to Di Long, she would not actively call Di Long master when she was hidden in her sea of consciousness. Chapter 177 Goodbye Poseidon. After the carnival celebrations ended, Dylan then set off directly overseas. This time, he didn't start from Hanhai City, but instead set off directly from the far north, making a detour to the sea area of the deep-sea demon whale king. With Xiaobai around, he doesn't need to worry about direction. That bastard's come to sea. As Dylan entered the sea, Poseidon, who was in seclusion on Poseidon Island, immediately opened her eyes. With her abilities, sensing a person's presence from an extremely long distance is no problem at all. In the original story, she was always able to sense Tang Chen's approximate location and knew that Tang Chen was not dead. Dylan had showered her with affection so many times that she had long since memorized his scent. If Dylan were on land, she could only roughly sense his location. However, once Dylan entered the sea, she was able to sense his location more accurately by using the power of the ocean. So she knew as soon as Dylan entered the sea. "You bastard, you're dead this time." Poseidon gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, a crazed killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whenever she recalls how she was violated by Dylan, she can't help but feel a surge of murderous intent. She could never forget what Dylan had done to her. Dylan didn't just do it, he also took so many photos of her. Although she didn't care about Dylan's threats, she could still ensure that Dylan couldn't spread those photos to Poseidon Island. However, if Dylan really wanted to spread it on the mainland, she couldn't stop him. She said she didn't care, but if Dylan really did that, it would be enough to make her break down for a while. That bastard must die. The thought of those photos only strengthened Poseidon's resolve to kill Dylan. Swish tilde. The next second, Poseidon's figure disappeared from the Temple of Poseidon and headed straight for Dylan's location. She didn't call upon the other pillar guardians either, because she felt it wasn't necessary. On land, she was no match for Dylan. However, in the sea, she is invincible below the god level. Noob. During their journey, Poseidon soon discovered that Little White was with Dylan. Her expression changed instantly. She never expected that Xiaobai would end up with Dylan. Little Bai, so it was you who betrayed me. Soon, Poseidon understood why his plan to lure the snake out of its hole had failed. Hateful. Poseidon grew angrier the more she thought about it. She truly hadn't expected Xiaobai to betray her. The Great White Shark clan has always been the guardian sea spirit beast of Sea God Island. Moreover, the Great White Shark clan of demon souls has been able to grow and thrive for so many years thanks to its backing by Sea God Island. Moreover, Little White was originally the mount of the sea god. Therefore, Poseidon finds it hard to imagine why Xiaobai got together with Dylan and betrayed her. She could sense that Xiaobai's aura remained unchanged while he was next to Di Long. In fact, it was even stronger than before. So, Xiaobai wasn't forced to stay by Di Long's side, nor was she captured by him. It can only mean that they were in cahoots. Swish tilde. Poseidon immediately sped off towards where Dylan and Little White were. She now not only wants to kill Dylan, but also wants to know why Little White betrayed her. If it weren't for Xiaobai's betrayal, she wouldn't have been outmaneuvered by Dailong and lured to the mainland to fight him. Thus, he was defeated by Dylan and manipulated by him in various ways. Little did Dylan know that Poseidon had tracked him down and was on his way. At this time, while riding the dragon, Dylan also took Xiaobai to practice the project of traveling 1,000 miles a day. This project was something Tilong had only done with Bibi Dong after he had just awakened his memories, and now he was reliving it all. Dylan only stopped when he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching Poseidon. Dylan could sense Dylan's presence, and Dylan could also detect that the rapidly approaching powerful figure was Poseidon. He just couldn't use the power of the sea to pinpoint Poseidon's location as precisely as Poseidon could. What? The high priest has arrived. Little White, who was in Dylan's arms, was stunned when she heard Dylan's words. She then quickly jumped off Dylan and straightened her clothes. Master, let's go quickly. The high priest must be here to take revenge on you. While tidying up the clothes, Xiaobai didn't forget to remind Dailong. She knew that Dylan was very powerful now, but she knew even more about Poseidon's power in the sea. That was practically an invincible force. It's no use, we won't be able to get back to the mainland anytime soon. Dylan smiled and did not choose to run away immediately. With his current strength, although he may still be no match for Poseidon on the high seas, it wouldn't be so easy for Poseidon to kill him. Moreover, he can use the soul returns home technique to teleport directly back to the yin-yang well of ice and fire. So Dylan stood quietly on the dragon's head, facing the direction from which Poseidon had come, braving the wind. Boom! Soon, Poseidon arrived with her formidable soul pressure. The arrival of Poseidon seemed to cause the entire sea area where Dylan was located to boil and churn, as if welcoming her. Immediately afterwards, Poseidon's figure slowly appeared in front of Dylan. It seemed to appear out of thin air, slowly coalescing. Poseidon remained unchanged, still stunningly beautiful. However, Poseidon's frosty expression somewhat marred her beauty. Dragon Fist, how dare you show your face at sea again? Do you really think I don't exist? Poseidon looked at Dylan in front of him, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. However, while filled with murderous intent, Poseidon's eyes also revealed a sense of shock. The Dylan before her felt even stronger, and by a significant margin. It's only been a short time, yet Dylan's strength has improved at an astonishingly rapid pace. Previously, Dylan was able to defeat her by using the exploding rings and his soul-binding technique. But now, she feels that Dylan can defeat her without using the ring. Of course, it was to defeat her who had previously entered the inland areas. Even if T-Lung is strong, she is confident that he is no match for her now. And you, Xiaobai. After glaring at Dylan, Poseidon immediately looked at Little White. Why did you betray me, when you were once the sea god's mount? Do you know what I've suffered because of your betrayal? Poseidon questioned Xiaobai repeatedly. She harbored deep hatred for Dylan, but she was even more furious at Xiaobai's betrayal. Chapter 178 Dylan. As your man, I will satisfy you. High Priest. Xiaobai looked somewhat ashamed when faced with Poseidon's questioning. She knew that what she had done was very unfriendly to Poseidon, and that it had caused Poseidon to be bullied by Dylan. But little did she know that Dylan was able to defeat Poseidon and bully her in such a way. If she had known, after informing Dylan, she would definitely have told Poseidon not to cause trouble for Dylan. High Priest, my brother's hope for resurrection still lies with my master, so I cannot stand by and watch you kill him. I just didn't expect that the High Priest would be defeated by my master. I'm sorry, High Priest, it is indeed my fault that you are in trouble. Xiaobai then stepped forward, explained the situation, and sincerely apologized to Poseidon. She felt she had to apologize. Your brother. After listening to Xiaobai's words, Poseidon looked at Dylan again and realized that a piece of soul bone on Dylan's body was indeed Xiaobai's younger brother. Master, how can you acknowledge someone else as your master? Poseidon was furious at how Xiaobai addressed Dylan. This little white thing is the mount of the sea god she worships. How could she turn to someone else and treat the sea god she believes in as something else? Is it something that can be replaced? Xiaobai was speechless in the face of Poseidon's words. I didn't acknowledge him as my master, I just called him that. Xiaobai offered a weak explanation. However, she also understood how weak and ineffective her explanation was. She was indeed very loyal to the sea god, but now that the sea god has gone to the realm of gods, their previous relationship has long been severed. That was what the sea god told her before he ascended to heaven, she was free. Therefore, she did not think she had done anything wrong. Forget it, I don't want to talk about your business anymore. All I know is that it was your betrayal that caused me so much suffering. I didn't originally intend to kill you, but since you betrayed Lord Sea God and pledged allegiance to someone else, don't blame me for being ruthless. Poseidon coldly announced to Xiaobai. Before she arrived, although she was furious about Xiaobai's actions, she never intended to kill him. But now things are different. Snort. Did you ask for my permission before you tried to kill my woman? Dylan then snorted and angrily rebuked Poseidon. Xiaobai, you go into the space first. Then Dylan spoke to Xiaobai. Yes, master. Xiaobai didn't want to face Poseidon in public, so he immediately agreed after hearing Dylan's words. Swish tilde. Then, Xiaobai was taken into the seven treasures glazed brocade space by Dilong. Snort. Dragon fist. Die. Seeing that Dylan had put Little White away, Poseidon no longer held back and immediately summoned his martial spirit, then attacked Dylan. Fifth soul skill. Wrath of the Sea God. Boom. When Poseidon made his move, the entire ocean resonated with it. With the blessing of the entire ocean, even a fifth soul skill becomes incredibly terrifying when wielded by Poseidon. The monstrous waves surged towards Dylan from all directions. Dylan felt as if he were still locked onto by the sea, unable to avoid it, and had no choice but to fight back. Emperor's cold sky, snow dance shining in the sun. Buzz. Faced with Poseidon's attack, Dylan directly unleashed the Snow Empress's domain soul skill. Click tilde click tilde. Under Dylan's soul skill, the monstrous waves that were rushing towards him were frozen in place and failed to get close to him. Emperor Sword. Unrivaled ice. Boom. After blocking Poseidon's attack, Dylan launched a counterattack, conjuring an ice sword to attack Poseidon. Shui Di's abilities are still quite useful against Poseidon's soul skills. After all, the ice attribute is very effective against the water attribute. Ultimate ice attribute. Poseidon was also surprised when he saw Dylan's soul skill. She never expected that Dylan would have this ability. So what? But the next second Poseidon gave a disdainful snort. Regardless of the ability, in the face of the vast ocean, there is no possibility that water attributes are countered by ice attributes. Boom. Sure enough, the next second, when Poseidon drew upon even more of the ocean's power, the immense force contained within the ocean directly destroyed Dylan's soul skill. Titan Sky Cannon. The destruction of the Azure Dragon Mirror. Quote. Dylan countered each of Poseidon's attacks. In an instant, an unprecedented collision erupted on the sea. As the two clashed, the surrounding sea roared and was constantly affected. The sea creatures in the area where the two fought fled from that area as if they were about to be caught in the crossfire, sensing their presence. After a quarter of an hour of fighting, Dylan realized that Poseidon on the sea was indeed terrifying. Before long, he found himself at a disadvantage and gradually losing his strength. One punch to the end. Boom. Before using the ring explosion, Dylan first unleashed a move called One Punch to the End, blasting Poseidon hard. Roar. The golden dragon soul roared as it flew upwards toward Poseidon. The protection of the sea god. Faced with Dylan's move, Poseidon did not dare to be careless and quickly used her defensive soul skill. A huge curtain of water condensed and appeared, forming a semicircle that protected Poseidon inside. Boom. Soon, Dylan's punch finally slammed into the water curtain. After the water curtain rippled, it began to be continuously disrupted. Snort. Upon seeing this, Poseidon gave a slight, cold snort. On land, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand Dylan's dragon fist for long. But this is at sea. As Poseidon's cold snort faded, the power of the sea continuously converged on the water curtain from beneath the surface, constantly replenishing its strength. And so, after a short while, for the first time, Dylan's punch was caught head-on and he was completely unharmed. Dragon fist. You still have the exploding ring to use, right? I'm waiting. After catching Dylan's punch and ending her life, Poseidon looked coldly at Dylan. She knew about Dylan's situation, so she knew that after Dylan used the final punch technique, he wouldn't actually enter a weakened state, he could still detonate the rings. If the high priest wants to see it, as your man, of course I will grant your wish. Dylan laughed heartily. At this moment, he still showed no fear whatsoever. Shut up, you bastard. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon immediately rebuked him angrily. Seeing that Dylan remained calm, she was truly furious with him. How dare he provoke her at a time like this? Chapter 179. Poseidon was furious. Buzz. Since Poseidon wanted to see it, Dylan naturally granted her wish. With his left hand wielding the dragon fist and his right hand wielding the dragon soul, Dilong distinguished between his two martial spirits. Similarly, the spirit rings of both martial spirits also appeared together. 9 soul rings in his left hand: yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings in his right hand: red, 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 orange, red, orange, red, orange, red. They were all shrunk down and held in Dylan's palm. That is, upon seeing the spirit ring configuration of Dylan's second spirit, Poseidon's eyes narrowed instantly. She knew that T-Lung possessed twin martial souls, but she didn't expect that the configuration of T-Lung's second martial soul was already so luxurious. 8 100,000-year spirit rings. And the last 3 orange-red spirit rings are of significantly higher quality than ordinary 100,000-year spirit rings. No wonder Dylan's cultivation level increased so much in such a short time. Boom, boom. The next second, Dylan clenched his fists together, and all 17 spirit rings of his 2 martial souls exploded, instantly unleashing 2 immeasurable and terrifying energies. These 2 terrifying energies were instantly absorbed by Dylan, causing him, who was already in a weakened state, to unleash power 10 times stronger than before. After all the spirit rings exploded, the fragments coalesced to form a huge golden spirit ring behind Dylan. Boom! Having completely completed the soul ring detonation, Dylan's soul pressure was terrifying to the extreme, causing the surrounding sea to collapse under his soul pressure. The air around us also became heavy. 9th soul skill, 1 punch to the end. Boom! Then Dylan threw a punch at Poseidon. Of course, Dylan did not use his full strength this time, only half of his soul power. If he used all his strength and still failed to kill Poseidon, he would only be killed by Poseidon in return. Although he could be resurrected, he did not want to experience death again. So Dylan only used half of his power to test just how strong Poseidon was in the sea, and naturally saved the other half for escaping. Poseidon's domain. The protection of the sea god. Faced with Dylan's attack, Poseidon naturally dared not be negligent and quickly used the sea god domain plus a defensive soul skill. Furthermore, Poseidon directly used the power of the entire ocean to enhance her defensive soul skill. Boom! Soon, Dylan's dragon fist slammed into Poseidon's defenses. The protective water curtain was instantly torn apart layer by layer, seemingly vulnerable. However, the water curtain repaired itself layer by layer at an astonishing speed, perfectly blocking Dylan's dragon fist. As expected, an individual's ability is still no match for the power of the entire ocean. Upon seeing this, Dylan sighed inwardly. Poseidon, on the ocean, indeed possesses power that is invincible below the level of a god. Her offensive power may not be as strong as Dylan's, but her defensive and endurance abilities are as vast and boundless as the ocean. As expected of one of my women, she's truly amazing. I've discovered I like you even more, Poseidon. Don't worry, once I become a god, I will make you completely mine. After saying a few words to Poseidon with a smile, Dylan turned and left without any hesitation. After that attack, he realized that even if he used all his strength to unleash his ultimate punch, he would not be able to kill Poseidon. So he decided not to waste any more time with Poseidon and instead fled back to the mainland. Boom! Dylan's figure instantly retraced its steps, heading back towards the mainland. Want to leave? Don't even think about it. Upon seeing this, Poseidon snorted angrily and dashed off towards the mainland. Wrath of the Sea God. While pursuing Dylan, Poseidon did not forget to continue to use his soul skills to attack him. Emperor's Cold Sky. Snow dance shining in the sun. Dylan immediately unleashed the Snow Empress's domain soul skill, creating an absolutely cold domain around himself. Within this domain, all of Poseidon's soul skills that come near him will be frozen into ice. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Poseidon cursed under his breath and continued to chase after him, attacking with his soul skills. After realizing that water attribute soul skills were not very effective against Dylan, she switched to other soul skills. However, when she uses her other soul skills, she cannot gain the power of the ocean, making it even more impossible for her to harm Dylan. So Poseidon quickly discovered that even on the ocean, she had no way to deal with Dylan after he was hit by the ring. She could only try to slow him down by attacking him. Upon discovering this, Poseidon's expression immediately turned grim. She hadn't expected that Dylan's strength was so great that even with the power of the entire ocean, she couldn't stop him. Dragon fist, you bastard. If you're a man, don't run away. You want me to be your woman, right? Then don't run away. What kind of man are you who only knows how to run away? Left with no other option, Poseidon could only hurl insults at Dylan, hoping to provoke him with his words. Ha ha, Poseidon, don't you know whether I'm a man or not? Dylan remained unmoved by Poseidon's provocation from behind, and instead burst into laughter. You bastard. Poseidon was surprised that her insults had no effect on Dylan and that he even teased her instead. Before Dylan could break down, she herself had already broken down. I refuse to believe that your remaining strength is enough to allow you to escape back to the mainland. Poseidon snorted angrily and continued his pursuit of Dylan. While chasing, she didn't stop using her soul skills, constantly bombarding Dylan. Unfortunately, her attacks could only slow down Dylan. She can only gamble on Dylan's broken ring state now, which won't last long enough for him to escape back to the mainland. So even though she knew her current attacks were ineffective, Poseidon still relentlessly pursued Dylan. She's starting to regret it. She should have brought the guardians of the holy pillars with her. With them around, at least they can keep Dylan in check. Moreover, she should have let Dylan venture further into the sea before appearing before him, so that Dylan would have had to go even further to escape back to the mainland. Haha, don't worry, I have enough strength left to escape back to the mainland. If you're so capable, then chase me all the way to the mainland. Dylan laughed loudly as he fled. He didn't look like he was running away at all at that moment. He showed no signs of distress or panic, on the contrary, he was extremely arrogant. Oh, right, Poseidon. Let me show you the photos I took of you. Suddenly remembering something, Dylan casually tossed dozens of photos behind him. Chapter 180 The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Blocks the Way. Upon seeing those fluttering photos, Poseidon paused for a moment. Swish tilde. Without any hesitation, Poseidon immediately collected all the photos. While collecting those photos, Poseidon inevitably glanced at them. At the same time, a flood of memories came to her mind. She could clearly recall the scene of each and every one of those photos as to how Dylan took them. Half of the photos were taken under duress, which is why she looks so ashamed and indignant in them. Half of it was her submissive expression, because that's when she started to feign intimacy with Dylan. However, through the look in her own eyes in the photo, Poseidon could still clearly recall how she felt after pretending to compromise. Dragon fist, you deserve to die. After clearly recalling those events, Poseidon's murderous intent towards Dylan intensified. This shameless guy actually carries so many of her photos with him. She truly couldn't imagine how she could leave Poseidon Island if these photos were to appear there. Of course, she would never let Dylan do that. With her there, it would have been impossible for Dylan to do it. But if Dylan were to spread these photos in mainland China, she really wouldn't be able to stop it. She also knew that Dylan would not do that. From what Tilung just said to her, it's clear that he has a strong possessive streak towards her. However, the fact that Tilung carried so many of her artistic photos was something she couldn't accept. If Tilung were to die one day, wouldn't other people be able to see her photos? However, she was quickly put at ease about this. If even she had such difficulty killing Dylan, it would be even more impossible for anyone else. Unless Dylan goes to Qian Dalu's territory and fights him in a place where Qian Dalu can borrow the power of the angel god. She was quite relieved about that. Someone as cunning as Dylan would certainly not put himself in such a dangerous place. Go to hell, asshole. However, what Poseidon really wanted was to kill Dylan, so that he could not only avenge himself but also prevent the photos from being leaked. Boom, boom, boom. Poseidon, no longer holding back, launched a series of attacks on Dylan without restraint. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce her attacks were, she still couldn't do anything to Dylan in his exploded state. Wherever they went, the seawater was in chaos, affecting countless marine life and a large number of sea spirit beasts. In her pursuit of Dylan, Poseidon disregarded everything else. After they passed by, a large number of spirit rings appeared on the sea surface. From a distance, the sheer number of spirit rings of various colors gathered on the sea surface was surprisingly spectacular and beautiful. However, such a spectacular view requires the presence of sea creatures from the ocean. Dylan didn't seem embarrassed at all, and occasionally even turned around to admire it. Poseidon felt a little guilty, but she didn't care too much about it. Who exactly is that woman, Poseidon, fighting? The deep-sea whale king, deep in the ocean, was naturally awakened by the tremors. It knew immediately that it was Poseidon who was fighting. This shocked it. It realized that there was someone else besides itself who possessed strength comparable to Poseidon. I want to see just who dares to fight that woman from Sea God Island on the high seas. Driven by curiosity, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately rushed in that direction. It is not afraid of being caught in the crossfire of Poseidon's battles with others. Its strength may not be as great as Poseidon's, but in the ocean, if it wanted to leave, Poseidon couldn't stop it. If Poseidon really dares to stop it from leaving, it will dare to drag Poseidon Island into the water. It may not be a match for Poseidon, but it can still launch Lahide Island without any problems. This is why Poseidon knew of its existence but did not destroy it. Therefore, it is not afraid of Poseidon. Boom! Immediately, the deep-sea demon whale king rushed towards the direction of Poseidon's battle at top speed. Sensing Poseidon's speed, the deep-sea demon whale king made a prediction and headed directly towards Poseidon's front. Soon after, the deep-sea demon whale king successfully reached its destination and appeared in front of Dylan and Poseidon. This is because the direction the deep-sea demon whale king came from was just right, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block the two of them. So strong. When the deep-sea demon whale king arrived, he felt the soul pressure from Dylan and Poseidon at close range, and his expression changed slightly. It had fought Poseidon before, but it felt that Poseidon was stronger now. In addition, Dylan gave it a terrifying feeling. It also felt a strong sense of life-threatening crisis from Dylan. We mustn't mess with either of these people, the deep-sea demon whale king thought to himself. Deep-sea demon whale king. Deep-sea demon whale king, stop him for me, or you'll be in for some trouble. Poseidon immediately noticed the deep-sea demon whale king appearing in front of Dylan. His eyes lit up, and he immediately transmitted his voice to the deep-sea demon whale king. Quote. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the deep-sea demon whale king's expression immediately turned ugly. That damned Poseidon, how dare he order me around? Despite his anger, the deep-sea demon whale king was genuinely afraid of Poseidon's threat. Deep-sea demon whale king, are you courting death? Dylan was surprised that the deep-sea demon whale king would actually block his way, and immediately snorted angrily. He never expected that the deep-sea demon whale king would appear at this time. Unfortunately, the timing was wrong. He no longer had enough energy to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Moreover, even if Dylan could kill it, he wouldn't kill the deep-sea demon whale king under these circumstances. Otherwise, Poseidon would have attacked before he could absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring. Killing the deep-sea demon whale king would only result in more harm than good. So at this point, all he could do was angrily tell the other person to get lost. Human, you're asking for death. Faced with Dylan's angry rebuke, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately became enraged. It fears Poseidon, but not Dylan. Demon whale domain. The deep-sea demon whale king leapt up, first unleashing its innate domain, then transforming into human form before launching its soul skill attack at Dylan. Sizzle sizzle tilde. The deep-sea demon whale king unleashed its signature soul skill, a purple orb containing the ultimate water and lightning attributes, which it blasted towards Dylan. The purple orb seemed to lock onto Dylan directly, giving him a feeling that he had no way to avoid it. That's in the way. Upon seeing this, Dylan's eyes turned cold. Swish tilde. Then Dylan summoned Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, unleash your invincible golden body. Chapter 181 The Useful Little Dance. Xiao Wu's soul skills can be quite useful at times. For example, right now. Yes, master. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Xiao Wu hadn't even had time to see the situation clearly before she unleashed her invincible golden body. Buzz. Xiaowu's body instantly entered an invincible golden body state, which also pulled Dilong, who was embracing her, into the invincible golden body state. Boom boom boom. The purple lightning ball from the deep-sea demon whale king quickly landed on Dylan. However, all the attacks were neutralized by the invincible golden body. Dylan maintained his invincible state, directly withstanding the deep-sea demon whale king's soul skill, and then continued to flee. Quote. It's actually the invincible golden body. The deep-sea demon whale king sighed and did not continue to attack. It's not Poseidon's dog. It would be good enough if it even tried to stop Poseidon under threat. Since it couldn't be stopped, then it's none of its business. Dylan's figure passed right by it in an instant. Swish. Immediately afterward, Poseidon's figure also chased after it. Deep-sea demon whale king, you. HMPH. Poseidon snorted at the deep-sea demon whale king, but didn't say anything more, and continued to chase after Dylan. I took action against the women of Poseidon Island, so don't say I didn't help. Consider this a favor I'm giving you, you don't need to repay it. The deep-sea demon whale king wasn't really afraid of Poseidon, and immediately teased her with a smile behind her back. After saying that, the deep-sea demon whale king plunged headfirst into the sea and then left. It didn't want to be forced to work for her for free again. That wretched demon whale king. Faced with the deep-sea demon whale king's teasing, Poseidon felt somewhat embarrassed but didn't know what to say. Regardless, after she asked the deep-sea demon whale king for help, the deep-sea demon whale king did indeed take action, but the effect was not good. Who exactly is this human? They actually possess such terrifying strength. The deep-sea demon whale king glanced back at Dylan and Poseidon, unable to contain his curiosity. It is very rare for humans to possess such capabilities. Moreover, it could see that Dylan did not possess divine power, meaning that Dylan had not come into contact with the divine and relied entirely on his own strength. This is the most amazing part. Interesting human. I hope you survive Poseidon's clutches so you can continue to annoy her. The deep-sea demon whale king muttered something, and then really left. If the deep-sea demon whale king knew that Dylan's voyage was originally to hunt it, it probably wouldn't think that way. If it knew that Dylan possessed the ability to kill it and considered it a sure kill target, the deep-sea whale king would surely regret not having done its utmost to help Poseidon today. Even with its full strength, it couldn't actually help Poseidon kill Dylan. Poseidon, if you've got the guts, come fight me on the mainland. I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm in a very bad state right now, and I'm about to enter the weakened period after the rings explode. You don't actually dare to keep chasing me after all this, do you? After more than an hour of speeding, Dylan finally returned to the far north under Poseidon's pursuit. Once on land, Dylan stopped and turned back to provoke Poseidon. Asshole. Poseidon stood on the beach, watching Dylan's figure with a face full of shame and anger. She hadn't expected that Dylan would actually endure the exploding state for so long and manage to escape back to land. Poseidon did not fall for Dylan's provocation. Having learned her lesson the hard way, she certainly wouldn't rashly set foot on land again to fight Dylan. Moreover, it was Dylan, who was so powerful. She couldn't beat Dylan in the past. Not to mention Dylan now. She also knew that Dylan was at his limit at this moment, and the explosive state on his body probably wouldn't last much longer. But she didn't dare to gamble. If she loses the bet, she'll definitely be bullied by Dylan again. She absolutely never wants to go through that again. Last time, she endured humiliation and hardship, and only after finally convincing Dylan that she had truly submitted did she escape from his control. If it happened again, Dylan wouldn't believe her anymore, she wouldn't be able to escape, she would be controlled by Dylan forever, and she would endlessly suffer Dylan's bullying. That was an outcome she absolutely did not want. Dragon Fist, if you're so capable, then don't come to the sea. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. After coldly uttering 2 harsh words to Dylan, Poseidon turned and left. Since she didn't dare to go up and hunt Dylan, she didn't want to stay and suffer anymore. Seeing Tilung but being unable to take revenge is undoubtedly a very painful thing. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Poseidon's figure disappeared on the sea. Phew. Seeing Poseidon leave, Dylan breathed a long sigh of relief. Buzz tilde. Then the ring exploding state on Dylan's body completely disappeared. Dylan also staggered before sitting down on the icy ground. If Poseidon had caught up with them, Dylan would have really had to use the soul returns home teleportation technique to return to the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Little White, I'm counting on you to protect me for the next few days. Dylan summoned Little White in a flash and then gave her his orders. As for Xiao Wu, of course, he had already taken it back into his spatial storage long ago. Yes, Master, Xiao Bai readily agreed. Over the next few days, Dylan recuperated under Xiao Bai's protection until all his spirit rings were restored, and his weakened state was completely relieved. Master, what do we do now? Are we still going to kill the demon whale king? After seeing that Dylan had recovered, Xiao Bai asked him about it with concern. Dylan did not answer immediately upon hearing Xiao Bai's words. These past few days, Dylan has also been thinking about it. With Poseidon causing trouble, it was indeed not easy for him to find and kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Unless the deep-sea demon whale king is relatively close to the land, preventing Poseidon from arriving in time, he will kill the deep-sea demon whale king. In that case, there will naturally be no problem. However, the deep-sea demon whale king's location is in the deep ocean, far from land, so this approach simply doesn't work. Therefore, Dylan had to think of other solutions. Or lure the deep-sea whale king to the nearshore waters. Alternatively, he could conceal his presence so that Poseidon wouldn't discover him, and then find a way to leave after killing the deep-sea demon whale king. If you can leave, then leave. If you really can't avoid Poseidon, then use the soul returns home teleportation to return to the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Little White, do you have any ideas on how to lure the deep-sea demon whale king to the nearshore area? Dylan asked Xiao Bai a question. Chapter 182 The Wonderful Use of Space. No, I don't know much about the deep-sea demon whale king either. Xiao Bai quickly shook his head. Then we'll just have to go find it ourselves. Dylan laughed. But, if we go to find it, the high priest will definitely come again. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Xiao Bai immediately became worried. If the high priest calls upon the others from Sea God Island this time, Master might really not be able to leave. Xiao Bai does not recommend that Dylan venture further into the sea. It's alright, as long as she doesn't find out. Dylan said with a smile. But how can we prevent the high priest from finding out? Her senses are incredibly sharp, and even sharper at sea. As long as Master enters the ocean, she will definitely find him. Xiao Bai continued to persuade, Master, why don't we find other 100,000-year-old soul beasts? Going into the ocean is really too dangerous. That's right, you promised to help us revive, you can't go and die. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, the soul of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion also appeared and joined in persuading dialogue. Buzz, the spirit of the Snow Emperor also appeared. She crossed her arms and looked at Dylan, though she didn't say anything to persuade him, her meaning was probably the same. She also didn't want Dylan to go back and die. Within Dylan's sea of consciousness, they witnessed Poseidon's entire performance, and thus knew of Poseidon's power. They acknowledged that Dylan was very strong. However, Poseidon's ability to draw upon the power of the sea is truly too powerful and unsolvable. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Even if I'm unlucky enough to be killed, I can still be resurrected. You too can sense my soul skill and you'll see. Dylan laughed heartily. The last sentence was addressed to the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. After saying that, Dylan summoned the dragon soul and let them sense the soul skill that was absorbed from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire contained within it. Resurrection. Both Shuidi and Bingdi were startled by Dilong's words and quickly began to examine themselves. Upon seeing this, the two women were instantly stunned. They then discovered that, in addition to his soul rings, soul skills, and soul bone skills, Dylan actually possessed such a powerful soul skill. It's practically a life-saving technique. Sister Shui, Sister Bing, what's wrong with you? Could Master really possess the ability to resurrect? Seeing the two female souls, shocked expressions, Xiao Bai quickly asked them for details. After getting to know Shuidi and Bingdi, Xiao Bai started calling them older sister. After all, both of them were superior to her in both age and cultivation level. Not only Xiaobai, but Xiaowu and Aru also call them that. Xiaobai, Xiaowu, and Aru started calling each other by their names, although Xiaowu still called Aru, Mom. It's true, Hayote murmured, her eyes wide with shock as she told Xiaobai about the effects of Dylan's soul skill. Xiaobai then realized that Dylan had such a powerful way to protect himself. But even so, Master doesn't need to venture out to sea. With the High Priest around, there's no way Master can hunt the deep-sea demon Whale King. Little White continued to persuade him. Xiaobai, this is for you. Dylan smiled slightly and then handed the 7 treasures glazed brocade to Xiaobai. Master, what are you doing? Xiaobai subconsciously reached out and took it, then her beautiful eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to enter the soul tool space and then have me take you to find the deep-sea demon Whale King? Master is so clever. This way, the High Priest won't be able to sense your presence. Master only needs to kill the deep-sea demon Whale King in the shortest time, absorb the soul ring, and run away. If you can't escape, just teleport away. After understanding Dylan's plan, Xiaobai said excitedly. After hearing Xiaobai's words, Shuidi and Bingdi understood and their eyes brightened considerably when they looked at Dailong. This human is not only incredibly strong, but also very intelligent. Now that you understand, I'll leave the task of finding the deep-sea demon Whale King to you, Little White. Dylan nodded and said to Xiaobai. Yes, Master, I will definitely do it. Xiaobai immediately agreed. Buzz tilde. Dylan nodded, and then summoned the Ice Emperor's external soul bone, Emperor Scorpion Tail. Immediately, an ice crystal scorpion tail materialized behind Dylan's rear end. Soul bone skill. Image clone. Swish tilde. Dylan summoned the external soul bone Emperor Scorpion Tail in order to unleash the soul skill contained within the soul bone. Click tilde. An ice mirror condensed in front of Dylan, and after reflecting Dylan's image, it shattered with a crack. Then the shattered ice mirror immediately condensed, eventually taking the shape of Dylan. This clone possesses the same abilities as T-Lung. Simply put, it's a copy of T-Lung. The only drawback is that its soul power is only 1/10 of Dylan's, and it will dissipate once it is used up. But for Dylan, that was enough. He summoned this illusory clone not to fight, but to confuse Poseidon. After he entered the 7 treasures glazed brocade space, he left behind an avatar with the same aura as him outside, which could be used to mislead Poseidon. Alright, Xiaobai, now put me into your soul tool space, and let's set off. Dylan then turned to Little White and gave him instructions. Yes, Master. Xiaobai nodded, and then used the 7 treasures glazed brocade to take Dilong inside. Swish tilde. Dylan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The figures of Shuidi and Bingdi also disappeared. After carefully putting away the 7 treasures glazed brocade, Little White transformed back into the demon soul Great White Shark and headed towards the deep-sea demon Whale King's territory. Dylan's clone remained in place. I hope the High Priest isn't watching me. Or even if you discover me, it would be best if you didn't attack me. As Xiaobai moved forward, he silently prayed in his heart. Dylan's method is indeed feasible. Once inside the 7 treasures glazed brocade space, Dylan's aura will be concealed. With a clone providing cover, Poseidon shouldn't have discovered that Dylan was hiding inside the soul tool she was carrying. However, her presence could not be concealed, and Poseidon could sense that she had returned to the sea. If Poseidon were to attack her, Dylan's plan would fail, and he would have to go back and find someone else. Xiaobai quickly headed towards the sea area where the deep-sea mirror king was located. Dylan then entered his own soul tool space for the first time. At this moment, besides him, there were also Xiaowu, Aru, and Zhu Zuqing in the soul tool space. Chapter 183 The Terrified Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. This was also the first time that T-Lung had entered the 7 treasures glazed brocade space. He discovered that it was actually a small space, and that being inside felt like being in a small house. This space is no different from a prison for Dylan now, small and oppressive. It's already a bit of a hardship for Xiaowu and the others to stay inside all the time. But what can they do when their skills are lacking? If they possessed Xiaobai's strength, they wouldn't need to be kept in Dailong's spatial storage. Master. X3. Upon seeing Dylan appear in the space, Xiao Wu, Ru, and Zhu Zuqing all spoke up. Master, why are you here too? Xiao Wu asked curiously. It's nothing, I just need to hide for a while, so I had no choice but to hide here. Come here, all of you, let me have some fun. Dylan shook his head, not explaining what had happened, but simply told Xiao Wu and the others to come and please him. When Xiao Wu and the others heard what Dilong said and saw that he really looked like he had been humiliated, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they obediently did their part to cheer Dilong up. While Dylan was relaxing and enjoying himself in the 7 treasure glazed tile brocade space, Xiaobai led the 7 treasure glazed tile sect rapidly towards the sea area where the deep sea demon whale king was located. Along the way, Xiaobai was somewhat worried, fearing that Poseidon might suddenly appear. Although she knew that with Dylan around, even if Poseidon came, she wouldn't be in any danger, and Dylan would be able to help her escape successfully. But she was still nervous. Fortunately, Poseidon probably didn't expect Dylan to return to the sea so quickly, or she was misled by Dylan's image clone, or she might not have paid special attention to Little White's aura. In short, Xiaobai's operation went very smoothly. Poseidon did not attack until they entered the deep sea area of the Demon Whale King. However, Poseidon didn't find Little White, but the deep sea Demon Whale King was different. As soon as Little White entered its territory, it was discovered. Is that the demon soul great white shark? Why are you trespassing on my turf? Do you want to die? Boom! The deep sea demon whale king moved and immediately headed towards where Little White was. The fact that Xiaobai dared to enter its waters so brazenly is a provocation, so how could it not respond? Little shark, you'd better give me a good reason for coming here, otherwise even that woman Poseidon won't be able to protect you. After the deep sea demon whale king appeared, it coldly addressed Little White. It was unaware that Little White had actually betrayed Poseidon, and that Poseidon also wanted to kill Little White, otherwise it would have acted immediately. It gave Xiaobai a chance to speak because it was wary of Poseidon. Especially after seeing that Poseidon's strength has increased again. However, this is not a reason for Xiaobai to provoke it. If Xiaobai cannot give it a reasonable reason, it does not intend to let the other party go. Even if Poseidon blames Xiaobai, it was Xiaobai who provoked him. Demon Whale King, it's not me looking for you. Your master is looking for you. Looking at the powerful deep sea demon whale king, Xiaobai was not afraid at all, instead, he smiled calmly. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, the deep sea demon whale king's expression changed drastically. What did you say? That bastard sea god is looking for me. As the deep sea demon whale king spoke, he looked around but did not find the sea god. It thought that the master Xiaobai mentioned was the sea god. No need to look anymore. My current master is not Lord Sea God, but Lord Dragon Fist. Little White laughed when he saw the deep sea demon whale king's nervous look. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai released Dailong from the 7 treasures glazed brocade space. It's you. After hearing what Xiaobai had said earlier, the deep sea demon whale king breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing that the master Xiaobai had summoned was Dylan, his expression turned grim again. Human, what are you doing here? However, compared to Xiaobai's original master, the sea god, the deep sea demon whale king was somewhat wary of Dylan, but not by much. How strong can a guy who's being chased by Poseidon really be? However, considering that he was able to fight Poseidon and escape from her pursuit, the deep sea whale king was still quite cautious when facing Dylan. Especially recalling Dylan's state after the rings exploded. Buzz. After Dylan appeared, he didn't say much. He immediately summoned his martial soul and held all the spirit rings of the 2 martial souls in his hands. Twin martial souls. And those spirit rings. The deep sea demon whale king was immediately surprised when it saw Dylan's martial spirit and spirit ring. And of course, there was anger. Dylan not only ignored its question, but also directly summoned its martial spirit and spirit ring. What does this mean? It's clearly a sign that they're about to take action. This is specifically here to seek revenge. Is it really necessary? All you did was lend a hand to Poseidon, and we didn't do anything to you." Dylan ignored the deep-sea demon whale king. In his eyes, the other party was already a dead man. All he wanted to do now was kill the deep-sea demon whale king as soon as possible, so as not to give Poseidon a chance to cause trouble. Ring detonation. The next second, Dylan crushed the spirit rings in his hands. Boom, boom, the sea changed color in an instant. Amidst various celestial phenomena, Dylan once again completed his spirit ring detonation, and this time he blew up all of his spirit rings at once. Soon, Dylan entered the ring explosion state, and a huge golden dragon soul ring appeared behind him. His whole body radiated golden light, and his aura was terrifying, so strong. The deep-sea demon whale king's expression changed again, his face filled with disbelief. When Dylan was being chased by Poseidon before, it could tell that Dylan was very strong in his exploding ring state, but the current Dylan felt even stronger, at least twice as strong. To it, this was simply unbelievable. When Dylan locked his gaze on it, a strong sense of crisis immediately made it tremble. Every hair on its body stood on end. Escape. A strong sense of crisis prompted the deep-sea demon whale king to make a decision that would damage its dignity. It turned and ran, diving into the depths of the ocean. Trying to run. Too late. When Dylan saw the deep-sea demon whale king turn and run away so decisively, he sneered. Ninth soul skill. One punch to the end. Without any pause, Dylan instantly unleashed all the soul power that had erupted after the ring explosion, concentrating it into this punch. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, Dylan's ninth soul skill immediately struck the fleeing deep-sea demon whale king. Damn it! Sensing the attack from behind and the terrifying destructive power contained in that soul skill, the deep-sea demon whale king's eyes instantly turned red, filled with shock and rage. This human has absolutely no sense of martial ethics. They acted without warning, and with such terrifying soul skills. Chapter 184 Million Year Soul Ring obtained. It's that bastard Long Quan. The moment Dylan was released by Xiaobai, Poseidon on Poseidon Island immediately opened her eyes. Dylan's aura suddenly appeared in the deep-sea area of the demon whale king, which greatly surprised Poseidon. Then what about the aura of Dylan that she sensed earlier? What I sensed before must have been fake. After comparing the aura of Dylan that she had sensed before with the one she suddenly sensed now, Poseidon immediately made a judgment. After carefully sensing Dylan's current location and discovering that Little White was also there, Poseidon immediately realized what had happened. Dylan must have gone into hiding, and then Little White led Dylan deep into the ocean to find the deep-sea demon whale king. Soul Tool Space. Poseidon made a guess, then his expression immediately changed. Because she had guessed why Dylan still went into the sea even though he knew he would be discovered and hunted down. He's got his eye on the deep-sea demon whale king. Dylan's purpose is all too easy to guess. Looking at where Dylan is now, and considering that Dylan's second martial soul is still missing a soul ring, it's pretty obvious. Swish tilde. Having realized this, Poseidon immediately disappeared from his spot and headed directly towards the area of the deep-sea demon whale king. She would absolutely not stand idly by and watch Dylan successfully hunt the deep-sea demon whale king and obtain the soul ring on its body that was nearly 1,000,000 years old. Dylan is already level 99. If Dylan successfully absorbs the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring, the opponent might actually break through level 100. This is probably why T-Lung dared to reappear even though he knew he would be hunted down if he entered the sea. Then she absolutely couldn't let Dylan succeed. Swish tilde. Thinking of this, Poseidon immediately summoned the sea god martial soul and used its power to quickly head towards the sea area where the deep-sea demon whale king was located. Boom. Under the dragon soul lock effect of Dylan's one punch to the end, the deep-sea demon whale king could not escape Dylan's dragon fist attack and was ultimately hit by Dylan's dragon fist, which was powerful enough to destroy the world. Boom. Dylan's dragon fist, unleashed with all his spirit rings at full power, was comparable in destructive force to an attack from a god. Thud. Even the deep-sea demon whale king couldn't withstand Dylan's attack. His heart was pierced directly by the dragon fist. Hey! The deep-sea demon whale king, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped in its tracks. I'm not reconciled. The deep-sea demon whale king turned to look at Dylan, his eyes filled with resentment. It truly never imagined that it would die so hastily. With just one move, Dylan killed himself. Thud. No matter how unwilling the deep-sea demon whale king was, its aura eventually disappeared completely. Buzz. Then the million-year soul ring contained within the deep-sea demon whale king surfaced, further proving that the deep-sea demon whale king had been killed by Dylan. Similarly, it also dropped a soul bone. It wasn't the external soul bone that Dylan had been hoping for. Dylan had thought that once his soul bone collection was full, the deep-sea demon whale king would drop a soul bone that he didn't have, just like the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. It seems that hope has been dashed. What the deep-sea demon whale king dropped was a head bone. Swish tilde. Dylan didn't have time to examine what soul skills the soul bone possessed, and simply put it away. Dylan had originally planned to absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring on the spot, but the next second, he sensed Poseidon rushing over. At his speed, it was clearly impossible for him to completely absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring before Poseidon arrived. It seems the only way out is to use a soul skill to teleport away. Dylan thought to himself, "Little White, go back into the space. Poseidon has arrived, we have no choice but to teleport away." Then Dylan said to Xiaobai, "Yes, master." Xiaobai obediently replied, and at the same time returned the 7 treasures glazed brocade to Dilong. "Master, wait a moment." Just as Dylan was about to put her into his spatial dimension, Xiaobai remembered something and immediately stopped Dylan. Dylan paused. Xiaobai's figure vanished in a flash. He then appeared on the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, cut open its head with a knife, and extracted its brain. Ding tilde. Along with it, a whale pearl also fell out. This is also a rare treasure on the deep-sea demon whale king. In the original work, after Tang San's heart of the sea god was broken, he used it to repair and replace the heart of the sea god on the trident of the sea god. After putting away the whale brain, Xiaobai quickly put away the whale pearl as well. "All right, master." Xiaobai then looked up at Dilong and said, "Swish tilde." Dylan nodded, then put Little White into the 7 treasures glazed brocade space. Then, Dylan pulled the deep-sea demon whale king's spirit ring to his front and swallowed it in one gulp. His soul has returned to his homeland. Buzz. After absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king into his body, Dylan immediately used the soul returns home technique. This was also the first time he had used this life-saving soul skill. There was no other way, he really couldn't refuse this time. Poseidon is already on his way, and it's impossible for him to successfully absorb the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring before Poseidon arrives. Given this situation, he had no choice but to run away. This was also the first time Dylan had used this soul skill. Buzz. After Dylan used this soul skill, a dark blue vortex appeared in the void. Roar. Then the golden dragon soul, wrapped around Dilong, plunged headfirst into that strange, dark blue vortex. "You bastard, stop right there." Before Dylan was taken away, he also heard Poseidon's voice. Looking back, they found that Poseidon had already arrived. "You actually killed the deep-sea demon whale king so quickly." When Poseidon arrived and saw the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king, he was immediately filled with disbelief. Even for her, killing the deep-sea demon whale king would be extremely difficult. Now, the deep-sea demon whale king has been instantly killed by Dylan. Shocked, Poseidon became even more convinced that Dylan could not be kept alive. Wrath of the Sea God. Without any hesitation, Poseidon attacked Dylan. Boom. Unfortunately, Poseidon was still a step too late. Before her soul skill hit Dylan, Dylan had already been pulled into the azure vortex by the dragon soul and then disappeared. Hateful. Upon seeing this, Poseidon gritted his teeth. She never expected that Dylan would get away again. She sensed it carefully and realized that Dylan had really left, and had gone quite far away. Currently, Dylan's aura can be found in 2 places, one in the far north and another in the center of the continent. Anyway, they're not at sea anymore. Chapter 185 Cultivation Level Soars. What kind of soul skill is this? How were you able to return to the mainland so quickly? Poseidon was furious and resentful, but also very shocked, astonished by Dylan's soul skill. She had never seen or even heard of such a soul skill that could teleport over extremely long distances. Isn't this a power that only gods can possess? Then why didn't he use it last time? Then Poseidon became puzzled again. With such a powerful soul skill, Dylan shouldn't have been chased by her last time. Is it because the usage conditions are strict? Or because the number of uses is limited? Or is the cooldown time too long? Poseidon quickly came up with several possibilities, but even if she understood them, they wouldn't be of any use in the present moment. Poseidon's expression shifted repeatedly. She didn't know whether she should pursue Dylan to the center of the continent and kill him at this moment. At this point, Dylan was definitely still in a weakened state. She cannot draw upon the power of the sea, but dealing with Dylan in his weakened state should not be a problem. So this is an opportunity. Poseidon was unsure whether he should seize this opportunity. If she seizes the opportunity, she can get her revenge. However, she was worried that Dylan could still teleport away, and if Dylan regained his strength in a short time, she would be the one to suffer. Once she entered the central part of the continent, she was no match for Dylan. Poseidon's expression changed repeatedly, but in the end he didn't dare to follow them. She was genuinely afraid of falling into Dylan's hands again. That was worse than killing her. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Since submitting to Dylan, Poison Douluo has been protecting this place for Dylan. He also enjoys cultivating here. Although he has resolved his poisoning problem, the existence of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye is still very beneficial to his cultivation. He also followed Dylan's advice and laid down layers of poisonous miasma around the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, making it difficult for outside soul beasts and soul masters to get close. Only in his spare time would he return to his family to see his son. His son, Dugu Shin, was originally poisoned by his own martial soul, just like him, but after Delong provided a solution, he is now completely cured. His son is now a soul saint. What made him even happier was that his daughter-in-law was pregnant, and soon he would have a grandson or granddaughter. Poison Douluo felt that all these changes were brought about by his master, Dylan, so he became even more loyal to Dylan. Naturally, people would also worry about Dylan's situation. Judging from the current situation, he doesn't know where Dylan went, and it seems that the Soul Master world has also lost track of Dylan. Buzz. Just then, a dark blue crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Roar. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a golden dragon soul emerged from the crack and finally landed with a splash in the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Yes, Master. It became clear during the fight in Rome that Dylan had arrived. However, the way Dylan made his entrance was very shocking to him. It was actually teleported directly here. Where did it come from? Poison Douluo realized that even as a titled Douluo, he couldn't tell at all. Dylan ignored Poison Douluo and, after teleporting back to the ice and fire yin-yang well, immediately continued absorbing the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring within it. He only had time to absorb the other party into his body, but he hasn't had time to refine and absorb it yet. Boom! The deep-sea sunglasses king's soul ring transformed into a powerful force, surging wildly within Dylan's body. Initially, Dylan was unable to refine it at all. Because at this time, Dylan was in a weakened state after the ring exploded, it was really not easy for him to refine a soul ring that was nearly 1,000,000 years old. Fortunately, the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes can help Dylan quickly recover his condition. This is why Dylan didn't try to escape from Poseidon again, but instead chose to fly back directly. Because if he wants to successfully absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, he must rely on the power of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Buzz. As the ice and fire yin-yang well restored Dylan's condition, Dylan also began to gradually refine the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king within his body. To Dylan's surprise, the soul tremor that should have occurred during his soul ring refining did not happen for a long time. Snort. Dylan simply snorted inwardly and ignored it for the time being. He immediately guessed why the deep-sea demon whale king wasn't using soul shock. It wanted to lurk within him, in its soul ring or soul bone, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Just like in the original story, the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king has always been lurking. It wasn't until Tang San was undergoing the 9th trial of the sea god that the soul of the deep-sea demon Whale King suddenly emerged, attempting to possess Tang San and use his body to obtain the position of sea god. The deep-sea demon Whale King's plan was quite clever. If Tang San hadn't had the protagonist's halo, he might have actually succeeded. The fact that the deep-sea demon Whale King's soul hasn't appeared yet suggests that it's waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Unfortunately, Dylan already knew its plans and naturally wouldn't leave this time bomb unattended. He planned to absorb the soul rings and soul bones before finding the soul of the deep-sea demon Whale King and completely eliminating it. Now, of course, it's best to work with the deep-sea demon Whale King, as this will make it easier for him to absorb the soul rings. Dylan then continued refining the soul ring of the deep-sea demon Whale King. Before he could successfully refine and absorb the spirit ring, Dylan had already passed the period of weakness caused by the exploding spirit ring. In addition to the restoration of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, there was also replenishment from the soul ring of the deep-sea demon Whale King. By the time Dylan had completely refined and absorbed the deep-sea demon Whale King, half a month had passed. Yes, it took a full half-month to absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon Whale King this time. Dylan didn't know why Tang San absorbed the energy so quickly in the original story. It was probably because of the sea god's light. Anyway, it took him that long. The increase in cultivation level is also significant. Dylan's soul power level directly reached the ceiling of level 99. Dylan felt that his soul power had reached its peak and could no longer increase. He originally thought that with the help of the deep-sea demon Whale King's soul ring, he could prove his Tao through force and break through to the god level in one fell swoop, but now it seems that it won't work. Buzz. After Dylan finished absorbing the power, the spirit rings of both martial spirits appeared on his body at the same time. The dragon fist is covered in yellow, purple, black, 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 black. And the red on the dragon soul, red 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 orange red red orange red orange red red. The 9th soul ring is already infinitely close to golden red. When Poison Douluo saw this, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 186 Bibi Dong and her granddaughter. How is this possible? Poison Douluo stared wide-eyed at Dilong's spirit ring configuration with disbelief. He never expected that Dylan actually possessed twin martial souls. Moreover, the spirit rings attached to the second spirit are all red. 10,000-year soul rings, my god. Where did Master find so many 100,000-year-old soul beasts? Poison Douluo was shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that someone could gather so many 100,000-year spirit rings. Moreover, judging from the 100,000-year spirit rings on Dylan's body, it seems that they are not just simple 100,000-year spirit rings. You can tell just by looking at the color. The aura contained within the last soul ring, in particular, was incredibly terrifying to him. He's a title douluo now, and even he finds it terrifying, which shows how amazing the origin of that spirit ring must be. Owner. After the initial shock, Poison Douluo quickly and respectfully stepped forward. Previously, he felt only gratitude and loyalty towards Dylan, and now he has even less reason to have any other thoughts. Poison Douluo felt it was an honor to have a powerful figure like Dylan as his master. Others wanted Tilung to be their master, but Tilung refused. Dylan nodded, ignoring Poison Douluo. After absorbing the spirit ring, Dylan summoned the 990,000-year-old head spirit bone that the deep-sea demon Whale King had dropped. Dylan certainly didn't intend to miss out on such a precious soul bone. If there's no more space for a soul bone, just remove it and replace it. Although the head bone on Dylan's body is also an extremely precious 100,000-year-old soul bone, it was obtained from Tang Chen. However, compared to the piece that fell from the deep-sea demon Whale King, it is far inferior. Dylan naturally wanted to replace himself with something better. So next, Dylan began to remove the head soul bone that he had already absorbed from his head. From the very beginning, Dylan couldn't help but scream in agony. Removing the soul bone is undoubtedly an extremely painful process. However, in order to replace the 990,000-year-old soul bone of the deep-sea demon Whale King, Dylan endured it. Soon, Dylan's original head bone was removed. After collecting the soul bone, Dylan immediately began absorbing the head soul bone dropped by the deep-sea demon whale king. This time, it didn't take Dylan as long as he did to absorb a spirit ring. He only took 2 days to complete the absorption of the spirit bone. Unfortunately, even after absorbing this nearly million-year-old soul bone, Dylan's cultivation level remained at the limit of level 99 and did not break through to level 100. It seems that this final step is indeed not so easy. Either the required soul power is too enormous. Although my current cultivation level has reached the limit of level 99, I still need a lot more energy to break through to level 100. Either under normal circumstances, it's impossible to break through level 100 and you need to rely on other forces. For example, divine inheritance, or the power of faith. Having failed to break through level 100, Dylan naturally had to think about the reasons. Buzz. Then Dylan unleashed his Killing God domain. After killing the deep-sea demon whale king, Dylan felt that his Killing God domain had evolved a bit more. However, he has not yet obtained any information about the inheritance of the Asura god. Of course, the Rakshasa god is also one. Previously, Dylan cleared the Killing City for the sake of the Asura god's inheritance or the Rakshasa god's inheritance. It seems he might still have a chance to inherit the Asura god's legacy, but forget about inheriting the Rakshasa god's legacy. Will the Rakshasa god's legacy ultimately fall to that woman, Bibi Dong? Dylan frowned, then sneered inwardly. Even so, as long as I haven't become a god, you can forget about becoming gods. As planned, since he still couldn't break through level 100 after hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, Dilong planned to seize power from the spirit hall and then take control of Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. Then, it would be his turn to establish the martial soul empire, complete the feat of unifying the continent, and thus obtain enough faith power to help him create his own godhood. By the time Dylan successfully added 9 spirit rings to his second spirit, Bibi Dong had already secured her position as Pope of the Spirit Hall. At first, everyone was dissatisfied with Bibi Dong, but they obeyed her arrangements because of Qian Dalu's orders. However, after so much time, the people of the Spirit Hall have witnessed Bibi Dong's prowess and seen how well she has managed the Spirit Hall. Gradually, they have begun to truly accept Bibi Dong as the new Pope. Mom, are you still going to the Killing City? Qian Runshui held her daughter Qian Ziyu, looking at Bibi Dong with reluctance. That's right, I have to go. Only there can I grow up faster. Bibi Dong nodded, her tone resolute. Heading to the Killing City was something she had decided long ago. If Qian Zunji hadn't been killed, she would have already entered the City of Slaughter, or even possibly already left it. However, there was no other way. Qian Zunji was dead, and she was unwilling to give up the position of Pope, so she could only succeed to the position of Pope for the time being. Now, under her management, the Spirit Hall is relatively stable, and there shouldn't be any major changes in the next year or two. So Bibi Dong decided to go to the City of Slaughter. Grandma, I want to go too. Qian Ziyu had no idea where Bibi Dong was going. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, she waved her hands at Bibi Dong from Qian Runshui's arms. Upon seeing Qian Ziyu's adorable appearance, Bibi Dong's lips curled up slightly. She did dislike seeing Qian Ziyu before, because the other party was Dilung's daughter, but as time went on, Bibi Dong gradually accepted Qian Ziyu. She finally realized that she wasn't such a heartless woman. In the future, she was unable to truly let go of Qian Runshui, so it's only natural that she can't truly deny Qian Ziyu now. Yuyu, not this time. Grandma will take you to play when she comes back. Bibi Dong patted Qian Ziyu's head and said with a smile. Ah, Qian Ziyu was disappointed when she heard Bibi Dong say that, and then pouted, okay, then Grandma, remember to take Yuyu to play when you come back. Of course, Grandma will never forget. Bibi Dong said with a smile. Then she looked at Qian Runshui and continued to instruct her. Xiaoshui, you don't need to be distracted by the Spirit Hall's affairs. Your most important task right now is to complete the 9 trials of the Angel God. Qian Runshui eventually gained the approval of the Angel God and underwent the Angel God's 9 tests. Chapter 187 Forcibly seizing the Pope's position from the Spirit Hall. Qian Runshui has now completed the first of the 9 tests of the Angel God and is currently preparing for the second test. She had plenty of time during her divine examination, so she had plenty of time to help manage the Spirit Hall and also time to take care of her daughter. Of course, this won't work if you enter the divine test. However, she is not in a hurry now, and she is confident that she can complete all the divine tests faster than before. As for Yu Shaogang, if we catch him, we'll cripple his cultivation and spare his life. Then, Bibi Dong brought up Yu Shaogang's story. Since leaving the city of slaughter, Yu Shaogang has been hunting human soul masters, increasing his cultivation by devouring them. At first, Yu Shaogang hid himself very well until last month when he was discovered by a human soul saint. However, the soul saint was unable to capture Yu Shaogang, and Yu Shaogang escaped. Although Yu Shaogang's cultivation level was not as high as that of the soul saint, Luo Sanpao could fly. Although the soul saint could also control his martial soul to fly, he was still not as good as Luo Sanpao, who could fly directly. So Yu Shaogang got away. Currently, Yu Shaogang's cultivation level is the same as hers and Qian Runshui's. He is already a soul emperor. When Bibi Dong first learned of Yu Shaogang's current cultivation level, she was also greatly shocked. She knew that Yu Shaogang had become an evil cultivator and a demonic soul master in the city of slaughter, but she never expected that Yu Shaogang's cultivation speed would become so fast after entering the evil path. Moreover, he is strong. With the cultivation of a soul emperor, he was able to easily escape from a soul saint. Yu Shaogang is now wanted and a bounty has been placed on his head by the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong's explanation to Qian Runshui was simply to prevent Yu Shaogang from being captured and killed one day. She no longer cared about Yu Shaogang, but she still felt that she could spare his life, considering that he had once been someone she liked. But life can be preserved, but cultivation cannot. She also didn't want Yu Shaogang to continue harming the Soul Master world. Yes, I understand, Mom. Qian Runshui nodded. Since it was her mother who spoke up, if she really managed to get Yu Shaogang on her side, she would definitely give him face. The fact that her mother could say something like crippling Yu Shaogang's cultivation meant that Bibi Dong had truly let go of Yu Shaogang, and she was overjoyed. She made up her mind that once Bibi Dong entered the killing city, she would make sure the law enforcement team did everything in their power to hunt down Yu Shaogang. She didn't want to see Yu Shaogang causing trouble in the world of soul masters anymore. Most importantly, she couldn't stand Yu Shaogang's cultivation methods. As the designated successor of the Angel God, she also had an obligation to deal with evil soul masters like Yu Shaogang. Well, you can decide for yourself. If that guy doesn't repent, then kill him. Bibi Dong nodded, then added, the most important thing is Tang San. We must find him and eliminate him as soon as possible. My daughter knows, but ever since we left the city of slaughter, we haven't heard from Tang San. We don't know where he went. When Tang San was mentioned, Qian Runshui's expression also became serious. Although Yu Shaogang's rise to power surprised her, she didn't really take him seriously. Tang San was the one she truly feared. No news is bad news. I'm afraid Tang San has already gone to Sea God Island and started the 9 trials of Sea God ahead of schedule. Bibi Dong said with a grim expression. If that's the case, then we can't do anything about him for the time being. With the Sea God Douluo on Sea God Island, no one below the God level can kill anyone on Sea God Island under her protection. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui's expression also turned serious. Although she never directly faced Poseidon in the future, she was aware of Poseidon's power. Her grandfather, Qian Dalu, had told her in detail about Poseidon's power. Therefore, she knew very well that Poseidon was invincible in the ocean. That's why I'm even more determined to go to the city of slaughter. If Tang San is to become the sea god like he will in the future, we must also become gods as soon as possible. Bibi Dong said. Yes, I believe Mom can do it. Qian Runshui said with a smile. She still had a lot of confidence in her mother. Certainly, Bibi Dong was also full of self-confidence. Bibi Dong then left and quietly headed to the city of slaughter. My daughter has already passed the angel god's inheritance test, so she also needs to pass the Rakshasa god's inheritance test. Her daughter had already passed the exam with flying colors, just like in the future, and she didn't want to fall too far behind. She was very happy that Qian Runshui was able to become a god. But she hoped even more that she could become a god in front of Qian Runshui. After all, she is the mother, and she doesn't want to fall behind her daughter. After absorbing the spirit ring and spirit bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, Dylan left the ice and fire yin-yang well, taking poison douluo with him. Master, where are we going? The poison douluo, who was following behind Dylan, asked respectfully. Go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dylan laughed. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the strongest sect in the Soul Master world right now. Master, what are we going to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for? Hearing Dylan's words, Poison douluo became even more curious. The sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is my woman, what do you say? Dilong didn't turn around, but said calmly. Ah. Upon hearing this, Poison douluo's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected that the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was actually Dilong's woman. So the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also part of Master's forces. Master is truly amazing, and it was hidden so well that no one knew about it for so many years. He immediately began to flatter Rome. I used to be a member of the Spirit Hall, which is something no one would have guessed. Dylan laughed. Indeed, Master, are you taking me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School this time to take over the school and then have me join it? Poison douluo nodded, then continued to ask questions cautiously. No, it's just so you can get to know each other first. There's no need for you to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I'll return to the Spirit Hall later and seize the Pope's position from Bibi Dong. After that, you can join the Spirit Hall and continue to serve me. Dylan denied it, and then revealed his plans for Poison douluo. What? Master is going back to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Poison douluo's eyes widened immediately. But will the Spirit Hall agree? If they disagree, beat them until they agree. Dylan said domineeringly. After saying that, Dylan ignored Poison douluo. Poison douluo was completely dumbfounded, but seeing that Dylan didn't seem inclined to say anything more, he didn't dare to ask any further questions. Chapter 188 Aru wants a new daughter. Roar. Dylan arrived directly above the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School by flying on a dragon. It's the senior who's back. Ning Dingling's expression brightened immediately upon noticing the commotion above. Ning Rongrong was just as surprised as she was. Now that Ning Rongrong has a daughter, Di Qingtang, she has completely forgotten about Oscar and is gradually accepting that Dilong is her man. So she was very happy to know that Dylan had returned. However, compared to Tilong, she was actually happier to see Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Although she had accepted Dylan, she was still closer to Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu in terms of deep affection. Mom, is Dad back? Di Qingtang also heard the sound in the air, and when she looked up and saw the golden dragon soul, she was also pleasantly surprised. It's Senior Tilong. It's the senior. Bone douluo and Sword douluo also noticed Dylan's arrival immediately. The two were initially pleased, but their expressions quickly changed slightly. Because they discovered that this time, Dylan's arrival was not concealed at all, but rather he appeared directly above the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now, the entire Soul Master world will know that Dylan has appeared at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Spirit Hall, in particular, will definitely find out. This is bad. Senior Dragon Fist's relationship with our sect might be exposed. Sword douluo became worried. It's alright. Since Senior Dragon Fist dared to appear openly, he must have something to rely on. Bone douluo, however, chose to believe Dylan. It's understandable that he's worried. Although he initially joined the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School because of Tilong, he now genuinely considers it his own sect. He didn't dare refuse, because he knew that both sect leader Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong were Dilong's women. Who is that person? Golden Dragon Soul. That's Dragon Fist douluo. What? Dragon Fist douluo. That's One Punch douluo. I never expected that One Punch douluo would actually come to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Quote. Besides them, Dylan's open and above-board appearance naturally alarmed the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. One Punch douluo. Seeing Dylan, almost no one can help but get excited. Dylan's reputation in the douluo continent is simply too great. One of his actions was killing Tang Chen. The other was leaving the Spirit Hall, where he publicly revealed the Spirit Hall's ambitions and destroyed one of its angel statues. As the One Punch douluo appearing in our sect because he wants to join our 7 treasure glazed tile school. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. In that case, our sect will have 3 title douluos. Wait a moment. Look, there's another person behind One Punch douluo. That's Poison douluo. The Poison douluo has also come. What happened? Quote. The disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school began to discuss among themselves. The arrival of 2 title douluos in their sect today was truly unexpected. Dylan ignored the disciples and quickly landed in the courtyard where Ning Rongrong was. Daddy, you're back. Ning Rongrong immediately stepped forward and looked at Dilong tenderly. Sugar daddy, is what she calls Tilung. Having a daughter, she doesn't want to call Tilung master, like Xiaowu and the others do. Sometimes, she can, and even remove the first 2 words from her current way of addressing Dylan. Daddy, Daddy. Di Qingtang, who was standing at Ning Rongrong's feet, cheered repeatedly upon seeing Dilong. Candy. When Dylan saw his daughter, he immediately bent down and picked her up. He missed his daughter after not seeing her for so long. Swish tilde. While holding his daughter, Dylan released Zhu Zuqing and the others. Zhu Qing, Xiaowu. Upon seeing Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong immediately exclaimed with joy. Noob. Then, seeing that Xiaobai was also there, Ning Rongrong was immediately surprised. Yes, you must be Ning Rongrong. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, we'll both be master's women. Xiaobai looked at Ning Rongrong and greeted her with a smile. She already knew quite a lot from Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu, so it wasn't surprising that Ning Rongrong knew her. She was also very shocked when she learned that Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing had traveled back in time. Seeing Ning Rongrong now, she recognized her at a glance, which made her even more convinced of the truth of what Zhu Zuqing and the others had said. She felt even more certain that she hadn't made a mistake in choosing a partner. Dylan is truly remarkable for being able to tame even women who have become gods in the future. You are. Ning Rongrong finally turned her gaze to Aru. Rongrong, this is my mom. Xiaowu quickly stepped forward and introduced her mother to Ning Rongrong. Hello, Ning Rongrong. Aru nodded to Ning Rongrong, but her gaze was fixed on Di Qingtang in Dilong's arms. The adorable Di Qingtang stirred up a surge of maternal love in Aru's heart. She suddenly longed to have a lovely daughter. Although she already has one, what she wants now is a daughter who looks like a human, and a little girl, not someone like Xiaowu. Master, I also want to have a child for you, is that all right? Moved by the idea, Aru immediately spoke to Dylan. Sure. Dylan laughed nonchalantly, I've never refused to give it to you. It's just a matter of who's luckier and gets pregnant. Ning Rongrong, who was standing to the side, widened her beautiful eyes upon hearing the conversation between Aru and Ning Rongrong. His gaze lingered between Aru and Xiaowu. She was surprised, she hadn't expected that Aru was also her sister. However, considering that her aunt Ning Dingaling was also Tilung's woman, it didn't seem so surprising. Hee, Zhu Qing thinks so. too. Let's see who gets pregnant first, Mom or Zhu Qing. You can even have a competition. Xiaowu chuckled upon hearing Aru's words. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Ning Rongrong immediately glanced at Zhu Zuqing. She was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Zhu Zuqing would also be thinking about having a child with Dilong. I only want the immortal herb. When Zhu Zuqing saw Ning Rongrong's gaze shifting towards her with a teasing look, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she tried to save face. Hee, I get it. Ning Rongrong burst into laughter upon hearing this. She still believed Zhu Zuqing's words. In her impression, Zhu Zuqing was that kind of person who never gave up. Now that she and Xiaowu have both eaten the immortal herb again, it's perfectly normal for Zhu Zuqing to want to do the same. Chapter 189 Spirit Kite Douluo. This is Senior Dugu. Soon after, Ning Rongrong spotted Dugu Bo behind Dilong. It's Dugu Bo. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing then noticed that there was someone they knew following behind Dilong. Dugu Bo greets the mistress. Poison Douluo quickly stepped forward and respectfully addressed Ning Rongrong. No, you're welcome, Ning Rongrong quickly said, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She never expected that Poison Douluo, who was supposed to become a close friend of Tang San despite their age difference, would now recognize Dilong as his master. Consequently, she also became the mistress of the other party. Before long, Ning Dingling and the two elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, also arrived. Seeing so many beautiful women around Dylan, Ning Dingling was naturally a little jealous, but she dared not voice her opinion. Senior, your open and above-board appearance this time, is it because you are preparing to officially join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Dingling asked happily. Previously, when Dylan appeared, he always kept to himself. No, I showed up directly because I no longer need to be afraid of the Spirit Hall. For the next year, I will be stationed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and also keep an eye on what the Spirit Hall will do. Dylan shook his head and said. He then realized that he had become somewhat complacent. They forgot that their life-saving skill was still on cooldown. However, Dilong wasn't afraid. At worst, he could stay at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for a year to spend time with his daughter, and then go to the Spirit Hall after a year. That year, he wanted to see if the Spirit Hall would dare to cause him trouble with him in charge. That guy, Dragon Fist, actually went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Has he joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? The Spirit Hall quickly learned that Dylan had gone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Runshui immediately sought out Qian Dalu and asked him how to handle the situation. Never mind him. The most important thing right now is your 9 trials with the Angel God. Once you've completed the 9 trials of the Angel God, it won't be too late to deal with him. Qian Dalu said calmly. He chose to ignore Dylan. His decision was not only due to concerns about Qian Runshui's 9th trial as an angel. Another reason is Dylan's strength. That's not something you can deal with easily. If anyone wants to deal with Dylan, the Grand Elder must be present, otherwise, no one else will agree to go and deal with Dylan. He wasn't confident he could handle Dylan. Therefore, he felt that the best solution was to wait until Qian Runshui inherited the Angel God. I understand, Grandpa. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's suggestion, Qian Runshui quickly agreed. She herself didn't really want to cause trouble for Dylan so soon. She didn't intend to kill Tilong, she just wanted revenge, so she wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, she was well aware of Dylan's current strength. She needed to become an angel god again before she could be confident of defeating Dylan and avenging herself. Thus, although Dylan appeared openly at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall did nothing. The various factions that were originally prepared to watch the show were all dumbfounded. Is the Spirit Hall really that afraid of Dylan? But thinking about it carefully, it makes perfect sense. Didn't the Spirit Hall always fear the Clear Sky sect before? Dylan was a ruthless man who could kill Tang Chen, so it's normal for the Spirit Hall to be wary of him. Owner. Not long after the news spread, a titled douluo came to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and approached Dilong. It was Lingyuan Douluo, who had successfully absorbed his 9th spirit ring and become a 9-ring titled douluo. After Ling Yuan broke through to level 90, she planned to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast to give herself a 9th soul ring with a 100,000-year quality. She couldn't beat him on her own, but Dylan promised to help her. Ling Yuan searched for over a year but couldn't find any trace of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. In the end, she had no choice but to give up the search and hunted a 70,000-year quality 9th soul ring herself. Only after she became a titled douluo did she learn that Dilong had already left the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he was wanted by the Spirit Hall. Then Ling Yuan stayed outside and never returned to the Spirit Hall. Because she knew very well that both the young master Qian Runshui and the saintess Bibi Dong knew about her relationship with Dilong. When the Clear Sky sect was eradicated, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong went together, so they knew the truth. Moreover, it wasn't just Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, all the soul saints and soul douluos who went with them back then also knew about it. So after Ling Yuan learned about Dilong's situation, she didn't dare to return to the spirit hall. She had no choice but to continue following Dylan. However, she was never able to find Dilong and had no choice but to live in seclusion. She only came looking for Dylan when he appeared at the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Spirit Kite. When Dylan saw Ling Yuan, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had dragged her into this mess. However, Dylan didn't feel guilty at all, since she was alright, wasn't she? Have you absorbed your 9th spirit ring yet? Dylan then asked. Yes, Master, I am now a title douluo. Ling Yuan nodded. Buzz. She then summoned her Phoenix Fire Spirit Kite, along with 9 spirit rings, proving that she was now a genuine title douluo. Title douluo. Ning Dingling and the others were all surprised to see that Ling Yuan was actually a title douluo. This is a rare female title douluo. They never expected that such a rare female title douluo would also be one of Dylan's people. Ling Yuan, I've dragged you into this mess. Consider this soul bone my compensation to you. Dilong waved his hand, signaling Ling Yuan to put away her martial spirit, and then took out a soul bone and handed it to her. This is a soul bone from 100,000 years ago. Upon seeing this, Ling Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Dilong. She never expected that Dylan would give her such a precious soul bone. A soul bone that's been around for 100,000 years, and it's even a torso bone. This soul bone was dropped by the 100,000-year-old soul beast that Dilong killed when his second martial soul absorbed the 5th soul ring. There was also a head bone that Dylan had exchanged for the soul bone of the deep-sea demon Whale King, which Dylan had already given to Ning Dingling. That's right, it's yours. Dylan nodded. Thank you, Master. After confirming, Ling Yuan excitedly accepted the soul bone. Sword douluo, bone douluo, and poison douluo were all somewhat envious upon seeing this. This was a 100,000-year-old soul bone, and it was given to Spirit Kite douluo just like that. Ghost douluo and poison douluo couldn't help but feel some regret. I wish they were women too. Ling Yuan has things they don't, isn't it just because Ling Yuan is a woman? Chapter 190. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing are also pregnant. That very night, Ling Yuan used all her healing skills to help Dilong solve his problems. For the next year, Dylan stayed at the 7 treasure glazed tile school and did not go anywhere else. Besides spending time with her daughter, she also worked hard to cultivate relationships with Ning Dingling and others. Now, it's not just Ning Dingling who wants a child, Zhu Zuqing and Aru are also vying to have one. Xiao Wu didn't have that thought, she felt like she was still a baby. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, cannot conceive because she is not a true human. However, that's not necessarily true, since reproductive isolation shouldn't exist in the douluo continent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be special soul beasts like the wolf bandits. While working hard, Dylan also didn't forget to cultivate himself. His current cultivation is no longer simply about accumulating energy, but about gaining a deeper understanding of power. 6 months later, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Dingling all became pregnant. Ning Dingling finally got what she wanted. Xiao Wu, who had never thought about having children, unexpectedly became pregnant. On the contrary, Aru did not get what she wanted. However, she was very happy that Xiao Wu was pregnant. Dylan was somewhat surprised by the sudden increase in his bloodline, but he was also very happy. He was unaware that Qian Runshui had also given birth to a daughter for him, otherwise, he would have been even happier. Senior, we may have discovered traces of the Blue-Silver Emperor. On this day, Dilong, who was still cultivating, was suddenly interrupted by good news brought by Ning Dingling. Blue-Silver Emperor, really? Upon hearing this news, Dylan immediately opened his eyes from his cultivation. Having already collected so many beauties from Douluo continent, Dylan certainly wouldn't want to let go of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. Moreover, the other party was Tang Hao's wife from the original story and Tang San's mother. Moreover, only after capturing Yin could Dilong ensure that Tang San from another world would not travel to this world again. There's a Tang San who traveled back from the future, and Dilong still hasn't been able to find him and kill him. Therefore, Dylan does not want another Tang San. So whether it's to collect beauties or to prevent another Tang San from appearing, Dilong doesn't want to let go of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. So, very early on, Dylan had Ning Dingaling keep an eye out for the appearance of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. Yin's characteristics are also very obvious. Just be careful of female soul masters who use blue-silver grass. Of course, it's not just female soul masters who use the Blue-Silver Emperor. There are quite a few female soul masters who possess the blue-silver grass martial soul. In the original work, among the information collected by Yu Shaogang, there were many soul masters who had awakened blue-silver grass, who possessed soul power and were capable of cultivation. In other words, besides Tang San, there are other soul masters on the douluo continent who use blue-silver grass, but they are not very strong. Yin is definitely not someone those people can compare to. But after all these years, there has been no trace of Yin. I don't know if it hasn't taken human form yet, or if the other party is hiding too well, but in any case, I haven't been able to find it. Now, things are finally looking up. Yes, it's true, she was found in a small town north of the Stardo Great Forest, but she seemed to have a very strong sense of perception. She quickly found our people, and in the end, we lost her. However, our people discovered that her appearance is almost identical to the Blue-Silver Emperor that our predecessor was looking for. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has long blue hair. We can almost certainly conclude that she is the Blue-Silver Emperor. Ning Dingaling continued. Yes, that should be it. Judging by the timeline, she appeared around this time. Dylan nodded. According to the original timeline, Tang Hao met Yin when he was 35 years old. Yin didn't reach maturity until Tang Hao was 44 years old. In other words, when Tang Hao met Yin was probably around 20 years old. He had been staying at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for half a year and was getting a little bored, so he decided to go out for a walk. Now that they've spotted Yin, Dylan is determined to win her over. Moreover, if you're going to take something, take it right away. Dylan doesn't want Yin and Tang Hao to have another chance to meet. If Tang Hao were to actually meet Yin, she might even be able to help him regenerate his severed arm, which would be too good for Tang Hao. Yin definitely has that ability. Her open black lens bracket wildfire cannot burn it out. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Close black lens bracket can be said to be the strongest healing soul skill. Even severed limbs can regenerate. No. It can not only regenerate severed limbs, it can also achieve resurrection. In the original work, Yin said that, open black lens bracket wildfire cannot burn it out, the spring breeze blows and it grows again. Close black lens bracket, is the essence of her blue-silver domain. After she comprehended this profound truth, she became an immortal being. Even if she is killed, she can be resurrected after a period of time. It's a life-saving skill that's just as amazing as Dylan's fountain resurrection. Dylan's return to hometown skill has a cooldown period, while Yin's life-saving skill doesn't seem to have this limitation. It's just that each time she revives, it might take a little longer. In the original story, Yin sacrificed herself for Tang Hao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died. Before being caught, he could have escaped Qian Zunji's pursuit by committing suicide. They can be revived later. So being love-struck is really a bad thing. If Jintoki hadn't been love-struck, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. She clearly possesses such an incredible life-saving skill. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Dingaling, you can stay here and rest and take care of your pregnancies. Ling Yuan, Eru, you two stay here and protect them. This time I'll only take Xiaobai with me. Soon, after giving instructions to the women, Dylan set off alone with Little White. Head to the small town where again appeared before. Swish tilde. Before long, Dylan and Little White disappeared from sight. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were both somewhat lost in thought as they watched Dilong's disappearing figure. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat complicated. Blue-silver Emperor Yin, that's Tang San's mother. Now it seems that he may not be able to escape Dylan's clutches either. If third brother knew, I wonder what he would do. Ning Rongrong sighed, feeling somewhat sorry for Tang San. He'll be furious if he finds out. Besides, he doesn't know about Xiaowu yet, otherwise he would definitely find it even more unacceptable. Zhu Zuqing's tone carried a hint of pity and reluctance. As a former comrade, she genuinely felt reluctant for Tang San to know the truth. Whether it's Xiaowu's situation or Yin's situation, Tang San probably wouldn't be able to accept it. I wonder where he is now. I wonder if he knows anything about the master's affairs. Ning Rongrong nodded, and then brought up Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 191 Yin. Of course I know. They were all wanted by the Spirit Hall at the same time, accused of murdering the Spirit Hall Pope. Zhu Zuqing said matter-of-factly. Regarding the changes in Yu Xiaogang. To be honest, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were also very surprised. They never expected that, due to the changes in history, Yu Xiaogang would become an evil soul master, and his soul power level would even break through to the soul emperor level. They haven't broken through to the soul emperor level yet. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang made a breakthrough. According to the original history, even if Yu Xiaogang reached 50 years old, he would not be able to break through. In the end, it was only with the help of the immortal herb given by Tang San that he was able to break through the shackles. Not long after Dylan returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Dingling told Dylan about the matter. Dylan also learned that Yu Xiaogang had actually survived, returned to the mainland, and become an evil spirit master. Dylan had to admire the other party for surviving under those circumstances. Furthermore, he can return to the mainland, meet Tang San, and eventually kill Qian Zunji together with Tang San. However, Dylan didn't take him seriously. He already knew Yu Xiaogang's breakthrough method. Breakthroughs achieved through the methods of evil soul masters could indeed lead to rapid growth. But no matter how strong you are, can you ever be stronger than you are now? In other words, Yu Xiaogang has now disappeared again. Otherwise, Tilung wouldn't mind making a trip to settle things with him. A day later, Dylan brought Little White to the town where Yin had appeared before. After carefully sensing with his divine sense, Dylan found nothing. Yes, after absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon Whale King, Dylan's mental perception evolved into divine sense. However, without divine power, his divine sense is only really useful for perception. Furthermore, it is immune to mental attacks. With the added blessing of the head soul bone from the deep-sea demon Whale King, Dylan is practically immune to all mental-type soul skill attacks below the god level. He can effectively defend against even mental attacks from deities. Well, Master, have you found it? When Xiao Bai saw that Di Long had opened his eyes, he curiously asked him a question. She had already sensed her surroundings and found no trace of her kind. No, too much time has passed, all traces have disappeared. She may have entered the Stardow Great Forest. Dylan shook his head, not surprised. After all, several days had already passed. Next, we'll try our luck in the Stardow Great Forest to see if we can find each other. After Yin realized she was being followed, entering the Stardow Great Forest was definitely her best option. As an old soul beast, she would naturally subconsciously choose to return to a place she was familiar with. His current divine sense cannot cover the entire Stardow Great Forest, but the range he can perceive is very large, and there is a chance that he can find Yin. In the starry sky forest, in a canyon covered with blue-silver grass, a girl sat on a rock by a stream. The girl looked extremely disheveled, covered in blood, and her left forearm was even missing. What bad luck! We actually ran into a crazed soul beast. Sitting on the rock, Yin gritted her teeth, looking utterly dejected. After discovering she was being followed that day, the cautious woman fled into the Stardow Great Forest and used her extraordinary perception to shake off her pursuers. Then she dared not return the way she came, so she had no choice but to continue deeper into the Stardow Great Forest. Because she didn't know who was tracking her, or whether there was an even stronger being behind them. She was also afraid that her identity might have been exposed. If the other party is following her because of her beauty, Yin is not worried about anything. What she is afraid of is that her identity will be exposed. Therefore, Yin dared not return the way she came, but continued to venture deeper into the Stardo Great Forest. Logically speaking, even if she only has the cultivation of a soul venerable and the super strong perception of the blue-silver domain, she shouldn't be in too much danger entering the Stardo Great Forest. However, some dangers cannot be avoided simply because she senses them in advance. After all, she had ventured deep into the Stardo Great Forest, where she was no match for many of the spirit beasts. This time, she was injured because she encountered a powerful soul beast that relentlessly pursued her. In the end, she had to summon the Blue-Silver King from the Stardo Great Forest for help to turn the tables and kill her opponent. However, in the process of fighting back, one of her arms was bitten off. She has found a place where blue-silver grass grows abundantly so that she can use its energy to better perform the technique. Open black lens bracket. Wildfire cannot burn it all. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Close black lens bracket, allowing her severed limbs to regenerate. Wildfire cannot destroy it. The spring breeze brings it back to life. Without hesitation, Yin sat cross-legged on the rock and quickly unleashed her innate profound skill. Buzz! A pale blue halo shimmered around Yin. The surrounding blue-silver grass swayed upon sensing Yin's aura, and then released specks of pale blue light that converged on Yin. More and more blue light spots gathered on Yin's arm. Then gradually, Yin's severed arm grew back, delicate, white, and pink, clearly very new. Arm regeneration. How is this possible? Unbeknownst to Yin, the scene of her using her innate talent to regenerate her severed arm was witnessed by a man with a severed arm. Tang Hao truly never expected that he would witness a woman unleashing such a powerful soul skill while passing by. Limb regeneration. Such a powerful soul skill was actually used by a female soul master. Moreover, the opponent's martial soul is blue-silver grass. This was simply unbelievable. Tang Hao would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. She had only followed a young girl who looked disheveled, hoping to find something to help her. Who would have thought that he would witness such a scene? Looking at the girl's gentle and serene face, Tang Hao felt his heart pounding. What a nice view. I'm going to have this woman. Seeing how beautiful Yin was, Tang Hao felt like he was in love and was convinced that she was the woman he had been looking for. Therefore, Tang Hao decided that he must win her over. In that case, he would not only gain a beloved woman, but also have her help him recover his severed arm. So Tang Hao's heart immediately burned with excitement. After quietly tidying himself up, Tang Hao waited until Yin's severed arm successfully regenerated before stepping forward and walking towards her. Who are you? As soon as Yin recovered, she saw Tang Hao appear and immediately stood up, looking at him warily. Chapter 192. Tang Hao's disappointment. Yin looked at Tang Hao warily, her eyes full of vigilance. She had fled to the Stardo Great Forest because she was being followed, so she was wary of everyone she encountered. Moreover, the man in front of her was looking at her with a burning gaze, clearly harboring ill intentions towards her. Don't worry, miss, I'm not a bad person. I'm just a soul saint passing by. Seeing Yin's wary look, Tang Hao quickly spoke up. While stating that he was not a bad person, he also revealed his social standing, trying to demonstrate his superiority to the other party. Tang Hao is only in his 30s, but he is already a soul saint, which is indeed a very powerful genius. If we don't compare them to the two women from the Spirit Hall. No, even compared to those two women from the Spirit Hall, he is still outstanding enough. Soul Saint. Yin was somewhat surprised to hear that the other party was actually a soul saint, because Tang Hao didn't look very old. Surprised, she became even more vigilant. What do you want to do? Yin remained wary of Tang Hao, not letting her guard down. Miss, I just noticed you weren't feeling well, so I thought I'd come and see if you needed any help. Really, I meant no harm. Tang Hao said with a smile. So you saw me use my soul skill to restore my arm just now. When Yin heard Tang Hao's words, her heart sank again. Damn it, after killing that soul beast, I forgot to continue using the blue-silver domain to sense my surroundings. Now the opponent has seen her use of her innate ultimate technique. When she looked at Tang Hao's empty left arm, she felt even more uneasy. That's right, I saw it. Miss is really amazing. I didn't expect you to have mastered such a powerful soul skill at such a young age. May I ask what your soul skill is? Tang Hao readily admitted that he had seen it, then pretended not to care and asked about it. You want to ask me if I can use my soul skill to help? You restore your severed arm, right? Ai Yin snorted coldly, directly exposing Tang Hao's thoughts. Tang Hao was a little embarrassed, but he was also frank and quickly admitted, that's right, you saw my situation, so it's understandable that you were a little excited to see that Miss was able to restore her severed arm. I think you can understand that, after all, a soul skill that can regenerate severed limbs is also very important to me. Hearing Tang Hao's frank admission, Ai Yin's opinion of him changed a little. She simply had no reason, nor was she willing, to unleash her innate talents for a stranger. Using her innate ultimate technique is also a very taxing process for her. She was already in a bad state, and if she used it again, she would really be at the mercy of others. I understand, but I'm sorry, as you can see, this soul skill of mine can be used on myself, so I am not a support-type soul master. My soul skill can only be used on myself, it can't help you. Therefore, Ai Yin quickly explained that her soul skill could only be used on herself. What? Tang Hao was stunned upon hearing this. After realizing this, Tang Hao was immediately disappointed. He then remembered that only support-type soul masters could use soul skills on others. Under normal circumstances, support-type soul masters cannot use their support soul skills on themselves. As the effect have, or are they unusable altogether? The fact that Ai Yin's soul skill could be used on herself just now proves to some extent that Ai Yin is not a support-type soul master, but a battle soul master. He was so excited after seeing Ai Yin's soul skill that he only thought about how his severed arm could be restored, and forgot about this whole thing. Upon hearing Ai Yin's words, Tang Hao was immediately filled with disappointment. Are you really not a support-type soul master? Tang Hao still refused to accept reality and quickly pressed for answers. He knew that some support-type soul masters could also use support soul skills on themselves. Do you think a support-type soul master would dare to appear alone in the Stardo Great Forest? Ai Yin rolled her eyes at Tang Hao and retorted directly. Seeing the other person's disappointed look made Ai Yin feel very happy. Let you have bad intentions towards me. Quote. Hearing Ai Yin's question, Tang Hao finally came to his senses and realized that she was probably not lying. What the other party said was true. It was impossible for a support-type soul master to run into the Stardo Great Forest alone. After realizing this, Tang Hao was utterly disappointed. I got excited for nothing. It turned out it was all just wishful thinking. I see. I was too excited and didn't think of that. Tang Hao sighed. Although he was very unwilling, he quickly accepted the fact. Then Tang Hao looked at Ai Yin and continued, My name is Tang Hao. It's nice to meet you. May I know your name? Although there was no hope of healing his severed arm, Tang Hao still decided to continue pursuing her. Because Ai Yin's appearance perfectly matched his aesthetic, he felt that the woman in front of him was meant to be his woman. Tang Hao, you're from the Clear Sky sect. Upon hearing Tang Hao's name, Ai Yin immediately looked at him in surprise. Although she was a soul beast, after transforming into human form, she still learned quite a bit about the world of soul masters. That's right, but the Haoshan sect no longer exists. Tang Hao nodded and smiled bitterly. Ai Yin nodded, then answered Tang Hao's question, My name is Ai Yin. As you can see, our martial soul is blue silver grass, and we are currently soul masters. Unfortunately, although she didn't really want to talk to Tang Hao, the current situation was that Tang Hao was much stronger than her, and she couldn't be too disobedient to him. After all, the other party was only asking for her name. Ai Yin, what a beautiful name, just like you. Tang Hao murmured Yin's name, feeling that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful. Thank you, but my soul skill can't help you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ai Yin showed no expression when she heard Tang Hao's praise. All she wanted to do now was leave. She had no interest in getting to know Tang Hao, who was standing in front of her. Not to mention that the other party is a remnant of the Haoshan sect. She didn't know if the destruction of the Haoshan sect was truly unjust. However, she knew that Tang Hao was currently not favored by the Spirit Hall and was wanted by the Spirit Hall. If she gets together with Tang Hao, she'll inevitably be embroiled in trouble. This would greatly increase her risk of being exposed, so Ah Yin, who didn't want to talk to Tang Hao in the first place, became even more unwilling to talk to him after learning his identity. Miss again, you are only a soul master right now. It's too dangerous for Miss A Yin to be alone in this Stardo Great Forest. If you don't mind, I will protect you for the time being. Chapter 193 Subduing A Jin. Tang Hao, of course, refused and immediately came up with a very good reason. Quote. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, a hint of disgust flashed in Ah Yin's eyes. So, I'm being watched, aren't I? She wanted to refuse Tang Hao directly, but Tang Hao's strength was undeniable, and she worried that if she refused him forcefully, it might anger him and cause him to do something irrational. Then thank you very much. So Ah Yin had no choice but to suppress her disgust for Tang Hao and agree. Don't worry, Ah Yin, I will definitely protect you. When Tang Hao heard Ah Yin agree, he immediately laughed loudly. He believed he now had a chance. Tang Hao, you should worry about yourself instead of protecting others. Can you protect her? Just as Tang Hao's laughter subsided, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, startling both Tang Hao and Ah Yin. Who is it? Both of them looked around in panic. They hadn't noticed the sudden voice beforehand, so they were both flustered because it meant that the person who came was very powerful. The tone of the other person's voice, in particular, caused Tang Hao's expression to change instantly. The other party knew him, and most likely came with hostility. Most likely, the other party is still someone from the Spirit Hall, who came to capture him. Ah Yin was worried that the person who had been tracking her before might have followed her, and since they were not afraid of Tang Hao, their strength must be very strong. Please don't let it be a title douluo. Ah Yin prayed silently in her heart. She was a little nervous and apprehensive, but to be honest, she was afraid. No, not at all. Because no matter who it was, she was confident she could survive. As long as she doesn't want to die, no one can truly kill her. It is I. Dylan's figure quietly appeared in front of Tang Hao and Ah Yin. Looking at Tang Hao and Ah Yin in front of him, Dylan's lips curled up slightly. He truly didn't expect that while searching for Ah Yin, he would also be able to find Tang Hao. It's you, Dragon Fist. When Tang Hao saw Dilong, his face turned pale instantly. Both anger and fear. He hadn't forgotten that one of his arms had been destroyed by Dylan in Killing City. Furthermore, the Haoshan sect, where he grew up, was also destroyed by Dylan and his men. His father, his grandfather, his elder brother, and all his relatives were killed by Dylan. Boom! The thought of those things caused Tang Hao's killing god domain to erupt, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. One punch douluo. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Ah Yin knew who the person was, and her face turned ugly. The worst case scenario has occurred. The visitor is actually a title douluo. Moreover, he is the most infamous one-punch douluo. That's the ruthless person who even killed Haoshan douluo Tang Chen. Tang Hao, you're really unlucky. I only came here to find this woman, but I didn't expect to see you here too. Dylan smiled teasingly at Tang Hao. You're here for Ah Yin. Tang Hao was stunned upon hearing this, his expression freezing. He hadn't expected that he would still be implicated by Ah Yin. Tang Hao turned to look at Ah Yin, only to see that Ah Yin's face was pale, but she was not surprised at all by Dilong's words. Ah Yin was not surprised at all. Her true identity was obvious to Dylan. Considering the previous pursuit she had encountered, it's highly likely that Dylan came for her rather than specifically looking for Tang Hao. No matter how talented Tang Hao is, he is only a soul saint, and a cripple at that. He poses no threat to Dylan at all. Dylan doesn't need to lift a finger to deal with Tang Hao. I'm so sorry to have gotten you into this. Ah Yin said to Tang Hao with a slightly apologetic tone. Although she disliked Tang Hao quite a bit, she knew that she had indeed dragged Tang Hao into this mess, so she sincerely apologized. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Ai Yin's sincere apology, Tang Hao immediately stopped being angry that Ai Yin had dragged him into this mess. Now, all he wanted to know was who the other person was. I am the Blue Silver Emperor. It's a human who is the transformed form of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Because of her guilt, Ai Yin truthfully told Tang Hao her real identity. What? You're actually the 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ai Yin. He never expected that he would expose himself because of a soul beast, thus running into Dilong. Tang Hao's expression changed repeatedly. Looking at the gentle and quiet Ai Yin in front of him, he really couldn't connect the soul beast with the beautiful woman in front of him. Tang Hao's expression changed repeatedly, and finally he suddenly summoned all the spirit rings on his body. Ring detonation. Boom. After summoning all his spirit rings, Tang Hao immediately used the ring explosion technique, blasting all 7 spirit rings on his body. A powerful surge of soul energy erupted from Tang Hao, and all the fragments of his soul rings coalesced into a golden soul ring that appeared behind him. Ai Yin, I'll stop him, you go quickly. After the ring was detonated, Tang Hao immediately blocked Ai Yin behind him and urged her on in a firm tone. Tang Hao knew very well that this was not the City of Slaughter. Without the protection of the City of Slaughter's rules, he would not be able to escape from Dylan's hands today. Therefore, rather than dying in vain, it's better to risk everything to save Ai Yin and let her escape. It wasn't for nothing that he was tempted for a moment. What? Ai Yin looked at Tang Hao in surprise. She really didn't expect that Tang Hao would choose to help her at this time. You have to understand, Tang Hao was implicated because of her. Not only did the other person not blame her, but they also wanted to help her, and even risk their lives to do so. Ai Yin's dislike for Tang Hao vanished instantly, replaced by gratitude. Of course, it's impossible for her to like someone. She's not so cheap as to like a man she's just met. Sacrifices were even less likely to be offered. Don't tell her she's unwilling. Even if she were willing, Tang Hao after her sacrifice would definitely not be a match for Dylan, not even 10 or 8 more. Therefore, Jintoki would not choose to sacrifice herself just because of this little bit of emotion. Thank you. Ai Yin thanked Tang Hao and then turned to leave. She was happy to accept someone's offer to save her. If she could escape safely, she would definitely give it a try. The ability to resurrect should be avoided if possible. Azure Dragon's Binding. Seeing that Ai Yin wanted to leave, Dilong gave a light hum and then unleashed his Soul Bone skill. A Soul Bone and Soul skill inherited from the Azure Bull Python of the Great Heaven, a control-type soul skill. Roar. With a resounding dragon's roar, a giant azure dragon flew out from Dilong's arm and coiled around Ai Yin. Don't even think about it. Tang Hao roared and immediately stepped forward to block him. Chapter 194 Tang Hao, my daughter-in-law is gone. Rubbish. Seeing Tang Hao blocking his way, Dylan snorted disdainfully. One punch to the end. Boom. Then Dylan threw a punch. Roar. His dragon fist instantly surpassed the Azure Dragon's restraints and struck Tang Hao directly. Thud. Even if Tang Hao's rings exploded, it would only be the explosion of a Soul Saint's rings. How could it withstand Dilong's attack now? He didn't even need to use his full strength, not even a tenth of his power, to shatter all of Tang Hao's defenses with a single punch. PFF tilde. Tang Hao took a solid punch from Dilong and flew backward, spitting out blood. Swish tilde. Dylan first used the Azure Dragon binding technique, and only then did he catch up with Ai Yin and bind and control her. Quote. Once Ai Yin was under control, she simply gave up struggling. Because she found that no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from the control over her body. Hateful. Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, roared angrily upon seeing Ai Yin being captured. No matter how hard he tried to get up, he was powerless. After being hit by Dylan's dragon fist, he was severely injured and also exited the exploding ring state. Now he was in the weakened period after the exploding ring. It can be said to be the shortest time to explode a ring. Just kill me. Aiyin looked unwilling, but she also knew her current situation, so she said to Dilong with a self-deprecating look. She is currently being controlled and unable to commit suicide, so her only option is to die at the hands of the enemy. She can be resurrected then. She is now afraid that Dylan will not kill her, but will kidnap her. In her view, Dylan was already a title douluo, and there was no space for a soul ring on her. She could either kill her to take her bones, or control her and leave it for others to kill her and obtain the soul ring. In that case, her situation would be quite precarious, and she might be controlled for a long time. So now that she's been arrested, she's actually hoping to be killed sooner. As for why she didn't drop a spirit ring or spirit bone after being killed, that's none of her business. You want to die. Dylan approached Aiyin and reached out to pinch her chin. You captured me just to get my soul ring and soul bone, didn't you? Aiyin raised her head and glared coldly at Dilong. No, you've misunderstood. I didn't want your spirit ring. Dylan smiled faintly and denied Aiyin's guess. Snort. Aiyin simply snorted coldly and didn't refute. Anyway, she just didn't believe Dylan's words. I'm the kind of person who prefers beautiful women. Dylan introduced himself with a smile. Aiyin and Tang Hao were both stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Dilong in disbelief. Did Dylan specifically capture a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form just for its beauty? I not only like beautiful women, but I also really like beautiful women who are 100,000-year-old soul beasts in human form. Before you, I had already collected several beauties who were transformed from 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Dylan pinched Aiyin's chin and continued to laugh. I really like your figure and temperament. How about you come with me from now on? You bastard. You actually associate with soul beasts, you scum of humanity. When the heavily injured Tang Hao heard that Dilong actually wanted to take Aiyin back to be his woman, he immediately started cursing angrily. He just couldn't accept it. Aiyin was the woman he loved. Although he had just fallen for him, Tang Hao still felt like he was being cuckolded when he saw that Dylan was about to steal him away. You're telling the truth. Aiyin looked at Dilong in utter shock. She truly hadn't expected that Dilong, knowing her identity, would still want her to be his woman. She was hesitant to believe that Dylan had told her he had several women who had transformed from 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Noob. Dylan shouted directly. Swish tilde. Owner. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Xiaobai immediately responded and then flashed in front of Aiyin. Aiyin could tell at a glance that Xiaobai was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The main reason is that Xiaobai's features are too obvious, and he also has a strong aura of a soul beast. Xiaobai, you tell her if what I said is true. Dylan said to Xiaobai with a smile. Yes, master. Xiaobai responded, then turned to Aiyin and said, Aiyin, right. Master is right. Besides me, there are also Xiaowu and Aru, who are also master's women. They are all 100,000-year-old soul beasts in human form, just like you. What? You mean the Xiaowu from the Stardow Great Forest? Before Aiyin could react to Xiaobai's words, Tang Hao, standing to the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Tang San had told him a lot about the future, but he refused to tell him who his future wife would be, only saying that the time was not yet right. He didn't know why Tang San wouldn't tell him, but Tang San did tell him about Xiaowu. Therefore, he knew of Xiaowu's existence and that she was the woman his future son would like. But now, he heard Xiaowu's name here. Moreover, the opponent is also a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Hao couldn't help but suspect that this Xiaowu was his son's future wife. This made him somewhat unwilling to accept it at first. He originally thought that even if he died, he would still have his son Tang San. But now, Tang San hasn't even risen to power yet, and his wife has already been stolen away by someone else, and it was even stolen by an enemy of the Clear Sky sect. How heartbroken Tang San would be if his son knew about this. Xiaowu and Aru. Aiyin was stunned when she heard what Xiaobai said. She also knew Xiaobai and Aru. As the blue-silver grass empress, she actually knew quite a lot through the omnipresent blue-silver grass, so she knew about the existence of Xiaowu and Aru, a mother and daughter pair of 100,000-year-old soul beasts, in the Stardo Great Forest. Of course, this only applies to her knowing about Xiaowu and Eru, the other party is unaware of her existence. Because she never appeared in front of Xiaowu and Eru. Now she believed Dylan's words. The fact that the other party could mention Xiaowu and Eru's names already speaks volumes. That's right, she's your son Tang San's future wife. But now she is the master's woman. Xiaobai looked at Tang Hao with a mocking expression and admitted it. Having been by Dylan's side for a long time, she now knows quite a bit about Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, and therefore knows some things about the future. Yin, it seems you know about Xiaowu and Aru. Now do you believe I wasn't lying to you? So, how about it? Want to become one of my women, just like them. Once you become my woman, you won't need to hide anymore. With my protection, no one will dare to touch you. Dylan ignored Tang Hao and continued to question Yin while pinching her chin. Chapter 195 Tang Hao. Yin, quickly offer yourself as a sacrifice to me. Don't even think about it. We 100,000-year-old soul beasts also have dignity. There are only 100,000-year-old soul beasts that die in battle, not those that live by begging for survival. Yin snorted coldly and refused outright. After saying that, he gave Xiaobai a disdainful look. It's clear they feel ashamed of Xiaobai's choice. Tang Hao, standing to the side, felt a little better after hearing Yin's choice. This is the kind of woman he should love. This is the woman he would sacrifice himself to save. Although he failed to help Yin escape, he did indeed take that action. Yin's choice proved his kindness was well worth it. TCH, so what if it's a 100,000-year-old soul beast? If you can't enter the realm of gods, won't you still die in the end? By following our master, we will definitely be able to enter the realm of gods in the future. This is our destiny. Upon hearing Yin's words, Xiaobai immediately scoffed and retorted. Enter the realm of gods. Yin was slightly surprised by Xiaobai's words, then looked at Dilong carefully. I admit he's very strong, but to think he can become a god is wishful thinking. That's because you don't know your master's potential. Xiaobai snorted coldly. Master. Then Xiaobai looked at Dilong, wanting Dilong to show off so that Yin would know how powerful her master was. Dylan smiled and said nothing, simply summoning all the spirit rings on his body. Buzz. When Dilong's 18 soul rings appeared all at once, the entire Stardo Great Forest trembled, and the nearby soul beasts knelt down in ambush. Those further away were also frightened and fled in panic. Twin martial souls, and so many 100,000-year spirit rings. How is this possible? Tang Hao was instantly dumbfounded, unable to believe that Dilong, like his future son, possessed twin martial souls, and that the spirit rings attached to his two martial souls were all 100,000-year spirit rings. How is this possible? Yin was also dumbfounded when she saw the spirit rings on Dilong's body. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, she knew better than Tang Hao that the 100,000-year spirit rings on Dilong's body were not just simple 100,000-year spirit rings. There were several of them, all of which were of quality far exceeding 100,000 years. Even the last one, she couldn't sense what quality the soul ring was. She only knew it was very, very high, and its age must be beyond her imagination. Now, are you willing to be my woman? After Dylan finished his demonstration, he asked Yin another question. I admit you're very capable. However, I will never give in, so you can forget about it. Yin suppressed her shock, then raised her head and refused Dylan's request once again. She now only wants to die, because she knows she can't escape, so she might as well die quickly so she can be resurrected sooner. Good, she's definitely the woman I've chosen. Even though you are a 100,000-year-old soul beast, in my eyes, Yin, you are the best woman in the world. Upon hearing Yin's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but cheer loudly. He truly hadn't expected that Yin would choose to refuse after seeing the potential that Dylan had shown. This made him extremely satisfied. No wonder she's the woman he loves. Do you want to die? Dylan, who had been holding Yin's chin with his right hand, immediately switched to grabbing her slender neck and firmly strangling her. Pa! Yin spat and turned her head away without saying a word. Their attitude was very clear. They would rather die than agree. It seems impossible to win your heart, but it's okay. Even if I can't win your heart, I'm still satisfied with having you as a person. When Dylan saw Yin and her group looking like they wanted to die, he immediately sneered. He knew why Yin could face death without fear. It was because she could be resurrected. Dylan was well aware that Yin possessed the ability to resurrect. In the original story, she was simply blinded by love and chose to sacrifice herself. Moreover, even after sacrificing herself, she was able to retain her seed and soul and cultivate again. This shows just how tenacious the Blue-Silver Emperor's life force is. Unfortunately, she ran into Dylan today, someone who knew her trump card. Boom 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 tilde tilde tilde. Dylan grabbed Yin by the neck with one hand and slapped her body repeatedly with the other, using his powerful soul force to imprison her martial soul and soul power. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Yin's expression immediately turned ugly. She never expected that even after provoking Dylan like this, he would still not kill her, but instead choose to keep her by his side and even try to forcibly take her body. You're shameless. You're even more beastly than us soul beasts. Upon realizing that her martial soul and soul rings had been sealed, the gentle and quiet Yin couldn't help but start cursing at Dilong. You bastard, let go of Yin right now. Seeing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but roar in anger. Now all he could do was roar in vain. In his weakened state after the ring exploded, he couldn't do anything, not even stand up. So Dylan simply ignored him. The reason I didn't kill Tang Hao immediately was to let him watch how I would take Yin into my possession. Of course, this refers to letting Tang Hao know the outcome of his forced possession of Yin, to infuriate him. Dylan would definitely not go live to show it to the other party. He's not that abnormal. Kill me if you dare, or you'll regret it. You beast. A beast that's not even as good as a soul beast. Yin also started cursing at Dilong. She didn't want to be forcibly taken by Dylan, and she didn't want to be imprisoned and possessed by him for a long time. Yin, I have a plan. You can offer yourself as a sacrifice to me. The energy generated by the sacrifice is enough to force him back. That way you won't be forced by him, and I can be saved too. And I swear, I will definitely find a way to become stronger and then resurrect you. Hearing Yin's resolute desire to die, Tang Hao, in his impotent rage, suddenly thought of a plan. His eyes lit up and he immediately shouted at Yin. He had also told his son Tang San about the future, which is why he remembered this method. When a 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifices itself, it generates a powerful energy field that excludes those unrelated to the sacrifice. In this way, he might have a chance to escape from Dylan's clutches. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Yin couldn't help but turn around and glance at him. A sacrifice for you, then I'll really die. A hint of disdain flashed in Yin's eyes. Although she was moved by Tang Hao's previous actions, she was not willing to sacrifice herself for him. Don't even think about it. Even if Tang Hao could escape from Dilong after receiving her sacrifice, what would he use to revive her? She might as well find an opportunity to commit suicide and then be resurrected to escape Dylan's control. Chapter 196 The Death of Tang Hao. She might as well just agree to Dylan's request. It seems that her innocence is doomed. She might as well pretend to agree to Tilung's request and find an opportunity to commit suicide and escape. It would be even better if I could find a chance to commit suicide before my body is defiled by Dylan. I want to be your woman. So after thinking for a moment, Yin immediately turned around and said to Dylan with a helpless look on her face. What? Yin, how could you agree to that? Quickly offer yourself as a sacrifice to me. I promise I'll escape, and I'll definitely help you revive later. You are the woman I love, I would never lie to you. Tang Hao was stunned when he heard Yin suddenly change her mind. He looked at Yin in disbelief and questioned her, urging her to hurry up. You're already a dead man, so don't try to harm me. I'm not reconciled, and I'm not afraid of death. But you've seen my situation. I can't even die if I want to, and my body is destined to be possessed by him, so I might as well agree to him. Yin looked coldly at Tang Hao and expressed her thoughts. She also used Tang Hao as a way to tell Dilong her thoughts. Of course, that's just her outward appearance. She was still thinking of escaping. If she couldn't preserve her chastity, then so be it. In any case, after her resurrection, she was reborn with a new, untainted, and pure body. No, Ai Yin, you can't do this. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao knew that what Ai Yin said was true, but he did not want to accept it. Alright, Tang Hao, it's time for you to get going. At this point, Dylan realized that it was about time and decided not to keep Tang Hao around any longer. Tang Hao had already seen the outcome of Ai Yin's choice, and it was time to send him on his way. Bang! Dylan directly condensed a small dragon fist and slammed it into Tang Hao, piercing his heart. Well, Tang Hao's rage and impotence came to an end with the destruction of his heart. Feeling his strength draining away, Tang Hao knew that he was powerless to change the situation. He looked at Ai Yin, then at Dilong, his eyes filled with resentment. He didn't want to see Ai Yin fall into Dilong's hands, and he didn't want to see Dilong living a carefree life, but the reality was that he couldn't change anything. Dragon Fist, you will definitely die a horrible death. With his last ounce of strength, Tang Hao cursed Dylan with venomous resentment. Ai Yin. Tang Hao looked at Ai Yin one last time, his eyes seemingly filled with countless words, but in the end he could only reach out his hand to Ai Yin. Thud. Finally, Tang Hao fell down with endless resentment. His eyes were wide open before he died, and it was unclear whether he was looking at Dilong or Ai Yin. In any case, he died with his eyes open. Rubbish. Dylan waved his hand, and a jade bottle filled with scorching Yangchang water landed on Tang Hao. The scorching Yangchang water in the bottle was poured out and landed on Tang Hao's corpse, immediately setting it ablaze. In no time, Tang Hao's body was completely set ablaze and burned to ashes. Ding tilde. That's not right either. A piece of soul bone still fell out of Tang Hao's body. Dylan beckoned and took the soul bone into his hand. A quality that's been around for 50,000 years, not bad. Dylan clicked his tongue, then put it away, deciding to reward it to someone later. Ai Yin, who had already been released by Dilong, watched as Tang Hao died tragically at Dilong's hands, leaving no trace of his body. She wasn't too upset. The other party deserved it. If Tang Hao hadn't been eyeing her beauty and wanted to seduce her, he wouldn't have run into Dilong's hands. Alright, Ai Yin, we should go now. Dylan clapped his hands, then turned to Ai Yin and smiled. Yes, Master. Ai Yin trembled slightly upon hearing this, then forced herself to suppress her reluctance and called out, Master, to Dylan. Since she has already chosen to compromise, then calling her Master is a must. Hee, that's more like it. Choosing to follow your master is the wisest choice. I won't hold your offense against me against you. Upon hearing Ai Yin's words, Xiaobai immediately smiled, stepped forward, and took Ai Yin's hand, praising her. Quote. Ai Yin's expression stiffened slightly before she smiled at Xiaobai and said, You're right, it was my fault just now. She still looked down on Xiaobai in her heart, but since she had already agreed to become Dilong's woman, she certainly didn't dare to continue to look down on him. Master, I have already agreed to become your woman. Can you now help me break the seal? Then Ai Yin couldn't wait to turn to Dylan and cautiously speak. Don't rush into that. We'll talk about it after you become my woman. Dylan laughed heartily. Ai Yin's changes were too rapid. Dilong simply couldn't believe that Ai Yin had truly submitted. Therefore, Dylan will not lift the restrictions on Ai Yin in the short term. If given the chance, Ai Yin could escape by committing suicide at any time. Dylan had no good way to deal with Ai Yin's abilities, so he could only try to control her first. Putting everything else aside, let's wait until he's had his fill of playing with Ai Yin before we talk about anything else. The best thing would be to get Ai Yin pregnant too. That way, we could probably keep Ai Yin tied down. If that doesn't work, he's had his fill of fun, so he won't lose out either way. Swish tilde. After saying that, Dylan picked up Ai Yin and then flew away from the Stardow Great Forest on a dragon. Quote. Ai Yin, who was being carried by Dylan, felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that she really couldn't escape for the time being. This man is truly shameless. She's already agreed, yet she's still so wary of her. This prevented her from even having the chance to commit suicide for the time being. Hateful. Master, wait for me. Seeing this, Xiaobai stomped his foot and quickly followed. After arriving at the nearest town, Dylan booked a deluxe couple's room at a hotel and checked in with Yin and Xiaobai. Little White, you demonstrate for Yin, so she knows how to please her master. After lying down, Dylan gave instructions to Little White. Yes, master. Xiaobai wasn't shy at all. After a giggle, she walked towards Dylan with cat-like steps. As he walked, he removed his armor. Jintoki, study hard. After Xiaobai turned around and said something to Yin, she began her performance. Yin's face flushed as she looked at the scene before her. Although she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast who had seen a lot, she was still very shy when she witnessed this scene after transforming into human form. But she didn't dare not watch, because Xiaobai was teaching her, and she would have to do it too. Thinking about this, Xiaobai's pretty face became even hotter. Chapter 197 Conquering Yin. But no matter how shy she was, Jintoki could only force herself to stare wide-eyed at Shiro's teachings and learn how to do things. Alright, Yin, now it's your turn. After Xiaobai demonstrated all the key points to Yin, Xiaobai gave up her position so that Yin could go up and please dialogue. Okay. After Yin agreed, she shakily disarmed herself. Then, following Xiaobai's instructions, Yin performed the procedure on Dylan, completely transforming herself into Dylan's shape. Dylan was also extremely happy. Winning over Yin was a great achievement for him. Yin's beauty was already exceptional, and coupled with the fact that she was Tang Hao's original wife and Tang San's mother, conquering her would truly bring a unique sense of accomplishment. Master, I am already your woman, can you now remove the seal on me? Afterwards, Yin softly lay on Dylan and spoke. Why did she endure humiliation and submit to Dylan? It's all to remove the seal on himself and restore his abilities. Only then would she be able to commit suicide and escape Dylan's control. Yin, there's something I forgot to tell you. Dylan laughed when he saw Yin's expression. Master, what is it? Yin's expression stiffened slightly, she instinctively sensed something was wrong. I know you can be resurrected. Dylan said with a smile. What? I'm just a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor in human form, how could I possibly have the ability to resurrect? Upon hearing this, Yin's expression changed drastically, but she certainly couldn't admit it. Wildfire cannot destroy it, the spring breeze brings it back to life. Dylan simply mentioned Yin's abilities. How could you possibly know? Upon hearing that Dylan even knew the name of her soul skill, Yin's face turned pale. She knew that it would be useless for her to continue denying it. Dylan even knows the name of her soul skill, how can she deny it? Continuing to deny it is nothing but self-deception. You'll understand what's going on after you go back and meet my other women. Dylan didn't explain to Yin. After returning and getting to know Ningrongrong and the others, Yin would naturally learn the truth from them. In Ningrongrong's eyes, Dylan is just like them, a time traveler who came back from the future. Dylan has never admitted to or denied this. After all, it's better not to tell them about time travel novels or anime. So don't even think about lifting the ban for now. Otherwise, if you escape by suicide, wouldn't I lose a beauty? Dylan continued. Yin glared at Dylan, feeling she had been ripped off. She regretted not putting in so much effort earlier. She put in the effort, but she didn't achieve the desired effect at all. Dylan even told her that he would never lift her ban. You are shameless. The thought that she might be imprisoned forever and bound to Dylan's side forever, becoming his plaything, was unbearable for Yin. She glared at Dylan with red eyes. Are you angry? So it seems you were planning to escape all along, so it wasn't wrong of me not to lift the seal on you, was it? After all, you deceived me first. When Dylan saw Yin's angry expression, he actually found it rather cute, because Yin's image and temperament were really not suitable for swearing. Not only was she not unattractive, but she was actually quite pleasing to the eye. So Ti Lung started accusing the villain first. You. Hearing Lung's words of false accusation, Yin was really angry, but she didn't know how to refute him. After all, what Dylan said was true. She did indeed deceive Dylan first. But why did she do that? Wasn't she forced by Dylan? She had no choice. Now that Dylan has said that, it seems like she's the one who did something wrong. You bastard. Yin felt more and more aggrieved as she thought about it, and her eyes instantly turned red, with tears welling up in her eyes. Then I'll really say yes, okay. Yin suppressed her anger and grievances, trying to regain Dylan's trust. Really? Then prove it to me. Dylan's lips curled slightly. Upon hearing this, Yin stiffened slightly. Did she have to prove it again? She had already endured humiliation once before, and now that she knew the other party had seen through her thoughts, was she going to do it again? But if she doesn't take action, how can she prove that what she just said was sincere? Yin was truly wronged. The man in front of me is simply a devil. She strongly doubted that even if she tried her best to prove herself, Dylan would still not lift the seal on her. But even though the hotel knew this, Yin still intended to prove it. What if she could actually convince Dylan? She couldn't think of any other feasible solution besides this method. If she doesn't want to be imprisoned by the restriction of her abilities for life, she can only do as Dylan says and strive to prove herself. Yes, master. Yin gritted her teeth, quickly wiped away the tears in her eyes, and then respectfully agreed to Dylan's request. So next, Yin put on another performance to prove herself. Moreover, this time, Yin worked even harder than before, just to convince Dylan that she had truly accepted her fate this time. You did a good job. I'm starting to believe you, Jin. But that's not enough. I'll give you a year. If you perform this well, or even better, over the next year, then I might have more faith in you. Dylan first praised Yin, and then stated his request. Yin was completely stunned. She hadn't expected that Dylan still wouldn't believe her, but what could she do? She could only agree, yes, master. I will definitely perform well in the future. After successfully getting under Yin's control, Dilong took Yin and Xiaobai back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school the next day. His fountain spirit skill will remain on cooldown for another 6 months. Therefore, Dylan plans to continue his cultivation for the next 6 months. Of course, he also enjoys himself and has fun when he's not training. With Yin joining the family, Dylan's life became even more comfortable. Now, Dilong already has quite a few women in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The 7 treasure glazed tile school consists of Sect Master Ning Dingaling, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Ru, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Bai, and the newly joined Yin. Chapter 198. Yin is numb. Is Tang Hao really my husband? After Yin joined Dilung's team, she also wanted to gain Dilung's trust as soon as possible. Therefore, she also took the initiative to build good relationships with Dylan's other women. Incidentally, she was also curious about how Dylan knew she could be resurrected. Dylan had said that his other women would tell her, so after getting to know Ning Rongrong and the others, Yin couldn't help but ask Zhu Zuqing. Sister Yin, besides Dylan, we also know that you can be resurrected. Because we all traveled back from the future. Zhu Zuqing didn't hide anything from Yin and told her the answer directly. What? You traveled back from the future? Yin was shocked to hear this. She hadn't expected such a thing to happen. That's right, we really did travel back from the future. Although we don't know from which point in time our master traveled back, he is definitely a time traveler, there's no doubt about that. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about us Shrek 7 Devils, or about you, Sister Yin. Zhu Zuqing said with certainty. So that's how it is. No wonder he knew my information. Yin then realized why someone knew her information even though she hadn't used her resurrection soul skill yet. Zhu Zuqing, can you tell me what I will be like in the future? Knowing that Zhu Zuqing and the others had traveled back from the future, Yin was naturally curious and asked about her future. Sister Yin, your future has been completely changed after you met your master, so there's no use in knowing now. Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment, then spoke. She felt it was better not to tell Yin the whole truth. It's okay, just tell me what my original future was supposed to be, I can accept it. I'm just really curious about what my original future was like. If you don't tell me, I'll suffocate. Yin quickly grabbed Zhu Zuqing's hands and said, okay, then I'll tell Sister Yin. Zuqing nodded, and then slowly recounted Yin's original life trajectory to the other party. Tang Hao. I actually ran into Tang Hao again in the future. And I'm even adventuring in the martial world with him and Tang Xiao. After listening to some of it, Yin looked completely surprised. That's right, Sister Yin, during our years of travels, both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have fallen in love with you. Sister Yin likes Tang Hao, so in the end you rejected Tang Xiao and got together with Tang Hao. Zhu Zuqing nodded. Quote. I actually ended up with that guy. Yin was speechless upon hearing this, never expecting that she would actually fall for that guy Tang Hao. Although the other party was very outstanding, Tang Hao's initial impression on her was really not good. Although her perspective changed later, she still didn't think she would fall in love with a human, so she couldn't quite understand her future self. Yes, you two got together later, and Tang Xiao returned to the Haoshan sect. Then your identity was discovered by the Spirit Hall, and you and Tang Hao began a life on the run that lasted for several years, constantly being hunted down by the Spirit Hall. It wasn't until after Sister Yin and Tang Hao's son, Tang San, was born that you were caught up by Pope Qian Zunji of the Spirit Hall, who personally led his men. Zhu Zuqing continued telling the story that originally belonged to Tang Hao and Yin. Yin listened quietly, without interrupting for the time being. Although she had a lot to complain about. Upon hearing that she had willingly sacrificed herself for Tang Hao, Yin finally couldn't help but interrupt, wait. My future self actually sacrificed herself like this. Isn't this too strange? In the future you mentioned, the Clear Sky sect will still be the #1 sect in the world. Then why doesn't Tang Hao take me back to the sect? The #1 sect in the world can't even protect a mere 100,000-year-old soul. Beasts transformed young sect master's wife. Moreover, even if we don't return to the Clear Sky sect, with my blue-silver domain, as long as Tang Hao and I hide in the Soul Beast Forest and live in seclusion in the wild, the Spirit Hall people will never be able to find us. No matter which option we choose, we shouldn't fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall, especially not right after I gave birth. Yin kept complaining, she simply couldn't believe her future self could be so stupid. With her abilities, as long as she hides in a place far away from humans, there is no way she can be found. If at the beginning there had been a powerful figure like a titled douluo blocking her way, it might have been possible, like someone like Dylan, to find her directly. However, given that the person Zhu Zuqing described has been hiding in the future for so many years, it's even more impossible. She must have chosen a very safe place when she gave birth. Zhu Zuqing was right. She did indeed give birth to the child while being pursued. That's impossible. Either she and Tang Hao were caught long ago, or they could never be caught again. I'm not entirely sure why, but in the end, Sister Yin and Tang Hao were indeed caught up. Then Sister Yin sacrificed herself to help Tang Hao successfully break through to the title douluo level, making him the youngest title douluo. She also obtained a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao also used this to defeat Qian Zunji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who was pursuing you. As a result, Qian Zunji was seriously injured and killed by Bibi Dong after returning to the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zuqing naturally couldn't explain Yin's doubts, so she could only continue speaking. So I just died like that. I used my death to fulfill that guy Tang Hao's wishes. Yin was speechless. What use is she to a future like this? She seemed to have met someone she liked, but after they got together, she was constantly hunted down by the Spirit Hall, and was forced to sacrifice herself right after giving birth. Is there any happiness in this? Yin doesn't know why her future self would choose Tang Hao, but based on what she's heard now, she feels sorry for her future self. Why like Tang Hao? Of all the people you could like, why did you have to like him? Not only could she not use the sect's power to protect her, but she had already given birth to his son, and yet she still had to sacrifice herself to save him. Tang Hao did gain a son, a 100,000-year spirit ring and a spirit bone, and the strength to defeat the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The only one who lost out was herself. After thinking about this, Ayan immediately had a guess in her mind. Zhu Zuqing, do you think my future self was deceived by Tang Hao? Otherwise, why didn't he take me back to the Haoshan sect? He could have protected me by going back to the Haoshan sect and using their resources. He deliberately created a desperate situation to trick me into willingly sacrificing myself for him, didn't he? That's right, that must be it, because he knows that if he kills me I can be resurrected and he won't get my soul ring and soul bone, so he can only trick me into sacrificing myself to him through this method. Chapter 199 Arrival at the Spirit Hall. Well, I'm not quite sure about that. Zhu Zuqing was also surprised when she heard what Ayan said. It seemed that there was really such a possibility. Although Tang Hao's later behavior suggests he doesn't seem like that kind of person, since he went into hiding after Ayan's sacrifice. But was that what Tang Hao thought? He definitely didn't want to. He hid because he had no choice but to hide. Because he was the one who killed Qian Zunji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he had no choice but to hide. Even the Haoshan sect cannot return. Because it was he who caused the Haoshan sect to be forced to close its mountain. Moreover, based on what she knew about Tang San's childhood, Tang Hao was quite incompetent in taking care of Tang San. If Tang San hadn't been so determined, he might have starved to death long ago. From this perspective, Tang Hao doesn't seem like the kind of person who is deeply affectionate. Because if he really loved Ayan that much, he wouldn't have been so unloving of Tang San. She knew that Tang Hao later began to value Tang San again and secretly protect him because Tang San had awakened his twin martial souls. So it's quite possible that Ayan was really deceived by Tang Hao's feelings, but Tang Hao didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. The Pope of the Spirit Hall died tragically, the Clear Sky sect was forced to close its mountain, and his father was also angered to death. That's why he had to hide after tricking Ayan into giving him her spirit ring. It wasn't that he didn't want to return to the Clear Sky sect, but that he was too ashamed to go back. Then Zhu Zuqing roughly told Ayan about Tang Hao and Tang San's future. Snort. My future self must have been scammed. After hearing about the outcome of her sacrifice, Ayan spoke with great certainty. She truly never imagined that her future self would be so badly deceived. From this perspective, Dylan's situation of acknowledging Dylan as his master is much better than being tricked into sacrificing himself. As long as she is not tricked into a sacrifice, no one can kill her. Although she was successfully resurrected later, the thought of her future self still being with Tang Hao, who had deceived her, made her feel disgusted. She doesn't want a future like that. Perhaps it was because Dylan had changed her fate. In the days that followed, Ayan became even more proactive. Time flies. Soon it was time for Ning Dingaling, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing to give birth. Within 2 months, all 3 of them gave birth to a lovely daughter for Tilong. They're all daughters, but a daughter is fine too. Anyway, I'm going to become a god in the future, so I'm not worried about having no successor. I can carry on the legacy myself. Besides, the future is so long, it's impossible for them to have only daughters, right? Tilong found it somewhat strange, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He preferred his daughter to his daughter. After they all gave birth, Dylan had been stationed at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for a year. The cool-down period for returning to one's hometown has finally ended. He can now use his life-saving skill again. So Dylan decided to head to the Spirit Hall. Actually, there's no need to wait for the cooldown to end. Dylan is confident that he will be fine when he descends upon the Spirit Hall, as long as he doesn't go to the Hall of Worship where Qian Dalu is located. Sendo Ryu can only draw upon the power of the angel god to the fullest extent when he is in the temple, unlike Poseidon, who can draw upon the power of the entire ocean. The so-called 3 peerless douluo, Tang Chen who dominates the land, Qian Dalu who dominates the sky, and Poseidon who dominates the sea, are actually only accurate in their description of Poseidon. Tang Chen can't rely on the power of the earth on land, so what kind of dominance can he have? The claim that Qian Dalu dominates the sky is somewhat correct. Although the sky cannot bring him power, it can still give him some advantages because his martial soul is an angel, which can fly, thus naturally giving him control of the air. Qian Dalu is fast, can fly, and can attack from a distance. In fact, Qian Dalu is no weaker than Tang Chen. Tang Chen was only able to surpass Wen Shengqian after the ring was blown up. But that was also the result of Qian Dalu choosing to confront Tang Chen head-on. If Qian Dalu had used his aerial advantage to pull and kite Tang Chen would definitely have lost in the end. Therefore, Tilong is not afraid of Qian Dalu. He may not be able to beat Qian Dalu in the Hall of Worship, but Qian Dalu will not be able to capture him either. After leaving the Hall of Worship, even several more Qian Dalu would not be a match for Dilong. "Senior, please let us go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Spirit Hall alone, Senior." "Yes, Senior is very strong, but that's the Spirit Hall." Quote. When everyone learned that Dylan was going to the Spirit Hall, they all wanted to go with him. "No need, I can go by myself." Dylan did not agree, but said confidently. After saying goodbye to Ning Dingling and the others, Dilong rode the dragon soul and flew directly towards the Spirit Hall. Ning Dingling and the others could only watch Dylan's disappearing figure with prayers, hoping that Dylan would succeed. "Do you think our master can become the Pope of the Spirit Hall?" "Master's strength is definitely not a problem, it just depends on whether Qian Dalu agrees." "Yes, with Master's strength, there is no one in the world who can rival him. If Qian Dalu is smart enough, he should obediently agree. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall will only face destruction." "That's right. For Master, becoming Pope is to make it easier for him to unify the continent. If Qian Dalu doesn't agree, then the Spirit Hall will be Master's enemy and will definitely be destroyed in the end." Quote. Xiaobai and Ayan couldn't help but start talking. The result was that they all trusted Dylan. They didn't believe that Dylan could successfully seize the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but rather that he possessed the ability to do so. "I believe that if Dylan wants to do something, such as unifying the continent, he will definitely be able to do it." They were Tilong's women, so they all knew how powerful Tilong was at that time. For example, the spirit rings on Dylan's body, once revealed, would surely terrify the entire Spirit Master world. That's not just about 900,000-year soul rings. Especially Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, as well as Xiao Wu, who gained memories of the future. They knew how powerful the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was, but the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King was also killed by Dylan with a single punch. Besides, in short, they were all well aware of Tilong's strength, so they trusted him. After a rapid flight, Dylan quickly arrived above Wuhan City. "It's One Punch douluo. One Punch douluo is back. How dare he? This is Wuhan City. Wasn't One Punch douluo wanted by the authorities? How dare he come back?" The people in Wuhan City were all shocked to discover Dylan himself. To the astonishment of everyone in Wuhan City, Dylan landed directly in the direction of the Papal Palace. Chapter 200. The 7 Great Elders were stunned. Dragon Fist. What is he doing here? Qian Dalu, who was in the offering hall, immediately sensed Dilong's presence and opened his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that instead of causing trouble for Dylan, Dylan would come to him on his own. "Big brother, it's that guy Dragon Fist who's here. What should we do?" The other worshippers in the side hall of the main hall also noticed Dilong's arrival and immediately began to question Qian Dalu. Even when faced with a powerful figure like Dylan, they dared not make a direct move. Especially since they had all witnessed firsthand how Tilong killed Tang Chen, who was on par with Qian Dalu, they dared not rashly confront Tilong. Even now, they have 2 more worshippers. That's right. After Dylan left, demon-slaying douluo and 1,000-pound douluo also broke through to level 96.1 after another, and then became the 6th and 7th elders of the Hall of Worship. The position of 6th elder was originally held by Dilong, but after Dilong left the Spirit Hall, the position of 6th elder was naturally vacated. "Come with me later, let's see what he's up to first." Qian Dalu raised his eyes and then spoke. He originally didn't want to bother with it. What he wants to do most right now is to protect Qian Runshui and help her successfully complete the Angel God's inheritance test. But since Tilung had come knocking on his door, he certainly couldn't just sit idly by. At the very least, we should question Dylan about his purpose in coming here. Where is Bibi Dong, that woman? After arriving above the papal palace, Dylan carefully sensed the surroundings and discovered that Bibi Dong was not there. Dylan then sensed the surroundings carefully and discovered that Qian Runshui was also missing. He wondered where the mother and daughter had gone. Dragon Fist, what are you doing here? Buzz. Soon, accompanied by Qian Dalu's voice, Qian Dalu rushed over from the Hall of Offerings. Following him were 6 other worshippers. All 7 of them appeared before Dylan. They are the high priests. The 7 chief priests have actually appeared all at once. Such terrifying soul pressure. No wonder they are the 7 great elders. This is the true strength of our spirit hall. The members of the spirit hall were all extremely excited to see the 7 elders appear. Great Master, and all of you, how have you been? When Dylan saw Qian Dalu and the others, he showed no fear at all and simply greeted them calmly. It really felt like greeting an old friend. Dragon Fist, how dare you come here? Who gave you this worry? Aren't you afraid we'll leave you here? You traitor! Before Qian Dalu could speak, the other retainers, seeing Dilong's appearance, couldn't help but question him. They were wary of Dylan, but they also couldn't stand his disregard for them. Qian Dalu raised his hand, stopping the others from questioning Dylan, and then looked at Dylan again and asked calmly, Dragon Fist, what brings you back here? Great Elder, after I left, I thought about it carefully. In fact, the Spirit Hall's idea of unifying the continent is not wrong, so I plan to return to the Spirit Hall. I wonder if the High Priest and all of you would welcome my return. Dylan smiled faintly, then looked at Qian Dalu and Golden Crocodile Douluo and spoke. What? You're coming back to the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Dylan's words, Qian Dalu was stunned. Dylan left the Spirit Hall before, and others may not know why, but how could he not know? The Soul Master community all believe that Dylan left the Spirit Hall because he saw its ambitions and disdained to associate with it. However, the truth is that Dylan's affair with Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong was exposed, and he was forced to flee the Spirit Hall. Now they actually dare to shamelessly want to come back. Have they even asked for his consent? Dragon Fist, are you serious? Are you really planning to return to the Spirit Hall? As expected, you still can't bear to part with the Spirit Hall. You know how good the Spirit Hall is, don't you? As for the other elders, such as Golden Crocodile Douluo, they did not know the truth about Dylan's departure from the Spirit Hall. Only Qian Dalu and Qian Zunji knew about Dylan's defilement of Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, and even they did not know. So when I heard that Dylan was going to return to the Spirit Hall, my first reaction was naturally to be happy. Of course, I just don't know if the High Priest will welcome us. Dylan smiled affirmatively, then looked at Qian Dalu. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu frowned and looked at Dilong coldly, saying, Dragon Fist, others may not know what you've done, but do you think I've forgotten it too? If Qian Runshui has not forgiven or accepted Dylan, he certainly wouldn't welcome Dylan back. Wait a minute, High Priest, don't be so quick to refuse. I haven't stated my conditions for returning yet, Dylan said with a smile. Condition? What have you prepared? Qian Dalu misunderstood, thinking that Dilong had prepared something to beg for his and Qian Runshui's forgiveness. If I were to return to the Spirit Hall, I would become its pope. These are my conditions for returning. You can all rest assured that if I become the pope of the Spirit Hall, I will definitely lead the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. Dylan continued, so you're going to become the pope. Wouldn't it be better to be a worshipper? Why become the pope? The title of pope sounds nice, but he hasn't even been granted freedom yet. Qinglu and Douluo and the others widened their eyes upon hearing Dilong's words. They genuinely felt that being a venerator was better than being a pope. As for Qian Dalu, he was speechless and furious at this moment. He originally thought that Dylan had come to apologize, but little did he know that Dylan had come for the position of pope. Does that mean he doesn't exist? Impossible, Dragon Fist. I will not allow you to return until Xiaoshui and the Pope have forgiven you. Qian Daoliu immediately snorted angrily and announced to Di Long. Great Master, I advise you to think this through carefully before making a decision. Dylan was not surprised at all by Qian Daoliu's words. Only Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others were unaware of the truth, which is why they were happy to hear his words. Qian Daoliu certainly wouldn't be. Buzz. So the next second, Dylan revealed both of his twin martial souls. Along with his martial spirit, his spirit rings also appeared naturally. He knew that talking was useless, the only way to truly succeed was to demonstrate his strength. Boom! The moment Dylan's twin martial souls and those soul rings appeared, the entire world changed color, and terrifying soul pressure emanated from Dylan's body. When Qian Daoliu and the others saw the martial spirit and spirit rings on Di Long's body, they were